Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning economics. We are going to be learning what? Economics. Economics. You understand? What do you understand by the concept of economics? What do you understand by economics? When you go to the markets, you want to earn a living. You can go to the market and set up a shop, isn't it? And be selling jewelries. Is it not? Jewelries. Why? Because you think that people will need jewelries. Ladies want to wear jewelries, isn't it? During marriages and during ceremonies, people want to look good, so they wear jewelries. Is it not? So you go to the market, you open up a shop and you start doing what? Selling what? Jewelries. So that you can make what? Money. Is it not? You make money. Then the money you make from the jewelry sales, you can use it to cater for your other needs. You can use it to do what? Cater for your other needs. You can use it to pay your house rent. Is it not? You can use it to pay for the shop rent. You can use it to pay for children's school fees. You can use it to do what? Buy food. Can you see that? You work to do what? Earn a living. So the whole cycle of what you're doing is known as economics. The whole cycle of what you're doing is known as what? Economics. Is that clear? So economics has a lot to do with your being able to stay alive, knowing what people want, studying of the behavior of people. You come to Gwagwalada, the kind of business that is best suits Gwagwalada might not be the same that suits town. Is that not clear? You go to the village, what kind of thing are they doing in the village? Farming. Is it not? Farming. That's what they normally do in the village. Now when you come to town, they are doing a sort of other thing to what? Earn a living. The people in the village, are they earning a living? They are earning a living, isn't it? But they are doing a different sort of things. They are doing farming and some basic things. But we in town, we also earning a living. Is that not clear? Working in construction company, in school and other things. So both of them are doing what? Earning a living. They are doing things, and those things are under what? Economics. Is that clear? Now, but we have a general definition of economics. We have a what? General definition of economics. And that definition is the definition by a man known as Professor Leonard Robbins. By a man known as who? Professor Leonard Robbins. And he says that economics is defined as the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means which have alternative uses. This is the general definition of what? Economics. And you're supposed to know this definition as an economics student. Is that clear? And Jamb is going to ask you, which of the following is not a definition of economics? And they will give you different kinds of definition, like buying and selling. Buying and selling is just one aspect of economics. Is that clear? Production of goods and services, one aspect of economics. Is that clear? Marketing, one aspect of economics. Now when you say economics is the science which studies human behavior as a relationship between heirs and scarce means which have alternative uses, that is a complete definition of what? Economics. This is a what? Complete definition of economics. Is that clear? So whenever you ask what is economics, this is what you are supposed to define economics as. And you can see the components of this definition. Number one, economics is a what? Science. There are some courses that you call pure science, and there are some that you call social sciences. Is it not? Pure science, give me an example of pure science course. Medicine. Or in some sort of subjects, give me an example of pure science subject. Physics, chemistry. biology, all those are pure science. You understand? But when you talk about social science, you talk about what? Social science studies the behavior of human being. You understand? What am I? This guy is expected to like to wear trousers. You understand? It's a science, but it's studying what behavior. I like wearing baggy jeans and trousers and sweater. So let me go as a company and start producing baggy jeans, because people in Abuja like wearing baggy jeans. Is that clear? Study of the behavior, science of behavior. So that's what we call economics. So you say economics is defined as a science that studies human behavior. Is that clear? If you don't know what human beings want, you will not know the right thing to produce and make more money. You see, Dangote is the richest man in Africa. He's producing cement. Africa is the developing world. We need cement to build, isn't it? He's producing rice. Everybody wants to eat food. So you need to study the behavior of human being to know what best to produce in order to make more money. And when you're making more money and earning a living, you're living in what we call what? Economics. Is that clear? So economics is the science that studies human behavior as a relationship between ends and scarce means. Ends, your wants. Means are the things you use in solving your wants. And these means actually have alternative uses. Is that clear? Those things you use to satisfy wants, they have alternative uses. You can use them for other things. There are some things that you can use as food. You can also use them as drugs. You understand? So you make this decision on, do I use it as a drug or do I consume it as food? So all those decisions, you make them under what? Economics. You make them under what? Economics. Now we're going to look at basic concepts in economics. Basic concepts in economics. There are some terms that you keep using whenever you're studying economics. There are some what? Terms that you keep using when you study economics. One of them is want. One of them is what? Want. Want or want. What is want? Something you need. You understand? That's the basic definition. But there is a difference between want and need. I hope you know. Like food, you need food, isn't it? Without food, you cannot survive. Food is something you need. But you want a car, isn't it? Without car, can you survive? Yes, you can survive, but without food, you cannot survive, is it not? Yeah. But in economics, all those things you need, we call them what? Want. We call them what? Want. We call them what? Want or desire. But in English, we try to differentiate between what you want and what you need, is it not? Your mother will tell you that you need education. Or you want fancy clothes, is it not? But the basic one that you know that you need is what? Education. But without education, you find it difficult to survive in later stages in life. Is it not clear? So want may be defined as insatiable desire or need by human beings to own goods and services. Is that clear? Your desire to own things, that is what? Want. You desire to have a fancy car. You desire to have food. You desire to have shelter. That is what? Want. Is that clear? So right along is the insatiable desire or need of human beings to own goods and services that give satisfaction. That's what want is. Want is the insatiable desire or need of human beings to own goods and services that give satisfaction. That is what want is. Now we'll talk about scarcity. That's another term. Scarcity. Scarcity. What is scarcity? When do you say that something is scarce? What's the name? Okay. When do you say that something is scarce? Good. It's not plenty. It's not easily seen. You understand? Your friend will come around and say, hey, Bookie, this scarce this time around. It's scarce. What does it mean? You know they show big face again. Is it not? That's it. Scarce. Scarce. Something that you cannot see easily. You cannot come by it easily. Is it not? Basic goods and services are normally, some goods and services are normally scarce. Is it not? Like when you finish university, can you easily get a job? Job is scarce. You understand? So you have to be very competitive for you to be able to get the little one that is available. And that is how wealth is. Money. You can you easily go and find money? It has some elements of scarcity in it. You understand? So you see that those goods and all those things that you see, there has to be some elements of scarcity, and that makes it economics. Is that clear? So, right along, scarcity is the limited supply of resources. The limited supply of resources which are used for satisfaction of unlimited ones used in the satisfaction of unlimited wants. Can you see the difference? Your wants are unlimited, but the resources to satisfy them are what? Limited. They have limits. That is scarcity. Scarcity. That is scarcity. When the supply of something is not there, plenty, you understand? When the supply is not much, we call it, we say that that stuff is scarce. Then number 3 concept is what we call choice. It's what we call what? Choice. Okay, what do you understand by choice? Good. Choice is a what? System of selecting or what? Choosing. Selecting or choosing one out of a number of alternatives. One out of a number of alternatives. Choice. In economics, you must make choice. In economics, you must do what? Make choice. Instead of buying a car and I have house rent to pay, I have food to buy, let me just go and buy a tricycle so that I have an extra change and use it and pay for my house rent. You say that. That is an economic decision. So you must have the ability to do what? Choose. Ability to do what? Choose, and that is called choice. So choice is the system of selecting or choosing one out of a number of what? Alternatives. Write it. Out of a number of alternatives. Now we look at another concept known as opportunity cost. Known as what? Opportunity cost. That's another concept. What is opportunity cost? Expression of cost in terms of foregone alternative. Write it. Is the expression of cost in terms of foregone alternative. That's what opportunity cost is. The expression of cost in terms of foregone alternative. Expression of cost in terms of foregone alternative. And I'm going to explain what foregone alternative means. Is that clear? Now, Bookie, you have 100 naira. And you want to have a watch. This is your list of wants. Watch. You want to buy a sandal. Nice one. Want to buy what again? Want to buy a necklace. You have 1,000 naira. You want to buy all this, and possibly you want to buy a sunglass. And the watch is 500 naira. The sandal is the watch is 400. No, the watch is 600. The sandal is 400. The necklace is 800, and the sunglass is 200. Can you see this? How many of these goods or commodities can you buy with 1,000? How many? 2 at a time, is it not? So you can pick out 2 at a time. Is that clear? You cannot buy the whole. So you have to make choice. You have to make what? You have to make what? Do you see how choice comes? All these things are classified from the concept that we said so far. All these things are classified as your what? All these things are your what? Wants. Are they not your wants? They are the things you want, is it not? But the means of satisfying these wants is what? The means of satisfying these wants is what? It's scarce. Because if money is not scarce, you will have even 1 million, you can buy everything you want, is it not? But because it's not enough, it is what? Scarce. Your wants, the means to satisfy your wants are what? Scarce. So you have to what? You have to what? Choose. You have to make choice. So now, you're choosing the 2 that can best be bought with 1,000, is it not? So in choosing, you have to have what we call scale of preference. What are the things you prefer more? What are the things that you cannot go out with? You need sandals, isn't it? But you can say, let me forget about necklace and sunglasses and watch for now. Let me buy sandal because once I'm stepping out of my house, I have to wear something in my leg, is it not? So sandal is the number 1 in your what? Scale of preference. Is that clear? So after picking sandal now, you will not pick something else that will match this 1,000. What is that? Maybe a watch. Is it? Is it? Now, this one that you pick and you leave this, the one that is left is known as the what? Opportunity cost. The one that is left is known as the what? Opportunity cost. Is that clear? The one that you left is known as the what? Opportunity cost. And that's why it says the expression of cost in terms of what? Foregone alternative. The alternative that you've done was foregone. Is that clear? Is that clear? So the ones you left in order to satisfy the basic need is the word opportunity cost. Is that clear? Is that clear? Good. Good. Arranging what you want to buy in order of their need, in order of need. So let's put it. Okay. We'll explain it later. It's now on the basic concept. But do you understand what scale of preference is now? Scale of preference simply means arranging your wants, you understand, in their order of importance. The one that is more important will be up. Is that clear? So now we look at production. What is production? In economics, production is the various economic activities. Production is the various economics activities aimed at the creation of goods and services. Aimed at the creation of goods and services. and the distribution of these to the final consumer, and the distribution of these to the final consumers. Final what? Consumers, for the satisfaction of human wants. For the satisfaction of human wants. That is what production is. The various economic activities which is used in the word production of goods and services. Is that clear? That's what production is. Production is not only when you're producing goods. Is that clear? When you're producing maybe gari, it does not stop there. Production also involves you getting the gari to the person that needs it. Is that clear? So it includes the transportation. You transport the gari from the village to where they can buy it. Is that clear? It also include the person that brings the gari to you. You understand the definition? Production is the various economic activities. Everything in economy that comprises of the activities that is aimed at the creation of what? Goods and what? Services. Can you see these two? You know the difference between goods and services. Can you tell me the difference between goods and services? Good. Goods are the tangible products. You can touch them. This is a good. Is it not? Goods. Shed, my shed, your shed. All those things are goods. Is it not? But in the house you get light, electricity. That is services. You understand? Electricity. You're not saying it, but you're getting it. And it's useful to you. You want to make call. Are you seeing the airtime? Are you feeling it? But you use the services. You use their service. Is it not? So when you come here, you say, hey, there is no service here. Or there is no service. Service is serving you for a purpose, but you cannot feel it physically.
Not explain this way, like can't I explain my own?
Yeah, explain it.
No, it's like production, like production of something, whether it should be final consumer.
Instead of the big explanation, right? Yes, you can have your own explanation, is that clear? This is just like the composite definition. You understand? But when you now understand it, you cannot put it in your own way. And you can use it. But it's very important that you understand the basic things, like it must be aimed at what? It must be an economic activity aimed at creation of what? Goods and services. And distribution of these goods. After producing it, you have to distribute it so that you get to the final end users. Is it not? So that complete process or act is known as what? Production. It's known as what? Production. Yes. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning about economic problems. We are going to be learning about what? Economic problems. And I explain what economics is all about, you understand? Try to study human beings so that you can satisfy their wants with the limited resources that you have. Is it not? That is economics. The science that studies the human behavior. Now, I told us that the means to satisfy the wants are scarce. The means those commodities, those things that you use in satisfying what you need. Is that clear? If you need something, you need money to satisfy, is it not? That money is a means to satisfy your wants of buying a necklace or buying a shoe. You understand? But you see that money is scarce. You cannot easily find money. But and even it's easy for you to find money. You can buy anything. If you go to your house, you see a car, you see a Lamborghini, you see a Ferrari, you have jacuzzi in your, you have everything you want. Is it not? But money is scarce, so you cannot have everything you want. So in trying to find money to satisfy all your wants, you encounter what we call economic problems. You encounter what we call what? Economic problems. So economic problems are the problems people meet in the society while attempting to satisfy their numerous wants with the limited resources available. Is that clear? So that problem you meet whenever you're trying to solve all your problems, you want to pay your school fees. How can I make money to pay school fees? Hey, let me start selling recharge card. Let me start selling recharge card. Oh yeah, do I sell recharge card or do I go and sell shoe? You understand? Oh, let me start producing Gary. Do I produce Gary or do I produce apple? You understand? You ask yourself, problem of what to produce in order for you to solve your problem and make money and use it in solving your problem. Is that clear? So economic problems are those problems that you meet in the society when you are attempting to satisfy your numerous wants with the available resources. There are three economic problems. In economics we have what? Three economic problems. There are three of them. Is that clear? And those three are problems of what? Thank you. What to produce. Then number two is what? How to produce, va? How to produce. Number three is for whom. For whom to what? Produce. So these are the three basic economic problems. These are the what? Three basic economic problems. These are the what? Three basic economic problems. Is that clear? So as an economic student, you should know these three problems. What to produce. First of all, you need to know what to produce. To make more money, what do I produce? Do I start producing Gary or apple or shoe? You understand? If you can't produce what people don't need, will you make enough money? So you have to solve this first problem of what to produce. How to produce? How do I produce the Gary? Now that I've chosen to produce Gary, how do I produce the Gary? Should I use that frying pan or should I use mechanized oven? Which one is easy? Which one will reduce the cost so that I'll make more money? Is that clear? That's answering the problem of how to produce. Now, for whom to produce? For whom? If I'm producing this Gary, do I grind it very well and package it very well so that people in town, people in the city will buy? Or do I do the one that only people in the village will buy? Which one will I make more money producing? Is that clear? If I want to be selling clothes, do I sell clothes for old people or do I sell for young people? Which one goes market? Is that clear? That's the problem of what? For whom to produce. Can you see the three problems of economics? Once you're able to solve these three problems, you see that you start making a living very well. If you're producing the goods that people want or you're rendering the kind of services that people want, you see customers will be coming. And once customers are coming, you make more money. Is that clear? Is that clear? So these are the three basic economic problems, and that's the source problem that you encounter in economics. Is that clear? Yes, welcome. Earlier we looked at what economics is it not? What did we say economic is?
Science.
Social science, which studies what? Human behavior. As a relationship between what? Ends and scarce means, which have what? Alternative what? Uses. Is it not? Is that not? That's the definition of what? Economics. And we went on to define the various terms used in economics, like want. What did we say want is? Things you need. Is it not? Then we say choice. What is choice? Choice. The act of selecting from different things. Is it not? The act of choosing. Then we learned about scarcity. Scarce. What is scarce? It's not readily available. Then we looked at opportunity cost. What is opportunity cost? Good. The alternative that is left unpicked. You understand? The alternatives that are left unchosen when you're picking from your scale of preference, is it not? So those are the things we looked at, isn't it? Today we are going to look at the economic systems. what are the types of economic systems that we have in the world? In some countries, when you go there, you find out that government is controlling everything. You don't need to work. Like in the socialist Cuba, there's a country called Cuba. You understand? You don't need to own your private business. You work for the government. In the end of the day, government pays you. Is that clear? But in some economies, like in the USA, you find out that the people own most of the business. You understand? They just pay tax to the government. Is that clear? If you come to an economy like the one we have in Nigeria, government owns some things and some things are owned by individuals. Is that not clear? Is that not so? Like the NNPC is owned by what? Is it the government or individual? Government. But we have other oil companies that are owned by individuals, like Total, Health, isn't it? Good. So your economy can either be mixed economy, capitalism, or what? Socialism. Is that clear? Either mixed economy, capitalism, or socialism. We did something like that in government, isn't it? Good. Lots of new with you. You should know. So mixed economy is an economy in which both public and private ownership of, where there is what? Both public and private ownership of means of production and distribution exist together in a country. You understand? Like in Nigeria, both the public and the private people, they own the means of production and distribution. Capitalism or free market economy is a type in which the means of production and distribution are owned by private individuals. Is that clear? When you talk about capitalism, it is owned by what? Private individuals. Can you see that? Capitalism owned by what? Private individuals. Socialism, socialism or centrally planned economy, the means of production and distribution is controlled by the what? State or government. You understand? Or the what? Public sector. Is that clear? So in capitalism, you have private individuals handling the means of production and distribution. In socialism, you have public individuals or the state. Whereas in mixed economy, you have what? Both the what? What do we have in mixed economy? Good, both the private and the public. Is that clear? Can you tell me the difference now if I ask you? So what are the three types of economic system we have? Mixed economy, capitalism, and socialism. So what are the differences? Good. Good. Government or states. Thank you. Isn't it very simple? Isn't it very simple? It is. So we are going to look at the features of the various kinds of economic system. What are the features of the various kinds of economic system? Features of the economic system. What do you understand by the term features? Characteristics, is it not? Characteristics. So number one, what are the features of well, let's start with capitalism. What are the features of capitalism? What are the kind of things that you see in a country and you say this country is practicing capitalism? What are the things? Number one is that there is private ownership of properties. Number one is what? Private ownership of what? Properties. We see that most properties are owned by private individuals. If you go to America, you see Google owning some property, you see Apple, Facebook, individuals mostly. You understand? Number two, there is what we call existence of competition. There is what? Existence of what? Competition. If you go to America now, you see the tech giants like Google and Facebook, Apple, all of them are competing between each other. Is that not so? When you buy phone, you buy Tecno, you buy Samsung, they are similar. You understand? One is trying to make his own application to be more better. Also, between Samsung and Tecno, which one is of more quality? No? Samsung is more quality, but it's costlier, but that's why plenty of people have Tecno, isn't it? But both of them have Android applications and they can be used very well, is it not? So there is always competition. Then there is what we call maximization of profit. There is what? Maximization of profit. Who can tell me the two telecommunication giants in Nigeria that are always competing? Globacom and what? Globacom and what? MTN, Airtel, Etisalat, isn't it? They are competing. All of them also want to make the maximum profit. But you know, if everybody is working for Nigerian government, like those people working in the ministry, is there competition in the ministry? If you go there, they will say, this thing not be your work, or not be government work. Why you they act like saying that you sabi pass? You understand? That's what they say in government work. Nobody is willing to do extra things. Nobody is willing to do extraordinary things. But if you are working for a private firm, you have to be up and doing. If you are not, they will do what? They will sack you. But government, even if your guy want to sack you, you just look at your guy and say, okay, mind yourself, oh, this thing not your papa work, not be government work. You see people that are working in government office, they will come to work very late. At the time, if they are doing activity in the village, they will just travel, they will not even take permission. Can you try that in a private institution? If you do it, they will just sack you. Understand? So there is this spirit of competition in private sector. They are trying to improve. You cannot just come there and do anyhow. There is individual satisfaction. Individual what? Satisfaction. Do you know what that means? If you are working for a private, if you are running a capitalism system of government, you go and do what you want. Like me, what am I doing? I'm into ICT and education, is it not? I just chose to. That's what I chose. That's what I derived joy in. I like teaching. When I teach, I'm happy, and that is why I set up this place. But if government say nobody should go and do anything but private, that everybody should go and work, they will just throw me into old Kutungu secondary school and say I must go there and teach. Will I be happy? I will not be happy. One, that I will not be making maximum profit. You understand? Because government will be paying me salary or small amount of money, and some months they will not pay. Is that not what is happening? Salim, some months government are owing they owe their workers, isn't it? So I will not be making profits, and I will not have satisfaction. I will not be happy. But because I'm doing what we call capitalism, I'm on my own. You understand? I'm a private owner of a business. I'm having what we call maximum profit, and I'm having what individual satisfaction. Is that clear? Free market enterprise, that's another thing. There is what we call free market enterprises. Now we look at features of socialism. What are the features of socialism? Can you tell me the features of socialism? What are the type of things that you see in an economy and you say that this is a socialism economy? Number one, there is what we call joint decision making. You understand? Socialism is when government is controlling everything. There is what we call state ownership. State ownership of means of production. So it's the state that owns the factories, the corporations. There is what we call non-market economy. Is that clear? Everything is there for you. There is no need going to stress yourself in trying to market your product, because your produce is also government produce and government gives it to everybody. There is non-profit motive. There is what we call non-profit motive. Nobody wants to make profit because you're working for the government. There is promotion of welfare. That's the only good thing here. Promotion of what? Welfare. Because the government will use that money and the work you've done for it to take care of you. There are features of mixed economy. Features of mixed economy. How do you know a mixed economy when you see one?
Freedom of choice.
There is what? Freedom of choice. You understand? Freedom of choice. You can choose to work for government or work for yourself, isn't it? Or do any kind of thing you want. There is also joint decision. You can have what we call public-private partnership. There is joint participation of both the government and the private, is it not? Joint participation. You have the government and the private owning the means of production. There is checks and balances. There is what? Checks and what? Balances. Most economy in the world are now tending towards this mixed economy, because the government check and balance what the private sector do. Because if the private sector, if they are producing any kind of thing, if they want to produce tire, they will go and do tire that is of low quality. The government has to be there. The government has to be there. The government has to be there to monitor what the private sector is doing. Don't leave my class while I'm in the class. Once you leave, you continue staying outside. And there is what we call economic freedom. That's the last feature of mixed economic freedom. Is that clear? Is that clear? So those are the features. Good. Methods of economic analysis. If you want to say that the economy of Nigeria is good, how do you measure? How do you show somebody that the economy of Nigeria is good? You understand? If you are telling us that the economy of America is better than that of Nigeria, or the economy of the United Kingdom is better than that of Ghana, how do you analyze? How do you measure? How do you present it to people so that they will understand? You can do that using what we call basic economic tools. You do that using what we call what? Basic economic tools. So you can analyze, you can do economic analysis to compare the various economy, the kind of market that is moving. You understand? The kind of things that you can produce and leave the other. How do you show people? You do them using what we call basic economic tools. And what are these tools? These tools interpret economic principles in a way that is easy to do what? Understand. They present the data for you, the figures, the fact and figures that make America better than Nigeria. Why would you want to go to America to do business? Why would you want to go to Singapore to buy something instead of buying it in Nigeria? You understand? You use the basic tools to show them, so that when you show, you say, hey, from this thing you've shown me, Singapore is better than China. You understand? What are those tools that you can use in showing? Can you give me an example of one of those tools? Table. You understand? If you put it in a table, you see this country is making this amount of money. Nigeria is making 200,000 in a month from agriculture. America is making 1 million in agriculture. Which country is making more money? America. You understand? You can show it in a table, isn't it? So what are these basic tools that you can use in showing all this? You can use tables. Table is just one, isn't it? There are many of them. You can use also what? Chart. You can use what? Graphs. You can use what? Mode. You can use median. You can use mean. You can use standard deviation and other ones, etc. Is that clear? So now we're going to take the first basic tool of economic analysis, which is known as what? Table. What is a table? A table is a systematic, orderly arrangement of information, facts or data using rows and what? Columns for presentation for easy and what? Better understanding. It is the most common tool for economic analysis. Is that clear? This is what we call a table. This is the way you draw a table, isn't it? Is that not clear? You can say country. You can say revenue for 2017. Is that clear? Close the door. You say country, then you say revenue for 2017. Is that clear? So example of country, you say Ghana, 2 million. Nigeria 3 million, USA 10 million, Somali 1 million. Which country is making the highest revenue? USA. Which country is making the poorest revenue?
Ghana.
Huh?
Ghana.
Somalia. Somalia is making only 1 million. Ghana is making 2. You see that? So with this table, you can do what? You can do economic analysis. You can analyze this table and say, you can say the country that is making the biggest money. You understand? Then from this table you can say, I want to go and study in America because in America they have plenty money there. That's why we say, we call it was basic economic analysis what? 2. You use them to show what is happening. Have you seen how I've used this table to show the country that is making the highest revenue in 2006? Did you see it? Good. So we are going to be showing more. We're going to be showing more. Okay, it's record. So now I'm going to draw a table. The table I just drew now is a sketch. So let me draw a perfect table. Table 2.1, right? Table 2.1. This is how you draw a table. You must put the table name. Number of vehicles demanded in a country. This is the table number. Number of vehicles demanded in a country. That's the table you have it. Number of vehicles demanded in a country. Is that clear? This is the table number and this is the title of the table. Number of vehicles demanded in a country. So you draw the table. We say that table is made up of rows and what? Rows and what? Take your notes. Table is made up of rows and what? Rows and what? It's made up of rows and what? Columns. Rows and what? Columns. Is it not? Rows and what? Columns. Can you see it? Prices of the vehicles in Naira. Number of vehicles demanded. So for the vehicle that cost 50,000 Naira, 800 was demanded. For the vehicle that cost 200,000 Naira, 500 was demanded. For the one that cost 450,000, 300 was demanded. For the one that cost 800,000, 150 was demanded. For the one that cost 1 million, 50 was demanded.
So these are the drawings for you. These are the drawings for you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to explain what a table is. You understand? So this is a given table. You say that a table is a systematic arrangement of facts, is it not? It's arranging these facts in rows and columns. Blossom, what do you understand from this table? Just look at this table. We say that table is a systematic arrangement of facts. You understand? In rows and columns. This is column. Anyone that is vertical is known as column. Whereas the horizontal is known as what? Rows. every table must pass information. So what is the information this table is passing?
It's like opportunity cost.
No. Number one, this table is telling us the number of vehicles that is demanded in a country. You understand? Then when you look at it, you see for the price of 50,000, 800 was demanded. As the price is increasing, what is happening? The quantity demanded becomes low. That's the interpretation of this table. You understand? So if I tell you to interpret this table, you just look at it. After looking at it very well, you tell me that as the prices of the vehicle are increasing, the demand are what reducing. Why? Because if you say now, what are the number of people that are driving Lamborghini or Ferrari in this? Have you ever seen somebody drive Ferrari over there? No, because the price of Lamborghini or Ferrari is very what? Very high. But Toyota Pencil Light, you are seeing it always, isn't it? Honda Civic. The demand is high because their prices are low. But for the one that their prices are very high, their demand is what? Low. You see, you can understand these simple facts, these simple economics, demand and supply. You understand? Using what? Using what? Table.
I'll just start explaining.
No. They are not asking this time. You understand? They will simply ask you, what is a table? You understand? Or they will tell you that the systematic orderly arrangement of information, facts and data using rows and columns for presentation is known as what? Good. You understand? Is that clear? Now we look at another tool. We look at another tool, and that tool is what? Graphs. Look at another tool known as graph. What is a graph? What are graphs? This is a diagram showing functional relationship. Yes. Today we are going to look at another basic economic tool. The first basic economic tool that we looked at is the what? Table. Now we are going to look at another tool that we can use in doing economic analysis, and that is what? Graphs. What are graphs? This is a diagram showing functional relationship. Showing what? Functional relationship between two variables. Any diagram that shows functional relationship between what? Two variables, X and what? Y. Is that clear? That is a graph. Information in the table can be translated into graphs for what? Better understanding. That your table that we have, we can transform it to what? Graph. Is that clear? Examples of graphs are line graphs, pie graphs, bar charts, pictogram. You've been hearing about bar charts, isn't it? Pictograms, line graphs, the example of bar chart. You can make a graph from a table. Is that clear? You can only make a graph from a table. Let's take an instance. Can you give me that table I had before? What is there? Prices, is it not?
Yes.
Then the other side is what?
Number of
Number of vehicle
vehicles demanded.
what? Demanded. Is it not?
Yes.
Those are the two. Then at price of what? What's the first price? At price of 50,000, we have how many? 800. What's the next price? 200,000. What's the this thing?
500.
What's the next price? 450. What's the 300? What's the next price?
800.
What's the next 150? What's the other one?
1,000.
1 million.
1 million.
What's the quantity? 50. Can you see this table? You can put this table in form of a graph. How do you put it in form of a graph? I told us that graph is a diagram representing the relationship between two variables, is it not? X and Y. So what are those two variables? Price. The X here is price, isn't it? And the Y is what? Number of vehicles what? Demanded. Is that clear? Then we have 0 here. What are the prices we have? 50 what? 50 what? 50, maybe 100, 200. We have, okay, let's say we have 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1000. Then we'll have, what are the numbers we have? We have 50, we have also 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, blah blah blah. At the price of 50, where can we find 50? Is around here, man? At the price of 50, how many? At the price of 500,000. This is in 100, this is 100,000. You understand? 1,000. So at the price of 50,000, what is the number? What is the number? 800 is up here. At the price of 200, what is the number? 500, is it not? At the price of 450, this is 400, so 450 should be around here, but at the price of 450, how many numbers do we have? 300. But at the price of 800, this is 800, but what number? 150 should be around here, but then at the price of 1 million, what is the number? 50. 50 should be around here, right? Yes, today we are going to be looking at the theory of demand. Theory of demand. Demand and supply is a core aspect of economics. It's a core aspect of what? Economics. Demand and what? Supply. You have to understand how the principle and the forces of demand and supply work for you to do a very good business. If you are selling clothes and you go and bring the kind of clothes that people around the area, they don't wear it, they don't demand for it, are you going to make sell? You are not going to make sell. You are going to be wasting your time because you are selling products that are not consumable, products that are not demanded for in that very area. Is that clear? You have to sell the ones that people are demanding. In music, they call it popular demand. They call it popular demand, but which music are among the popular demand right now in the country? What song is the most popular demand in Nigeria now? No. There is a song that almost everybody wants to hear now. But there are songs. Which songs? You guys don't listen to music. There's one music by Run Town, Mad Over You. There's one by Whiskey, Daddy Yo. That's what is in demand. Everybody wants to listen to them. So it's making airtime, airwaves because of the demand. Everybody wants to have your stuff. You understand? If you're registering Jamb, you see that plenty of people will come around because most people want to register for Jamb, isn't it? The amount of people registering Jamb and the amount of people registering NAPTEL, are they the same? Did you write NAPTEL? Did you write NAPTEL? If you ask in the whole class, you find out that virtually nobody here wrote NAPTEL or is willing to write NAPTEL. But everybody wants to write what? So anybody that is selling Jamb form and the person that is selling NAPTEL form, who will be making more sales? Jamb. Why? Because people are doing what? People are doing what? They are demanding for Jamb. Is that clear? So when you are selling, you make sure that you are selling goods that have high what? Goods that have high what? So that you can be selling. Is that clear? Is that clear? So what is demand? We say that demand is the ability and willingness to buy a specific quantity of goods and services at a given price and at a particular period of what? Time. Your ability and what? Willingness. Your ability and what? If you're not able, then it is not demand. I explained it before, but like now you might be willing to have a duplex, you're willing to have a Lamborghini, you're willing to drive a Ferrari, you understand? You wish to have all those things. Is that clear? But once you don't have the money to get them, then you're not making any word for it. You're not making any word demand for it. It can only be called demand when you're willing and what? When you're willing and what? Able. When you're willing and what? Able. And what is able? When you talk about ability, what are you talking about? Capability. And you're talking about what? The money. You need to have the money. You cannot come to Nigeria. You know, if you come to this Babylon, everybody here wish to drive Ferrari. You understand? But because of the price of Ferrari that is very costly, are we willing and able to have a Ferrari? But we are not able. So you cannot say that there is low demand for Ferrari in Bogorada, isn't it? It has to be low because we are not able to afford it. But you can talk about high demand of Camry pencil light. You know the motor the car they call Camry pencil light or fish light. You know them? You don't know them. You know it. Camry. That's what Nigerians buy a lot because they are willing and what? They are able. They can afford it. With 1 million naira you can get a Camry. 750 you can get one. 650. You understand? Depending on the what's it called? On the model and the, what do they call it? How new the car is. You understand? So you can only talk about demand when you are what? Willing and what? Able. Willing and what? Able. To buy at a particular what? Price and at a particular what? Period. Is that clear? And that brings us to what we call the law of demand. Goods that have cheap price, you understand? There is tendency that if you go to market now and you want to buy things and you see the one that is cheaper, it's more likely that you get that cheaper one, isn't it? Because you can easily afford it. The ones that have very high price, do people buy them? Just like I say, Camry, people can afford Camry because of the what? Price. Unlike Ferrari that has very high price. So in essence, you say that the higher the price, the lesser the what? But the higher the price, the lesser the what? Demand. Or the higher the demand, the lesser the what? Price. Or the lesser the price, the higher the what? Demand. It's very clever. Things that have very high cost, you see that the demand are very less. But the ones that have low cost, they have what? Higher demand. Isn't it? That's true, isn't it? So, and that's what the law of demand is saying. It's saying that it states that the higher the price, the lower the quantity of goods that will be what? Demanded. All things being equal. All things being equal. You know what all things being equal means? But to say KED, all things being what? Equal. Provided everything is equal, it is always there that the higher the price, the lower the quantity what? Demanded. Is that clear? Jamb is always going to ask you. The law of demand states one of the following. It will give plenty statements. So it's your duty to pick out these statements. Is that clear? Another way that this statement could be put is the lower what? What will happen? The what? Higher the quantity demanded. It's clever. It's clever. Now we say all things being equal. We say what? All things being equal. What do we mean by that word? All things being equal. The law will hold under the following assumption. This law, the law of demand, will only hold under the following assumption. The law will hold under the following assumptions. You understand? If these things happen, then you know that things are actually equal. You understand? So number one of these assumptions is that there will be no change in taste and preference of the consumer. Right along. There will be no change in taste and preference of the consumer. So if there is a change in taste or preference of the consumer, the law might not hold the way it should. Then number two assumption is that the consumer's income remains constant. The consumer income remains constant. The consumer's income remains constant. If the consumer's income is remaining constant, then the law will hold. Number three is that no very close substitutes of the commodity exists. That no very close substitutes of the commodity exist. There should be no close substitute of the commodity in question existing. Then number four is that the habits of the consumers remain unchanged. The habits of the consumer remains unchanged. The habits of the consumer remains unchanged. And finally, that there is no change in the quality of the product. That there is no change in the quality of the product. That's the last assumption. So provided all things are in place, then the law of demand, which states that the higher the price, the lower the demand, holds. So when we say all things being equal, all things being equal, when we say all things being equal, we actually mean these things. Is that clear? We actually mean that there will be no change in the taste or preference of the customer. The consumer's income remains constant. That no very close substitute of the commodity exists. That the habits of the consumer remains unchanged. That there is no change in the quality of the product. So provided all these things remain constant, the law of demand, which states that the higher the price, the lower the quantity of goods that will be demanded, holds through. Yes, we're going to look at demand schedule and curves. Demand schedule and what? Curves. Demand schedule. What is a demand schedule? A demand schedule is any table. A demand schedule is what? Any table that shows the relationship between the quantity of a particular commodity that a consumer demands at various prices. At various what? Prices. So demand schedule is a table showing the relationship between the prices and the quantity of that commodity demanded. You understand? So any table that you have that shows prices and what? Quantity. That shows what? Prices and what? Quantities. The relationship between the price and quantity is a what? Demand what? Schedule. And we have two types of this demand schedule. We have what we call individual demand schedule and what? Market demand schedule. Individual is for one person, one consumer. Is that clear? So we say individual demand schedule is a table which shows the different quantities of the commodity which an individual or a consumer would purchase at various what? Prices at a particular time. And we're going to show example of a demand schedule, individual demand schedule, using the following diagram. Using the what? Using the what? Following diagram. So whenever you talk about demand schedule, you're going to have a table like this. It's a table that shows what? The what? What does it show? Relationship, isn't it? Between what? Price. Between what? Price. Price per thing in Naira. Price is always in what? Naira. So it shows the relationship between price and what? Quantity demanded. Price and what? Quantity demanded. So number of things per week. Number of things per week. So this table is trying to show us the relationship between the price of one thing and the number that you demand. Let's say the price is 100, the price of one thing, of maybe milk or something. The quantity demanded will be what? 10. If the price is 80, the quantity that will be demanded, will it increase or decrease? It will increase because the price is going down. So the quantity will increase, and that is the law of demand, isn't it? That as the price is decreasing, the quantity will be doing what? Increasing, isn't it? So let's say now that the price is what? Now 60. The quantity will increase more, back to 30. Let's say the price is now 40. What will do to the quantity? It will increase more to 40. And the price is now as little as 20. What will be the quantity? It will increase to what? 50. Can you see that? So this table we just drew now is known as what? What is the name of this table? Demand what? Schedule. This is an individual what? Demand schedule. Individual demand schedule. Is that clear? So draw the table, sharp. Draw it. Draw it as an example. Write example, then draw it. Then we're going to look at market demand schedule. Market demand schedule. Having done individual demand schedule, we are going to look at market demand schedule. This is also known as aggregates. You can also call it aggregate or total. Or total demand. Or you can also call it composite demand schedule. Composite demand schedule. So you can call it any of these. You either call it market demand schedule, aggregate demand schedule, total demand schedule, or composite demand schedule. And it is actually a schedule or a table of all consumers of a commodity in a market, or consumer of a commodity in a market. Unlike the individual demand schedule that is talking about the individual demand. It's talking about one consumer, a particular consumer. This one is talking about all the consumers in the market. So it's a table that shows the relationship between price and the quantity demanded of all the consumers of a particular commodity in the market. So when you finish the diagram, I'll draw the diagram for market demand schedule. Market demand schedule. I'll draw the diagram for market demand schedule. Good. So I can clean up this and draw the diagram for the. So The other one is talking about, the first one we drew, price and quantity demanded. Just one quantity from one person. But if you're talking about market schedule, you're going to have a table like this. You're going to have a table like this, whereby in the first one you have what we call price. You always have price, but price per team, and the price is always in what? Naira, isn't it? Now you have what we call, you have a line here and call it quantity demanded. You call it what? Quantity demanded by the following. It's not only one person. So you can have Mr. Obi, the quantity demanded by Mr. Obi, Mr. Ola, quantity demanded by Mr. Ola, Mr. Musa, the quantity demanded by Mr. Musa, Mrs. Edith, the quantity demanded by Mrs. Who? Edith. Then you have what we call total quantity purchased per week. Total quantity purchased per week. So that's what we have in aggregate demand schedule. Is that clear? So let's say that the price of the good commodity is 100. Mr. Obi will demand for 10. Mr. Ola 15. Mr. Musa 30. Mrs. Edith 20. And when the price is 80, Mr. Obi will demand for 20. You see it's increasing. Ola 25. Musa 40. Edit 40. And when the price is now what? 60, Mr. Obi will even increase his own more to 30. Ola 35. Musa 50. Edit 60. And when the price goes further down to 20, Mr. Obi will demand for even more, 50. Mr. Ola will demand for 55. Mr. Musa will demand for 70, and Mrs. Edith will demand for 80. You can see that as the price is reducing, their demands are what? Their demands are increasing. Is that clear? In individual demand, we'll talk about for one person, isn't it? Just price and what? Quantity demanded. But in market demand, we'll talk about price and quantity demanded by different people. You understand? For that very particular goods. Now, what is the total quantity demanded here? 20 plus 90 is 50, plus 10 60, plus this 75. What's the total here? 125. What's the total here? 90, 140, 175. What's the total here? What's the total? 255. Okay, that's by your calculation. But that's how you get the total, by adding up the demands, isn't it? So that you can actually have your price against what? Quantity demanded, just like you had it in the first one. So draw the diagram. Draw the diagram. Let's draw the diagram for the market schedule. This is market demand schedule. Good. We looked at demand schedule. We looked at what? Demand what? Schedule. And we said that demand schedule is what? Demand schedule is the table that shows the relationship between the prices and what quantity demanded. Is it not? That's what I said. Once I ask you what is demand schedule, just say table first. Is that clear? The table that shows the relationship between the prices and what various quantity demanded. Now, demand curve is the word graph. The other one is the word table, but this one is a what? Graph. Also showing the same thing, showing the relationship between the price and the what? Quantity demanded of a what? Commodity. Is that clear? So two of them are showing the relationship between price and what? Quantity. Only that this one is a graph, whereas demand schedule is a what? Demand schedule is a what? It's a table. Demand schedule is a what? Table. Demand schedule is a what? Table. Whereas demand curve is a what? Demand curve is a graph. That's the difference between the two of them. Both of them are showing the relationship between the price and what? Quantity demanded. Now, you derive your demand curve from your demand what? Schedule. You can always plot this graph using the table of the demand what? Curve. So let's say you are given this table. This is the table you are given. And I told you that every demand schedule has what? Price in what? Naira. For Nigeria, it can be in dollar, you understand? Then after the price, what do we have here? Quantity what? Demanded. So let's say at a price of 10 naira, the quantity demanded is what? 5. When the price increases to 20, what will do the quantity? Will it increase or decrease? It will decrease to 4. When the price is 30, this thing is what? 3. When it is 40, it is what? When it is 50, it is what? 1. So this is the demand what? This is the demand what? Huh? Demand schedule. The table is the demand schedule, whereas the graph is the demand what? Curve. Now you can plot this table to be here. Is that clear? You just draw your vertical and what? Horizontal axis. The vertical axis is the what? Price in naira. The horizontal axis is the what? Quantity demanded. Now, at the price of 10, what is the quantity? At the price of 10, the quantity is what? 5. Is that clear? So you mark it. At the price of 20, what is the quantity? 4. You mark it, isn't it? At the price of 30, what is the quantity? At the price of 40, what is the quantity? At the price of 50, what is the quantity? You mark all of them. Once you mark, you then draw the what? Curve. You then draw the what? Curve. Is that clear? And this is for an individual demand schedule. This is for an individual what? Demand schedule. This is how the curve looks. But if you have what we call market schedule, if you have what? Market schedule, you see that the curve will look like this. This one is a straight line. For market schedule, it's not always a straight line, it moves like this. Is that clear? For market schedule, you have something like this, but for an individual schedule, you have this. So quickly write it down. Okay, it's already written down. Yeah, so we're going to look at factors affecting demand. Factors affecting demand. What are the kind of things that will make you to demand for more things? And what are the kind of things that will make you to demand for less? What are the factors that affect the quantity of a good that you can demand at a particular point? Number one is price. You know that if the price of goods is very high, will you demand more? You will demand less. Number two is price of other commodities. If you find out that similar commodities, like, do you know you have Ovaltine, you have Milo, you have Bombita, isn't it? You find out that Milo, they are selling Milo 1,000 naira, and it's Milo that you want to buy initially. But you now find out that other similar commodities to Milo, like Ovaltine and Bombita, are being sold for 100 naira. Which one will you buy? You go and buy them. So the demand of Milo will do what? Reduce immediately. Whereas the price of the other commodities will do what? I mean, their demand will do what? Increase, because you want to go and buy them. Number 3, income of consumer. Income of consumer. If before you were eating masa and small suya, when you were still selling in Gwagwalada market, and all of a sudden you got job in NNPC, will you still be eating masa and small suya? Will you still be eating masa and small suya? Huh? You will start eating better food, isn't it? You might start patronizing Mr. Biggs and all those big places, isn't it? So what happens? The demand for masa and suya does what? Whereas the demand for season 7 food does what? Increases. So your income determines what you buy. Change in the taste of consumer. Change in the what? Taste of consumer. If before you were okay, you understand, in wearing fairly used products, if you were okay with fairly used products, all of a sudden you find out that your friends, when they wear quality things, you like it. What's going to happen to your buying of fairly used products? The demand for it will do what? Decrease. Find a better taste, isn't it? The demand for things that are more newer will do what? Increase, because now you buy new things. Population. Anywhere you go and there are plenty people, demand for things there, is it high or low? High. That's why Nigeria has more markets than most West African countries. Do you know why? Because the population of Nigeria is bigger than most of them. We're almost 200 million, I hope you know. So you see that people want to come to Nigeria and do business. All those big companies, they want to come to Nigeria because there will be demand for their what? Goods. There will be demand for their what? Goods. Period of festival. Ram. Which time does Ram go for Ram? Which time do you see people buying? Idia Kabir, isn't it? Idia Kabir, Idia Malud. You find out that in those times, plenty people want to use what? RAM. So the demand for RAM will do what? It will increase. Expectation of change in price. Expectation of change in price. Expectation of what? Change in price. You find out that whenever you hear that the price of petrol is going to increase next week, what will you do? You rush and go and be buying. So that means that the demand for petroleum will do what? The demand for petrol products will do what? It will increase because you're expecting change in price. Taxation. If government decides to start taxing every leather shoe imported from Italy very high, will people be buying it? Once the tax is high, the price of that commodity will increase. So it will make people not want to buy it. Change in fashion. There's this trending trouser that ladies wear now. The one that after getting here, it now tightens up and gets to the belly. You know that trouser? What do they call it? What do they call it? Okay. So that is fashion. You understand? People would like to buy more of what is fashionable. People would like to buy more of what is fashionable. Anything that is fashionable, you see most ladies, they want to wear it because that's what people are wearing. They will tell their mom, they will tell their dad, this is what I want to wear now. This is what is in vogue. So you see that the demand for fashionable commodities will do what? It's always high. It's always high. Then weather and climate. Raincoat, will it be demanded more in the south or in the north? South. In the south, isn't it? Because of the what? Weather. There is always rain there. Government policy. If government says that everybody should go to farming, you know, that's what the current government is preaching now, that people should go more to farming. You see that the prices, the demand for tractor, hoes, and things you use in farming will do what? It will increase. Advertisement, very important. Anything that is advertised, people want to do what? People want to buy, so the demand is high. And that's why most companies, they do advert, they run adverts on telly, isn't it? Isn't it? Yes. So that's where we'll stop for today. Make sure you... Yes, pay attention, stop writing. Today we are going to be looking at the distinction between change in quantity demanded and change in demand. Distinction. What's the meaning of distinction? Difference. What's the meaning of distinction? Difference. The difference between change in quantity demanded and change in demand. Is that clear? It's a normal question that comes out in exams. You understand? By mere looking at it, somebody tells you about change in quantity demanded and change in demand, you will think that both of them are the same thing, isn't it? Change in the quantity of the clothes you're demanding and change in the demand for clothes. Is that clear? The two of them technically in economics, they are not the same thing. Is that clear? They are not what? The same thing. Change in quantity demanded and change in demand in economics are not the same thing. Is that clear? And we are going to learn the difference between the two. Change in quantity demanded and change in demand. Both of them, you can easily deduce their difference by looking at the graphs. By looking at the what? Look at the graphs. Look at the graphs so that you see what I'm showing you. You can see the difference between change in quantity demanded and change in demand by looking at their what? Graphs. This is the graph for change in quantity demanded. This is the graph for what? Change in quantity demanded. Whereas this is the graph for change in demand. This is the graph for what? Change in demand. This is the graph for what? Change in quantity demanded. You must say, use that word, change. Is that clear? And this is the graph for what? Change in demand. The graph of change in quantity demanded simply shows movement on the curve. Movement on the what? Curve. Can you see? This is the first instance of demand at the price of 10. The demand was what? 40. But when the price increased to 20, the demand reduced to what? 20. Is that clear? So, change in quantity demanded can only be shown by movement. Can you see where it was before? This is where the demand is before, and this is where it is now. Movement on the demand curve. Movement on the what? Demand curve. Whereas change in demand is shown by a shift in the demand curve. It's shown by what? A shift. Can you see the former demand curve? And this is the what? The new one. Can you see it? A shift in the demand curve. Whereas this one is shown by what? Movement on the same demand curve. Is that clear? Is that clear? This one is shown by what? Movement on the demand curve. Whereas this one is shown by a total what? Shift of the demand curve. Is that clear? So that is how you show the difference using the graphs. Once you plot the graph, when you notice the movement in the graph, you can easily say that you are talking about change in quantity demanded or what? Change in demand. Is that clear? Then by way of explanation, change in quantity demanded is the movement from one point to another on the demand curve. That's what I explained about. Movement from one point to another on the what? Demand curve. The cost of change in the quantity demanded is due to what? Changes in price of the commodity under consideration. Is that clear? That is the major cause of change in what? Quantity demanded. You understand? Change in quantity demanded is majorly caused by what? Change in price of the very commodity demanded. Is that clear? Whereas change in demand or shift in demand is the shift of the demand curve to another position entirely. Is that clear? The shift of the demand curve, this is the demand curve, the shifting to another position. It could be increase or what? Decrease in demand. And you know this one could be caused by so many things, including change in taste of individuals, their level of income, and so many other things. We learned about the factors that affect demand, isn't it? So all of those could be the cause for change in demand. Whereas change in quantity demanded is majorly caused by what? Change in price. Yes, welcome. In economics, you're always going to be asked questions on types of demand. On what? Types of demand. What kind of demand does your shirt have? You understand? What kind of demand does your shoe have? You understand? Types of demand. There are three major types of demand. It could be derived demand, competitive demand, or composite what? Demand. And we're going to explain this kind of demands and give example of commodities that have such demand. Give example of what? Commodities that have such demand. Number one is what we call derived demand. Derived demand. This occurs as a result of demand for other commodities. Derived. You see the word? Can you say understand the word? Derived. You demand for this commodity because you have to use it with the other one. Is that clear? Derived commodity. Anytime you buy bread, it's likely that you buy what? It's likely that you buy what? Butter, because they go together. So you can say that butter has a derived demand from what? Bread. Is that clear? Derived demand. What other things can you use together? If you have a car, you will always use fuel, isn't it? Isn't it? You will always use fuel. If you want to take tea, you will always use what? You always use what? Sugar, isn't it? Mostly. Take tea with sugar. You take bread with what? Butter. You have what? Car with fuel. That means when the demand for bread is increasing, the demand for butter will also be doing what? Increasing, isn't it? Because butter has a derived demand from bread. The second part is what we call competitive demand. Competitive what? Demand. This occurs when two commodities are fairly close substitute to what? Each other. They are competing. Who can give me an example of two commodities that compete? Milo and what? Bonvita, isn't it? Two of them are doing the same thing. You can use the two of them for tea, isn't it? So the both of them have what we call what? Competitive demand. As the demand of this one is increasing, it's likely that that for this one will be doing what? Decreasing. Because people will now be rushing to Milo and leaving what? Bonvita. Is that clear? What other things have competitive demand? Dangote products like an elephant bar. That's which of their products? Cement, isn't it? So when that for Dangote is increasing, it's likely that that for elephant will be doing what? Decreasing. This is unlike derived demand. When the demand for this one is increasing, this one has to be what? Increasing as well, isn't it? Now we talk about composite demand. Composite demand. This occurs when a commodity is required to serve two or more purposes. You can give me an example of a commodity that serves two or more purposes. Can you give me an example? Example is Gary. Tell me what two things you can use Gary for. And what? Not Gary as such. Cassava. You can give me two things you can use cassava for. You can use it for Gary, isn't it? Or what? Apple, isn't it? Fufu. You can use cassava to make Gary or to make what? Fufu, isn't it? When you process your cassava very well, it turns into what? Gary. But when you use it after the basic processing, it will be what? Fufu. Is that clear? So cassava is going to have what we call what? Composite what? Demand. Is that clear? Is that clear? So when the demand of this one, Gary, is high, you can see that the supply of fufu will be what? Low, because they will be using most of the cassava that is in supply to do what? Garri. Because people are demanding more for what? Garri. Is that clear? So can you see the difference between the three types of demand? The one that has a derived demand is the one that is needed because something else is needed. Is that clear? Since you're taking bread, it's likely that you always use what? Butter. So as the demand for bread is increasing, the demand for butter is also what? Increasing. Competitive demand, when you're using this one, you're using it in place of this one. This one is a close substitute of this one. So when the demand for Milo is increasing, that for Bonvita will be doing what? Decreasing. Composite demand, one product you can use them for what? Two things, two purposes. Cassava you can use for garri or what? Fufu. Exactly.
Well, it's not all the same.
Yes, let's listen up. Stop writing.
Okay. So how many elements are there in the attribute?
Elasticity of demand. Elasticity of demand.
What about
That's the topic for now. Elasticity of demand. Another word for it is price elasticity of demand. Is that clear? You can call it elasticity of demand or what? Price elasticity of demand. And what does that mean? It simply shows us how the demand of this your shirt will change immediately when the prices of your set increases or decreases. Is that clear? If you are buying petrol, you're driving car, and all of a sudden you wake up and the price of petrol increases, you know that you need your car to go to work. You will still buy the fuel, isn't it? You will buy it. They are selling petrol 140. You wake up tomorrow, they are not selling petrol 145. You buy 150. You still what? Buy, because you are using it to do what? Go to work. You are using your car to go to work, isn't it? Kerosene, you want to cook, they increase the price of kerosene. Will you say you will not buy and cook again? You will. But when you talk about products like Bonvita and Milo, you know that Bonvita is a substitute for what? Milo. All of a sudden you wake up, you go to market, you have money that you want to use in buying Bonvita, and you now realize that Bonvita has increased. What will you do? You quickly leave the Bonvita and do what? Buy Milo, because you can do without it. There is a substitute, isn't it? Can you say that? The change in price of one of the commodities we mentioned before affected the quantity demanded immediately. There is change. Whereas the other one, the change in price did not what? Affect the quantity, isn't it? Is that clear? The petrol and kerosene we described, the change in price, did it affect the quantity demanded much? You still buy your, if what takes you to town is 20 liter, you still buy your 20 liter, whether the price changed or not, isn't it? But when you go to market for those goods that have substitute, once they are changing their price, what happens? Their quantity demanded will reduce immediately, because you go for the other one. Is that clear? And that is what we call what? Elasticity of demand. Price elasticity of demand. And we define it as what? The degree of responsiveness of demand to what? Little changes in price of the commodity. You understand? How the demand response to what? Changes in what? Price. And we say that for some commodity, demand responds heavily. You understand? It responds heavily to the changes in price. But for some commodity, the response is very minimal or even none. Is that clear? As the case of the kerosene and the what? Kerosene and the what? Kerosene and the what? Milo. Buki, be paying attention. I just say something now when I want to ask you. As in the case of kerosene, as against what? Milo and what? Bonvita. Is that clear? Is that clear? So now we look at importance of elasticity of demand. Also, elasticity of demand measures the extent to which the quantity of a commodity demanded by a consumer changes as a result of little change in what? Price of the commodity. That's what I explained before. Now, what are the importance of elasticity of demand? So we can use the knowledge of elasticity of demand to do what? To increase our what? Revenue. You understand? When you know the right products to have. You see that people that are selling petrol, every time they can always sell, isn't it? Because people will always buy. Is that clear? But when you're dealing in business that has competitive demand, or you understand, that has competitive demand, that have substitute, you have to be very careful how you increase your price. You understand? Because once you increase your price too much, your competitor will do what? Your competitor will reduce his own price and sell more than you, isn't it? So you have to be careful how you increase your price. Determination of maximum output. The knowledge of elasticity of demand will help you to what? Determine your maximum output at every given time. Determination of cross elasticity. Imposition of tax by government. Exactly. Imposition of tax by government. So it enables government to know the right commodity to impose tax on. Exactly. These commodities that everybody must use. So if government wants to get maximum tax, what will it do? It will impose tax on that commodity because they know that you must use it. Isn't it? That was the time they used to collect toll gate fee. Yeah, you guys born then. When you're driving from one state to the other, there is a place where they build where you will pay 5 naira or 10 naira before you pass. The person just stopped it a long time ago. You understand? Now, effects of changes in the determinants. Price elasticity of demand or coefficient of price elasticity is the degree of responsiveness of demand towards little changes in price of goods and services. This is what we explain to be the meaning of what? Elasticity. You understand? So, the changes in price has a lot to do with the changes in the quantity of goods demanded, which we are going to explain in further class. We will be looking at coefficient of price elasticity. Is that clear? Coefficient of price elasticity. Yes, we are going to look at types of elasticity of demand. Types of what? Elasticity of demand. We say that the kind of elasticity, the type of elasticity of demand that fuel or petrol has is not the same that Bombita has, isn't it? Two of them have different kinds of elasticity of demand. Why? Because if there is a change, little change in price of fuel or petrol, you keep buying it, isn't it? But products like Milo or Bombita that have substitute, when there is change in their price, you see people stopping to buy them or reducing their quantity demanded and going for the substitute, isn't it? So those classes of demands or elasticity of demand is what we are going to learn today in types of what? Elasticity. Types of elasticity. Number one is elastic demand. We have elastic demand, we have inelastic demand, we have unity elastic demand and other types, you understand? But first of all, we'll take the first one, elastic demand. What is elastic demand? Demand is said to be elastic if a small change in price leads to a greater change in quantity of goods demanded. Is that clear? Whenever there is a little change in price and you see that the quantity of goods demanded changes, you understand, tremendously. When you have such, we call it what? Elastic demand. So who can tell me an example of goods that have elastic demand? What? Dress. How? From the examples that I have given already, you can pick out the one that has elastic demand. Which one has elastic demand and why? Elastic demand is whenever there is a small change in price, there is what? Large change in quantity demanded. Once you change price, you will see people will not buy again. Any commodity that has a substitute, you understand? Whenever there is a small change in its price, you will see a very large change in the what? Quantity demanded. If people were demanding 1,000 before, all of a sudden they can be demanding only what? 1. Because there is substitute, they will leave it and go to the what? Substitute. So you see that all those
Two of this.
what's it called, competitive demand goods
We need two of this.
that we give, like Milo and Bonvita, most of them have what we call what? Elastic demand. Once there is a little change in their price, you understand? People start buying them. And once there is a little decrease in their price, what will happen? Plenty people will want to buy more. So that is elastic demand. So we now say that in this elasticity, it is the coefficient of elasticity E is always what? Greater than what? 1. Greater than or equal to 1, but less than what? Infinity. This is the graph. When there is change in price, can you see the change in price? Price moves from BA to what? BB. Just small, because of this small change, there is what? Large change in our what? Large change in demand. There is large change. Can you see that the space between here and here is bigger than the space between here and here, isn't it? So this is what we call a fairly elastic demand. You can call it elastic demand or what? Fairly elastic demand. Is that clear? Is that clear? Good. So we're going to look at the second type of elasticity of demand. We're going to look at the what? The second type, known as inelastic demand. Number 2,
I will have two of these, which was 2, 8,
inelastic demand. And demand is said to be inelastic if a larger change in price leads to small or slight change in the quantity of goods demanded. Exactly. So when you have such, you have inelastic. Here, the elasticity or the coefficient of elasticity. Whenever I say elasticity, know that it also means what? Coefficient of elasticity is less than 0. That is elasticity E
equals to greater than 0,
less than 0, but what? Is greater than 0 but less than 1. So it's negative. This type of elasticity can also what? Be called fairly inelastic. Fairly inelastic demand. Is that clear? So it can also be plotted in the graph like the other one, where we have BA, where we have what? BA and what? BB, and we have Q, QA and QB. Understand? Whereby here we have the what? Price, and here we have the what? Quantity demanded. So when the price moves from BA giving a quantity of QA to BB giving a quantity of what? QB.
And the other shell of calcium, we have how many electrons? 1 and what? 2. Let's put them together to make us quantities. It has 2 electrons. They are not supposed to be together.
So we have these 2 points.
But let's see. So remember the rule that says that it was in complete same limited order.
Stop writing, pay attention.
Then we have chlorine.
So inelastic demand is when
There are two pluralized model possibilities.
a large change in price,
Alright?
you understand, causes a very what little or no change in quantity demanded. You can give me an example of a good that does that. The price change very well, but people still they buy them. You know, to change petrol. You understand? All those products that they are used, that you must buy them. Even if there is large change in price, you see that they change the price of fuel from 87 naira to 140. Still, people are doing what? Because you cannot do without them, isn't it? So those goods that you cannot do without, most of them are have what kind of demand? Inelastic demand. Because what? If there is a what large change in their price, it leads to only small or slight change in the quantity what demanded. People still demand for it almost the same price, almost the same quantity. You understand? The quantity never changes a much. You understand? If they continue to increase the price of petrol, and the quantity of petrol you need to get from here to town is 20 liters, you still be buying 20 liters, isn't it? Even when the price is increasing. So if petrol has what inelastic what demand, is that clear? So that's what we show in this graph. Can you see the change in price? It will move from all the way from here to here. You understand? But the change in quantity is very small. So the graph is always steep. This graph is always what? Steep. Whereas the graph for the other one is what? It's like this, even. You understand? That's another way Jamb asks you the question. The elasticity of demand that has a steep curve is it elastic or inelastic? The one that has a steep curve is what? Inelastic. The one that has an even curve is what? Elastic. Elastic has even curve. Inelastic has what? Steep curve or steep graph. Is that clear? Is that clear?
So the atomos share
We'll keep copying.
becomes what? What's not the atomos share? For the plural element. The atomos share is still the M share, right? So this is 2 and 8. We have what? It's not complete. They have not completed an octet. It does not complete 8. So this becomes what? 1, 2.
So we're going to look at another type of elasticity. Another type of elasticity. The third one known as unity or unitary elastic demand. Unitary or unity elastic demand. Demand is said to be what? To be unitary when a change in price leads to an equal change in the quantity of the goods or commodity demanded. Is that clear? So here there is what? Equal is equal. Here the coefficient of elasticity is what? Here the coefficient of elasticity is equal to 1. That is, E is equal to what? 1. Is that clear? It could be shown in this graph where we have price and what? Quantity what? Demanded. So when you have PA and what? PB, isn't it? You can also have what? QA and what? QB, isn't it? This one led to what? This one, and this one led to this one. You have a curve like that. Here E is equal to 1. leave what you're writing and pay attention. 8. So in unity or unitary elastic demand, demand is said to be unitary when a change in price leads to what? Equal. Leads to what? Equal change in quantity of goods. Is equal now. You understand? If the price changes by 5 naira, the quantity demanded will reduce by 5. Is that clear? So when you have such goods, you say that such goods has what we call unitary what? Elasticity. Is that clear? Here the elasticity is equal to what? 1. Equal to what? 1. You see the curve. The curve of elastic demand is like this, isn't it? The curve of inelastic is like this, steep, isn't it? Whereas the curve of this one is at the middle. Can you see it? Can you see the difference? Jamb is going to draw the curves and ask you what kind of demand elasticity. Say the thing here. If this is your curve, if you have something like this, what kind of elasticity? Unity. If you have something like this, what kind of elasticity? Elastic. Then if you have something like this, what kind of elastic? Silver. Elastic. Unitary. In what? Elastic. You understand? This one is greater than 1. But this one is less than
0.
Less than 0, but whereas this one is what? 1. This one is 1 itself. But this one is greater than 1, whereas this one is negative. Is that clear? So take it down. Are you done? Let's move to another one. So we're going to look at another type of elasticity. 2 of them are still remaining. 2 are still remaining. 2 are still remaining. 2 are still remaining. And the 2, number 4 is what we call perfectly elastic demand, or another word for it is what? Infinitely elastic what? Demand. And demand is said to have demand is said to be perfectly elastic
when a change in price brings,
if a change in what?
Price brings about an increase
in price brings about what? An infinite effect on the quantity of what? Goods demanded. Is that clear? So if you have a graph like this where you have the price PA, because of increasing from this point to PA, the quantity demanded continues to what? Change a lot. We call it what? We call it a perfectly elastic what? Demand. Also, very similar to that is what we call perfectly in perfectly inelastic what? Demand.
Or zero elastic demand.
Or another name for it is zero elastic what? Demand. And a demand is set to be a zero or perfectly what?
It's said to be perfectly inelastic.
Or zero elastic what? Demand.
If we change in price, has no effect.
If a change
In price
in price
has no effect whatsoever.
has no what? Effect whatsoever
On the quantity of goods.
on the
Demanded.
quantity
Of goods demanded.
of goods what? Demanded.
So that's
Here the coefficient of elasticity is what? Equal to zero. Whereas here the coefficient of elasticity is equal to what? It's equal to infinity. You understand? Here it's equal to infinity, here it's equal to zero. So stop writing, let me explain. I'll give you time to write. Can you see these two? In this one, it is said to be perfectly inelastic. If a change in price brings about an infinite change in what? Quantity of goods demanded. There are some substitute goods or competitive demand products that have such. Once there is a small change in price, everybody will leave it and say, hey, we don't want them again, or we'll use this one. Nobody will even want to buy at all. There is a change in the quantity demanded because of just a little change in price. You can give me an example of such product. Or another person should also give me example of a product that have perfectly elastic, which is when there is a change in price, it doesn't have any effect on the quantity. This one is very simple to give an example. Give me an example of this one. No. Water. Even if you increase the price of water to 1 million, will you not still use water? Will you not use water? Does water have any substitute whatsoever? Is there anything that you can use in place of water? So even if the price of water keep changing, they sell pure water from 5 naira, 10 naira, 20 naira, any amount, will that reduce the amount of water you take? So the change in price of water does not affect whatsoever the number of demand. You understand? You will always use water to do what? Bath. You will use it to do what? Cook. You understand? So those things that are very, very important, they tend to have perfectly inelastic what? Demand. Is that clear? So what are those things that once you change their price, nobody will even near there again? Or once you reduce their price, people will leave the other one and go to it. This one could also be seen in it's likely. Cement is likely. If you leave tomato, what will you go to? Take for me those that fall in this class. Is that clear? So this is the curve. This is the graph for this. Once there is change in price, the quantity demand continues to do what? It's too large. Brings about an infinite. It continues. It doesn't stop. Is that clear? Whereas this one does not have any effect on the quantity demanded. Yes, we looked at what kind of utility did we look at? What kind of utility did we look at first? Marginal. And what is marginal utility? Additional utility, you understand? Now we're going to look at the total utility. Total utility is the amount of satisfaction, the total amount of satisfaction a consumer derives from consumption of a commodity at a particular time. We say that marginal utility is the additional satisfaction derived from consuming additional quantity of a particular good. But total utility is the what? Total satisfaction, the total amount of satisfaction a consumer derives from the consumption of a commodity at a what? Particular time. It is calculated using the formula average utility times quantity consumed. Is that clear? Whenever you do average utility times quantity consumed, you get what? Total utility. And the graph looks exactly like this. Can you see? It has a parabolic curve. Whereas this is the graph of what? Marginal utility, almost a straight line, this form. This one that usually looks like a parabolic curve is the graph of what? Total utility. Is that clear? Because the total utility you derive from something. From first drinking the water, you derive very big amount of utility. Then after some time it will start what? Becoming constant. Is that clear? Now we look at average utility. What is average utility? Average utility is the satisfaction which a consumer derives per unit of the commodity consumed. Per unit. What satisfaction do you derive in the one you consume per unit? You understand? Satisfaction per unit, that is what we call average utility. And how is it calculated? By simply saying total utility all over what? Quantity consumed gives you the average utility. And the graphs looks like exactly like this. If you have plot units of utility against quantity consumed, you have a graph like this. It's a curve, but a what? Negative curve. Is that clear? So this is average utility. Average utility. Average what? Utility. Very important. Pay attention. We are going to be learning indifference curves. Indifference what? Curves. Very important curve in economics. You understand? Indifferent curves is indifferent curve is a curve that shows the possible combination of two commodities, each yielding the same satisfaction or utility to the consumer. Is that clear? Possible combination of two commodities, each yielding the same what? Satisfaction or what? Utility to the consumer. I told us that henceforth, whenever you hear the word utility, it simply means the same thing as what? Satisfaction. Utility simply means satisfaction. It's a simple way of explaining satisfaction in economics. You understand? So any curve that shows the possible combination of two commodities, X and Y. Can you see them? X and Y. When you combine the two, giving you the same amount of what? Utility or what? Satisfaction is the what? Indifferent curve. And this is how the curve is normally shown. Is that clear? Indifference curve, X, it will have X, it will have Y. You understand? Combination of X and what? Y to give you these curves. Is that clear? So whenever you have a curve like this showing the two commodities with this such slope, you understand? It indicates what? Indifference curve. It indicates what? Indifference curve. Diminishing marginal utility and the law of demand. Diminishing marginal utility and the what? Law of demand. I told you that the marginal utility, the extra utility that you derive from drinking extra water, after you must have drank full cup of water when you are thirsty, the extra satisfaction you derive is lesser than the one you derive when you just took the initial cup of water when you are very thirsty, isn't it? So the more water you take, the lesser the satisfaction is giving you, isn't it? But that bulk one, the first initial one you took when you were very thirsty, you derive very large amount of satisfaction. But as the quantity you take, consume increases, what? The satisfaction continues to what? Decreases. That clear? The law of diminishing marginal utility states that the satisfaction derived from consuming successive units, that's additional units of a commodity, will do what? Diminish. Diminish simply means it will do what? Reduce, decrease, as the total consumption of the commodity does what? Increases. So when you continue to consume more water, the satisfaction it is giving you will continue to do what? Reduce. The same thing when you continue to consume more cups of milk, the satisfaction will be doing what? Diminishing. Can you see it? This is the diminishing returns curve, utility curve, diminishing utility curve. As the number of milk consumed is increasing from 1 to 6. Is that clear? As the number of milk consumed is increasing from 1 to 6. The what? The marginal utility is what? Decreasing from 10 to what? 2. Is that clear? Is that clear? So therefore you can say that the total utility increases as more a commodity is consumed, but it increases at a what? Diminishing rate. It diminishes. Is that clear? Is that clear? Good. We are going to look at consumer equilibrium, consumer what? Equilibrium, and consumer surplus and its what? Application. How do you apply consumer surplus? What is consumer surplus? What is consumer equilibrium? You understand? How do you explain the concept of consumer equilibrium? Consumer equilibrium is what happens or what occurs when there is a balance between quantity demanded and supplied. Is that clear? It represents a situation where there is no tendency to do what? Change. You need 1 pack of milk. You understand? Whenever you go to buy, you can always get 1 pack of milk. You understand? What you need, what you demand for, what you need and you have money to buy, that is demand, isn't it? What you demand for is what you can be what? Get. Is what can be gotten by you or what you can get. You understand? That's when we say there's what we call consumer what? Equilibrium. Anything you demand in the market, you can do what? You can get them. You can get it supplied. Is that clear? Whenever what can be demanded by you can also be supplied to you, then you have what we call what? Consumer what? Equilibrium. If you're getting what you want, will you change? There will be no need for what? Change. You understand? Because the amount of quantity of a particular commodity you want and you have the money to pay, you demand for it, you can get it, or you can have it what? Supplied. So in that situation, we have what we call what? Consumer equilibrium. Whenever the amount of a given commodity demanded can be supplied, you have what we call what? Consumer what? Equilibrium. Now the second concept, consumer surplus, and how it can be applied. This is the difference. Consumer surplus is the difference between the amount of a consumer budgeted to pay for a particular commodity based on the expected level of what? Satisfaction, and the actual amount he paid to have that what? Commodity. Is that clear? Let's say you budget to pay for a commodity 100 naira. You budget to buy milk 100 naira. And all of a sudden you now went and you paid only, you bought it how much? 18 naira. What would be the consumer surplus? 20. You understand the difference between this one? The difference, consumer surplus is what? Difference between the amount the consumer budgeted, which is 100 naira, and what? The amount he actually paid for, which is 80. So the difference between 100 and 80 is what? 20 naira. So this 20 is the what? Consumer surplus. Is that clear? And this is the graph that shows the consumer surplus. We have the price against what? Units consumed. This upper part is known as the what? Consumer surplus. Whereas this lower part is the what? Total expenditure. Once this is the market price, once you buy, every other thing up is the what? Consumer what? Surplus. Is that clear? So this line shows you the consumer budget line. The budget he made. Is that clear? And this single straight line shows you the what? Market price. I hope that is clear. Yes, we are going to be looking at the theory of supply. The theory of what? Supply. Previously, we learned about demand, isn't it? I would say that demand is what? The ability and willingness, isn't it? The ability and willingness to demand for or to ability and what? Yes, that is what demand is. You understand? You have to be what? Able and willing, isn't it? If you want something but you don't have the money to have it, is that demand? That is not demand. For you to make a demand, you have to be able and what? Willing to have something, isn't it? At a particular point in time and at a particular what? Price. That is demand.
But here we talk about supply. What is supply? Supply is the quantity of a commodity which a producer is willing and what? Able to offer. Not the one that he is willing to offer, but the one that is willing and what? Able to offer for sale at a particular price and at a particular what? Period of time. That is what supply is. Exactly. Demand is the one that you're willing and able to what? To buy, to have for yourself. Whereas supply is the one, the quantity of a what? Commodity which a producer is willing and what? Able to offer for sale at a particular what? Price and at a particular period of time. That is what? Supply. Supply is the quantity of a commodity which a producer is willing and able to offer for sale at a particular price and at a particular what? Period of time. That is what supply is. You understand? Say a producer of t-shirts like this one I'm wearing, a producer of it, you understand, is willing to bring 1,000 pieces for sale in the market. He's willing to bring 1,000 pieces. Is he making a supply of 1,000 pieces? Is he making a supply when he's willing? He's just willing to bring 1,000 pieces. He's not. But when he's willing and he's also what? Able, that means he already has it. He's ready to bring 1,000 pieces to the market so that people can come and buy. Then he's doing what? He's making what you call supply of what? 1,000 pieces of this shirt. So supply does not end at willing or wanting to supply, but it also includes wanting and what? Being what? Able, being able to bring it to the market. So when you talk about supply of petroleum products, we're talking about the amount of petroleum products that the petroleum product suppliers are willing to bring to the market. The ones that are already in the market that are now waiting for people to come and do what? Buy. That is what? Supply. Exactly. You cannot say that you have adequate supply of electricity when you don't have electricity for people to buy. You need to have it first, you understand? So that people who are willing to buy, who are willing to make demand, once they bring their money, you give it to them. That's when you can say that you can be able to do what? Make supply of, or make adequate supply of electricity. Is that clear? And supply is governed by a law known as the law of supply. It's governed by a law known as the what? The law of supply. And this law of supply simply states that all things being equal, the higher the price, the higher the quantity of a commodity that will be what? Supplied. The higher the price, the higher the quantity of a commodity that will be what? Supplied. That's what the law of supply says. Is that clear? Now, how do you explain this law? If I am a producer and I'm producing this shirt and I have another shirt like the one you're wearing, I'm also producing and supplying these two. You understand? If I'm making more money or the price on this shirt is 2,000, whereas the price on your own shirt is 100 naira, which one will I be willing to supply more? The one that costs 2,000 because I want to make more money, isn't it? So that's why the law says that the higher the price, the higher the quantity of a commodity that will be what? Supplied. Producers want to supply the quantity that they make more money in, isn't it? The money that you can pay the highest price to get. That's what they are willing to do, or supply. Is that clear? And that is why the law states that all things being equal, the higher the price, the higher the quantity of a commodity what that will be supplied. Is that clear? Producers always want to supply. They always supply more of the products that have the higher price. Another way you can state this law is by saying that the lower the price, the lower the quantity of the commodity that will be what? Supplied. Is that clear? If this shirt costs very low price, I will not be willing to bring more quantity. I will bring in less quantity for people to buy if I'm the producer of the shirt. Is that clear? And this law is often regarded as the second law of demand and supply. You know that demand and supply go hand in hand. The first law, which one is the first law of demand and supply? The law of demand, which states that the higher the price, the lower the quantity demanded. Is that so? Or the lower the price, the higher the quantity demanded. That's the first law of demand and supply. Whereas the second law of demand and supply is the law of supply, which states that all things being equal, the higher the price, the higher the quantity of the commodity that will be supplied. Is that clear? Is that clear? This whole thing, are they clear? First of all, say that supply is the what? Quantity of a commodity which a producer is willing and what? Able to offer for sale at a particular price and at a particular period of time. Is that clear? Thank you.
Then next we look at was
yes, just like we have demand schedule in economics, we have demand schedule, isn't it? I will say that demand schedule is it's a table that shows the relationship between quantity demanded and what? Price. Quantity of a commodity demanded and price. Any table that shows such relationship, call it what? Demand schedule. In the same way, we have what we call supply what? Schedule. Supply schedule. What is supply schedule? Supply schedule is also a table that shows the relationship between what? Price and quantity of a commodity supplied. Is that clear? Any table that shows this relationship between price and what? Quantity supplied is known as what? Supply schedule. And we say that as price increases, the commodity supply, the quantity of this commodity supply, quantity does what? Increases too. Isn't it? Unlike in demand, where the price increases as the quantity increases. But in supply, as the price increases, the quantity supply does what? Increases. So supply schedule is the table. Any table. Can you see this table? This is the supply schedule table. From this table, you can see that as the price decreases from 120 to 40, the quantity of bags of flour supply does what? Decrease too. Isn't it? And that is the law of supply. The law of supply says the lower the price, the lower the quantity what? Supply. Is that clear? So any table like this showing you the relationship between the price of a particular commodity, in this case a flour, bag of flour, and the quantity supply is known as what? Supply schedule. Any table showing you the relationship between price and quantity supply is known as what? Supply schedule. Is that clear? Is that clear? We have two types of supply schedule. We have what we call individual supply schedule and market supply schedule. Is that clear? This diagram is a diagram of individual supply schedule, whereas this one is a diagram of what? Market supply schedule. Can you see the difference? Individual supply schedule is telling you about the supply of one person. In this case, the name of the person is not written. You understand? But let's say Mr. Obi. You understand? He's a supplier. Or here, Abu. Abu is the name of the person that supplies this flour. Abu can supply 60 bags of flour at the price of what? 120 naira. He can supply 50 bags at the price of what? 100. This is a supply schedule for Mr. Abu. But here you have how many people? Mr. Toby, Mr. Edet, Mr. Musa. All of them supplying at different what? Prices. At this price, Mr. Toby can supply 60 bags at the price of 120. But at that same price of 120, Mr. Edet can supply what? 90. At that same price of 120, Mr. Musa can supply what? 80. So what is the total supply in the market? 220 at the price of what? 120. When the price reduces to 100, Mr. Toby can supply 50, Mr. Edet 80, Mr. Musa 60, giving a total supply of what? 190 at the price of what? 100. So this table is showing us the supply schedule for the supply ability of how many people? 3 people. And that's why we call it the what? Market supply schedule. It's not for one person. The one for one person, Mr. Abu, is known as what? Individual supply schedule. Is that clear? So what is individual supply schedule? Individual supply schedule shows different quantities of a commodity. Different quantities of a commodity which a producer offers for sale at a particular period of time at various prices. Which a producer, who is the producer for this individual schedule? Mr. Abu. You understand? So this schedule is showing all the different quantities that you can supply at various prices at a particular time. for an individual producer, which is Mr. Abu. Whereas market supply schedule is a schedule of all producers. All producers. These are all the producers, Mr. Toby, Mr. Edet, and Mr. Musa. Or all suppliers of a commodity in the what market. Which commodity are they supplying? Bag of what? Flour at these various prices. You understand? So this one is talking about many suppliers, whereas this one is talking about what? One supplier. So that's why we call this one that talks about one supplier, individual supply schedule. And the one that talks about many suppliers, we call it what? Market supply schedule. Is that clear? So we said already that supply is what? Supply schedule is a what? A table that shows the relationship between what? Quantity and what? Price. Is that clear? When it is for one person, we call it individual supply schedule. But when this table is for more than one person, Toby, Edet, Musa, we call it what? Market supply schedule. Is that clear? Thank you.
You said that the cost is equal to what? Cost of what?
Yes, we look at supply curve. Just like we have demand curve, we also have what? Supply curve. I will say that supply curve is a graph. A what? Graph that shows the relationship between price and what? Quantity of a commodity supplied. Is that clear? When we learned about demand curve, we say that demand curve is also a graph that shows the relationship between the quantity demanded and what? Price. But this time around we're talking about quantity supplied and what? Price. That is what supply curve is all about. A graph that shows, can you see this graph? This is a graph that shows the relationship between price and what? Quantity supply. You understand? That shows us that at the price of 20, the quantity supply is only 10. At the price of 40, the price quantity supply increased to what? 20. At the price of 60, the quantity supply increased to what? 30. So it's simply showing us that as the price increases, the quantity supply does what? Increases. Unlike the demand curve, the demand curve that is like this, which is negative. Supply curve is what? Like this, because as the price increases, the what? Quantity increases. But for demand, as the price increases, the quantity supply does what? The quantity demanded does what? Decreases. Is that clear? So supply curve is a graph showing the relationship between what? Price and what? Quantity supply. Is that clear? So this is an individual supply curve. You understand? Individual supply curve that shows the supply of Mr. Abu. You understand? Whereas this is a what? Market supply curve. Market supply curve that shows the total quantity supplied of different products by Mr. Edet, Mr. Musa, and Mr. Toby. Is it not? Their total quantity supply against their what? Price. Is that clear? So you have individual supply curve or what? Market supply curve. Is that clear? So you can actually derive the supply curve from what? From where? From the what? Where do you get the supply curve from? You get the supply curve from the what? Supply schedule that will land the other time. You understand? When you plot the table of a supply curve, you can get what? If you plot the table of a supply curve, if you plot the table of a supply schedule, you get the supply curve. Is that clear? So the supply curve is gotten from the what? Supply schedule. Understand? So you can put it is gotten by plotting a supply schedule. So what did we say that supply schedule is? A table, isn't it? That shows the relationship between price and quantity supplied. Whereas supply curve is a what? Graph showing the what? Relationship between price and what? Quantity supplied. Is that clear? Price and what? Quantity supplied. Yes, we are going to look at the factors affecting supply. What are those things that determine the quantity of a particular commodity that can be available in the market for individuals to come and buy. What are those things that can determine the amount of supply you want to make? If I'm a producer of this shirt, what are the things that will make me to produce more of this for people to buy? What are the things that will affect my producing this to bring it to the market? Number one is price. If the price of this my shirt increases, you see me, I will produce more and be pushing it to the market because I want to make more money, isn't it? So price affects the amount or the quantity of a commodity that can be done what? Supplied. Is that clear? If the price, I see that the price is crashing, it cannot even give me enough money to use in buying the raw material I use, will I still be producing? My supply will be very low. Is that clear? Now, level of technology. If I'm using mechanized farming, the quantity of apple or cassava that I can push into the market and the quantity of cassava that somebody that is using hoe and shovel to cultivate, which person will supply more? The person using technology, using what? Mechanized farming. And that's why Nigeria is encouraging people to go to farm, buy tractors and do more, because they want the supply of rice to be high so that people can see food to buy and eat. Is that clear? Number three, cost of production. If the cost of producing this shirt is too high, will I be producing it more? No, I will be discouraged. So the supply will be low. So cost of production affects what? Supply. Number three is government policy. Government policy affects supply greatly. Now you see that the government is encouraging agriculture. So people will go into agriculture and there will be more supply of food, is it not? If government policy does not encourage that, will people go into agriculture? No. Weather. During the rainy season, there is more cultivation and there is more supply, is it not? In places where they have good weather for a particular commodity like granite, you see them supplying more, is it not? So weather affects the quantity of supply. Taxation. Those things that government tax more, will people go and bring them to supply? No. If government is taxing more on Tokumbo cars, people will not go to buy Tokumbo. People will not bring it to Nigeria for people to buy. You understand? So suppliers will be what? Discouraged when there is high taxation. Number 7 is price of other commodities. If the price of other commodities are very high, you understand? You will want to bring in your own because people will buy your own more, isn't it? But if the price of other commodities are low, you might be discouraged to bring your own because people might not buy when you bring it at high price. Now, number of producers. If the number of producers for a given commodity is more, what will do to the supply? The supply will be more. If there are 1,000 people supplying this shirt, when you go to the market, this shirt will be plenty, isn't it? There will be more supply in the market. Natural disaster. Whenever there is natural disaster, there is less supply of materials, isn't it? Because natural disasters like earthquake, flooding, they destroy crops, isn't it? They can even destroy warehouses, isn't it? So it will reduce the supply of what? Commodities. So these are the factors that what affect supply. So you should be able to tell me whether these factors have a negative or positive impact on the number of commodity or the quantity of commodity supply. Is that clear? Thank you. Yes, lastly for today, we are going to be looking at the distinction between change in quantity supply and change in supply. Is that clear? Change in quantity supply is not the same thing as change in supply. Two of them are not the same thing. You understand? And it can easily be seen from their graphs. From their what? Graphs. This is a graph of change in quantity supply. Can you see it? It's only one curve. Is that clear? Only one curve. But this is a graph of what? Change, shift or change in what? Supply. You understand? Whenever you're talking about change in quantity supply, you're talking about movement from this point. Can you see this point? What is the implication of this point? At the price of 20, what is the quantity supply? 30. So it moved from this point to another point where at the price of 50, the quantity supply is what? 40. Is that clear? So movement on the curve. This is one curve, known as the what? The supply curve. If it moves from one point of the curve to another point, then we are having what we call change in quantity what? Supply. Because there is a change in quantity supply. The quantity supply here was what? 30. but it has changed to what? 40. Is that not clear? Quantity supply here is 30, quantity supply here is what? 40. Due to the changing what? Price. Is that clear? But here we have what we call shift or change in supply, which is the total movement of this supply curve. Can you see the supply curve here? It moved from one point to the what? Other. This total movement of the curve to another point. This is S2, supply curve 2. So here we have two supply curves, isn't it? Because there is a movement from this one to this one. But here there is only one supply curve, but there is a movement from one point on the curve to the what? Other. Is that clear? And that is the whole essence of the distinction between change in quantity supply and the change in what? Supply. Change in quantity supply is the movement from one point to another on a supply curve. Movement from one point to another on a what? Supply curve. And it could be increase or what? Decrease. Understand? It's either is increasing or is decreasing. But now we have what we call shift or change in supply, which is the shift of a supply curve to an entirely new position. This supply curve is shifting to an entirely new position, is it not? It's of two types. It could be what? Increase or what? Decrease. Is that clear? So whenever you have two supply curves, then we are talking about what? Shift or change in supply. But when you have one, you are talking about what? Change in quantity supply. Is that clear? So that is the main difference between change in quantity supply and change in supply. Here there is one curve. It is actually the movement from one point of the curve to the other. Whereas here there is total shift of the curve to a new entirely new position. Is that clear? Is that clear? Good. Yes, today we are going to be learning about elasticity of what? Supply. We have done elasticity of demand, isn't it? Elasticity simply means degree of responsiveness. How the quantity supplied responds to any changes in what? Price. Any changes in what? Price. You find out that if you were demanding for one shirt or 10 shirts, if you are demanding for 10 t-shirts, when the price of t-shirt is 100 naira, you demanded for how many? 10. If the price goes from 100 naira to 1000, will you still demand for 10? You will find out that your money will not be enough to afford 10 again. You might decide to be demanding for how many? 2. You understand? Because of the money you have. So there is always how you do what? Respond to any change in price. Once the price of any commodity changes, your demand for it does what? To change too. Isn't it? In that same way, the supply also changes when there is change in what? Price of the commodity. If you are supplying 1,000 pieces of something when the price is 1,000 naira, all of a sudden they tell you that the price is now 2,000. You want to supply more so that you make more gain, isn't it? Isn't it? So the degree of responsiveness, how you respond to changes in price with your supply, is what we know as what? Elasticity of what? Supply. Degree of responsiveness. Another way of putting degree of responsiveness is simply how you do what? Respond. How you do what? Respond to change in price. So what is elasticity of supply? Elasticity of supply is the what? Degree of responsiveness of what? Supply. So little changes in what? Price of the commodity. Whenever there is a change in the price of the commodity, you will change the amount of goods or commodity you do what? Supply. If you are supplying 10 when the price is 1,000 naira, when the price becomes 10,000, you want to supply more so that you make more profit, is it not? So how do you respond? Do you supply more or do you supply less? That is what we call what? Elasticity of what? Supply. How you supply whenever there is change in what? Price. How you do what? Supply whenever there is what? change in what? Price. Is that clear? So there are many various ways you can what? Respond. And one of them is what we call, you respond under the principle of what? Elastic supply. There are many of them. And that is what we caption when we say types of what? Price elasticity of what? Supply. Types. How do you supply? How do you respond to price changes? Is that clear? There are many ways. So number one is what we call elastic supply. Is that clear? Number one type of price elasticity of supply is what we call what? Elastic supply. So what happens here? In elastic supply, it occurs whenever a small change in price. When there is small change, they were selling something 10 naira, all of a sudden they change it to 9 naira. You see, there is not much change. When a small change in price leads to a greater change in quantity of what? Goods supply. They change the price from 10 naira to 9 naira. All of a sudden, you are supplying 10,000. You decide to supply only 1,000. You see, the change in price is very little, just from 10 naira to what? 9 naira. You're supposed to change your supply from 10,000 pieces to 9,000, but you change from 10,000 pieces to 1,000. That's greater change in supply. Whenever such thing occurs, you say that it's acting on what? Elastic supply. And another word for elastic supply is what we call what? Fairly elastic supply. You understand? Can you see the little change in price? Just from PO to what? P1. But change in quantity from key O to key what? 1. Can you see it? It's bigger. Can you see this space is bigger? You see, ba? Because of little change in price, you're having a what? Larger change in quantity supply. So in that case, you have what to call what? Elastic supply. You have what to call what? Elastic supply. So we are going to look at the number 2 type of elasticity of supply. It's very clever. Whenever little change in price brings about larger change in quantity, we call it what? Elastic supply. We'll call it what? Elastic. So let's look at the second one. Number 2 is what? Inelastic. So when does this occur? When So this is the second type of elasticity of supply. Is that clear? In the first one, we say that once there is a little change in price, there is large change in what? Quantity supply. But in this case, when there is a large change in price, there is what? Little or small change in quantity what? Supply. Is that clear? So inelastic supply occurs when a larger change in what? Price leads to a what? Small change in what? Quantity of goods supplied. So here elasticity, E simply means elasticity is equal to or less than what? 0, but greater than what? Is equal to or greater than 0, but less than what? 1. Is that clear? It is also called what? Fairly inelastic what? Supply. Elasticity is less than what? 0. Is that clear? So this you can see it from this diagram. PO, QO, P1, Q1. Look at the change in price. Is it large? It's very large. Compared to what it leads to change in quantity, it's very small, isn't it? So in such situation, we have what to call what? Inelastic supply. So write it down. Yes, we've looked at what we call fairly elastic supply, isn't it? Fairly elasticity. Now we're going to look at what we call unity or unitary. We looked at fairly elastic and what? Fairly inelastic, is it not? In fairly elastic, we say that little change in price causes large amount of change in quantity. Whereas in fairly inelastic, we say that what? Large change in price leads to what? Little or small change in quantity supplied. Now, in a situation where we have equal change in price, it leads to equal change in quantity supplied. Is that clear? If there is 1% change in price, there is also 1% change in quantity supply. When you have such situation, call it what? Unity elastic or unitary elastic supply. Is that clear? This happens when a change in price leads to an what? Equal change in quantity of goods supplied. Is that clear? They are equal. So that if you have 10 change in price, you also have what? 10 change in quantity supply. 10 divided by 10 is what? 1, is it not? So the elasticity here is equal to what? 1. Is that clear? So that is when we have what we call unity or what? Unitary elasticity. So how do you see it? Can you see P1 to P2? Can you see the distance between P1 and P2 is almost equal to the distance between what? Q1 and Q2. Is that clear? So you take note of this. Whenever you have the distance equal, then you know you're having what? Unity or what? Unitary elastic supply. Is that clear? And that brings us to the other type of elasticity of supply known as what? Perfectly what? Elastic or infinitely elastic what? Supply. When does this happen? This happens when a change in price brings about what? Infinite effect on the what? Quantity of goods supply. Just small change in price, quantity of supply infinitely, it goes without ending. Can you see it? This one is like this, so this one brings about it, this one brings about it, but this one is infinite. When you change the price from 10 naira to what? 11 naira. Now, instead of initial quantity they were supplying when the price was 10 naira, they were supplying 50 pieces of marker when the price is what? 10 naira. Now they went and made the price 11 naira. Exactly. The price now is 11 naira. So instead of supplying 50 pieces or 51 pieces, they are now supplying 1 million pieces because of just small change in price from 10 naira to what? 11 naira. At the price of 10 naira, they were supplying how many? 50 pieces. Then at the price of 11 naira, they are supposed to supply maybe 55 or 51. But now they are supplying how many? 1 million or 2 million. Just because of that 1 naira increase, people now say, hey, this thing is now yielding gain. Let's keep supplying it so that we can be selling and be making profit. You understand? The change or the difference in the quantity supply is so large. Then we have what we call what? Perfectly what? Elastic supply. Is that clear? Now we look at the last. Now we do what? We look at the last. And the last is what we call what? Perfectly in what? Inelastic. Or you can call it what? Zero what? Zero elastic what? Supply. This is the last form of elasticity of supply. When does this happen? When a change in price has no effect whatsoever on the quantity of goods supplied. Here, elasticity is equal to 0. How do you represent it in a graph? You have here as 0 and you have here as what? Price. And you have here as what? Quantity what? Supply. It goes like this. When there is what? QO S E is equal to 0. That is the representation. Pay attention. Can you see this situation? When a change in price has what? No effect whatsoever on the quantity of goods supplied. The price of this is 100 naira. And I'm the supplier. Because it's 100 naira, I'm supplying 50 pieces of it to the market so that people can buy, so that somebody like you can buy. Now there is a change in price of this from 100 naira to what? 200 naira. Is that clear? I'm still supplying 50 pieces. They change the price to 1,000 naira. You know I'm supposed to supply more so that I'll make more game. I still supply 50 pieces. I did not change the supply. You understand? No matter the change in price of this, I'm still supplying only what? 50 pieces. In that case, the kind of elasticity is what we call what? Perfectly inelastic. That means change in price does not affect the quantity supply. So that's why I say when the change in price has no effect whatsoever on the quantity of goods supplied, then we are having what we call what? Perfectly what? Inelastic. In that case, elasticity is equal to what? 0. And this is how you represent it in a graph. Is that clear? The quantity remains what? Constant. No matter the price. Even if the price moves from here to here, the quantity is still the same thing. Q0. It doesn't change from Q0. It remains. Is that clear? That is what we know as what? Perfectly what? Inelastic. Another word for perfectly inelastic supply is what? 0 elasticity of what? Supply. Is that clear? Write it down. Yes, we are going to look at the factors that affect elasticity of supply. What are those things that determine how you respond to changes in price? You understand? If you're a producer or you're a supplier, what are those things that determine how you will supply when there is little change in price? Is that clear? If you are the person that is making this marker, you understand, and all of a sudden there is a little change in price of this marker, or there is a large change from 10 naira to 20 naira, what are those factors that determine how you will either reduce the amount of goods you supply to the market or increase the amount? What are those things? Number one is what we call cost of production. Is that clear? you're using a very high cost to produce one pieces and all of a sudden there is change in price, you see that it will affect the amount you supply to the market, isn't it? So cost of production affects. Another thing is what we call nature of commodity. Nature of commodity. You know that there are some commodities that are called perishable goods and some are called non-perishable. Give me an example of a perishable commodity. Tomato. Example is what? Tomato. You are supplying tomato. Tomato, when you keep it small time, you don't spoil. No bien. Tomato spoils very easily. You understand? So when there is change in the when there is change in price of tomato, you understand? Tomato is not something that you leave in the warehouse for a very long time. If you say, I know the price don't increase, let me just supply very little. When the price increases, I will supply more. What will happen to that your tomato? It will spoil. When it spoil, you no go even make the 1 naira where you for make if you have supplied it even when there is change in price. You understand? So tomato is not something you go and say, hey, there is the price don't increase, make I leave am for warehouse. Later when the price increase, I will supply more. Will you do that? Now you go chop am if you keep am inside your warehouse. So you find out that even if the price is fluctuating, you'll be doing what? You'll be supplying it because of the nature. If you keep it in the warehouse, it will do what? Spoil. So you continue supplying. Another thing is what we call cost of storage. If the cost of storage is so high, there will be no need hoarding it, isn't it? If it costs you much to store, you want to, like now, if your goods lands in the wharf, you know there's a cost they call demurrage. The more you leave it in the wharf, they will be collecting money from you. So the best thing is for you to do what? Get it out and supply it to the market. Let people buy it. Is that clear? Yeah, another thing is what? Time. Time affects the what? Elasticity of supply. Time affects how you bring your commodity to the market. You understand? You have to consider time. If it takes too long, then you have problem with the gain you make. You understand? You have problem with meeting other challenges. Now we have what we call market discrimination and what? Availability of what? Storage facilities. If you don't have storage facilities, will you be holding your commodity and saying, I will wait on the price increases to supply? You will not. When you don't have storage facility, what do? You sell out. Is that clear? You sell out immediately. That's what you do. You sell out immediately. Theory of price determination. Theory of what? Price determination. How are the prices of goods determined? Is that clear? The price, one of the most important prices in Nigeria is the price of petroleum products. Is the price of what? The price of fuel. You find out that whenever there is an increment in the price of fuel, there could be riots. There could be what? Protest. You understand? People don't play with the price of fuel in Nigeria. It's very, very important to them. Because once there is increment in the price of fuel, you find out the prices of everything starts to do what? Increase. So how do we determine the price of fuel? Do we allow the government to say the price of fuel now is now 145 naira, it's now 60 naira, it's now 19 naira? How? Or do we allow the importers of fuel to import the fuel and sell at any time at their own prices, so that there will be what? Competition. If you're selling 100 naira, people will not buy from you. They will go and buy from the person selling what? 60 naira. How do we determine the price of fuel? How do we determine the price of other commodities? That is what we'll learn when we study what? The theory of what? Price determination. The theory of what? Price determination. How do you determine fuel? The price of fuel. How do you determine the price of yam? Economists tell us that the best way to determine the price of commodities is to let the natural forces of demand and supply, the natural market force, to determine the price. Is that clear? The natural what? Market force. That's the best way to determine price of commodities. You understand? let them be free to buy from the person selling the least amount. You see that everybody will go and be selling at that small price. You understand? If somebody is selling 100 naira and this other person is selling 150, and you're selling 50 naira, who would they be buying from? You that is selling 50. So you find out that all those people selling 100 and 150, they will reduce their prices to what? 50 naira. And that, what does that mean? That the price of that commodity that you're selling 50 naira is now what? 50 naira. Everybody will start selling 50 naira. Is that clear? It's not good for government to say this is the price you must sell. Let the market forces do what? Determine. And what is this market? What is market? Market is a point of contact, place, or any means of what? Communication. Where what? Whereby sellers and what? Buyers can do what? Communicate with one another. Any point where buyers and sellers can communicate. Is that clear? In order to do what? Exchange goods and what? Services at a what? Particular what? Price, which is determined by what? Market what? Forces. And I told you that market force simply means the forces of demand and supply. Market forces simply means what? Forces of what? Demand and supply. Give me an example of a market. Gogolada market. Example of market is where? Gogolada market. That's where we go to buy stuff now. If you go to Gogolada and somebody is selling small, just four tomato, 100 naira, whereas the other person is selling 20 or 25 pieces of tomato, 100 naira, who will you buy from? Good. And once everybody start noticing that that person is selling 20 pieces, 100 naira, is the person receiving all the customers, what will they do? All of them will start selling 20 pieces. How much? 100 naira. And now the price of tomato becomes what? 20 pieces for what? 100 naira. Can you see that? So the market forces is now determining the price of what? Tomatoes. Is that clear? So it's always good to allow market forces to do what? Determine the price of commodity. Is that very clear? Now what is price? This price that market forces is determining, what is it? What is price? Price is what? The amount of money expected or required or given in payment of what? Something. Any amount that is expected of something, or any amount that you pay, you make as a payment for something, is known as its what? Price. So if I buy this 100 naira, what is the price of a marker? 100 naira, because that's the amount you expect to pay. You understand? If you walk into a barber shop to have a haircut, and after having the haircut they collect 300 naira, what is the price of having a haircut? 300. That's the price. You understand? Any amount that you are expected to pay after a service is rendered, or after a good, or after goods are supplied to you, that amount is known as the what? It's known as the what? Is that clear? Is that very clear? So what determines this price is what? Is what? Market forces. And I tell you that market forces simply means the forces of what? Demand and what? Supply. Yes, we are going to look at price legislation and its what? Effects. We say that the best way to determine the price of a commodity is by letting the what? Market forces determine. Letting the forces of demand and what? Supply to determine. That's the best way to determine the price of a commodity. If you want to determine the price of this, the best way is to do what? Let the market determine. Let Mr. Olu buy and sell 10 naira, and let Mr. Adeboye sell 5 naira. You see that most people will go to who? Mr. Adeboye to buy, because he's selling 5 naira. And from there you see that Mr. Olu will now bring his price down to what? 5 naira. And then the price of this becomes what? 5 naira. Let the market forces demand and what? Supply. If they demand much for it because your price is low, you find out that most people will go to that your price and start selling. But there is another way of determining the price using what we call what? Price legislation. This is when government tries to fix the price of something and say you must sell at 1 naira. You find out that when you do that, some people that are supplying it, they will be angry. They might not want to bring it again to the market, and there will be shortage of this. Is that clear? There will be shortage. It's not good for there to be price legislation. But we'll find out that in some certain instances it will be good to do what? Price legislation. It's good for government to fix the price. Because if you leave people will put exorbitant prices that is not good. You understand? And that brings us to the course known as what? Price legislation. What does it mean? How does government fix price? Price legislation and what its effect? What does it cause whenever there is price legislation? What happens? Price legislation, also known as what? Price what? Control. You can as well call it what? Price control policy. It's either you call it price legislation or you call it what? Price control policy. You understand? You can call it price legislation or what? Price control policy. It is simply how the government or its what? Agencies. How the government or its agency does what? Fixes the price of what? Essential what? Commodities. All those commodities that you need very well, like electricity. Without electricity, you cannot stay in your house, isn't it? So electricity is an what? Essential what? Commodity. It is the duty of the government to do what? Fix the price. Because if you leave private organizations, they might just put a price that is so exorbitant that common man cannot afford. So mosquito and heat will be killing you in your house. You understand? So price legislation or price control policy is simply a way whereby the government fixes the prices of what? Essential what? Commodities. So what is the effect whenever government says that the price of this must be 10 naira, the price of this must be 20 naira? What does it happen to the economy? Number one, it encourages hoarding of what? Commodities by the wholesalers and what? Retailers. It encourages hoarding of commodities by the what? Wholesalers and retailers. Whenever government says that you must sell for 100 naira, and they know that if they sell for 100 naira, they will not make gain, what will they do? They will hoard the fuel in their filling station. They will come, they will say, okay, there is no fuel. They want you to go. When you find out that it's so scarce that you cannot get it anywhere, when you come now, they will tell you it's 200 naira. You say, okay, please give me, I need fuel. I have not had fuel since. You understand? It encourages what? Hoarding. Hoarding is a situation whereby a filling station has a fuel, but when a customer comes or when customers come, they will say we don't have. They are hoarding the what? Fuel, and it's bad. And you can hoard every other commodity. It's not only fuel that you can hoard. Is that clear? So hoarding can be done with several commodities. Number two, it encourages conditional sales of what? Products. Somebody wants to sell to you, it gives you condition, because the government has already fixed the price. It doesn't allow marketers to do whatever they want. You understand? So they will find a way of making gain. They must find a way. They will start giving conditions and other things. It discourages shortages and might result to queues and what? Racketeering. You understand? It encourages shortages actually, but in some cases it will discourage shortage, but do what? Encourage what? Queues and what? Racketeering. In a situation where the government forces the filling station that you must sell. If I come to your filling station and I dip your tank and I find out that you have fuel and you're not selling, I will close down your filling station. What would they do? They will start selling. Understand? But some people will not even buy the product at all. So any filling station that is selling, what will you see in that filling station? What will you see in the filling station that is selling when others are not selling? Long queue will be in that filling station. Is that clear? Another thing, it leads to what? Creation of what? Black market. You know what black market is now? Whenever there is shortage of fuel in this Abuja, you go from place to place, you see people that are selling black market. And you know what black market means? The prices, are they normal? Fuel that you would have bought 5,000, in black market they will sell it for almost what? 10,000. Because it's black market, it doesn't concern them. It took them very difficult time to get it, so they will put all the prices on top. Lastly, it leads to what? Excess demand and shortage in supply. Is that clear? When government is fixing price, suppliers will not want to supply that goods again. They will say, hey, we are not making profit in this thing, I will not supply again. So people will be demanding, but they will not see what to do, what buy. There will be less supply, so there will be what? Shortage in the market. Is that clear? That's why it's always good for government to Forget about fixing price. Leave it for the forces of what? Demand and what? Supply. Leave it for the market forces to determine the prices of what? Commodities. Is that clear? Is that clear? Thank you.
Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at the concepts of total, average, and marginal productivity. We are going to be looking at what? The concept of total, average, and what? Marginal productivity. What is productivity? Read it. What is productivity? Productivity. That is the quantity of something that is produced, manufactured, isn't it? If somebody says that you have very high productivity, that means you're making output, you're producing plenty things, isn't it? You understand? So now, what is total productivity? Total productivity, TP, is that clear? Is the total quantity of commodities produced at a particular what? Time, as a result of the combination of all the factors of what? Production. Before you can produce, you have to bring out the factors of production. You have to bring them together, is it not? So what are those factors of production? Those things that you need for you to produce. What are those factors of production? Labor. What other factor of production? Capital. What other factor of production? Land. And what? Entrepreneur. Those are the 4 factors of production, isn't it? Land, labor, capital, and what? Entrepreneur. Land are the natural resources, including the land that you need. Without land, can you start producing? You need a space, a land, isn't it? And you need the natural resources that you use in working, isn't it? Now, labor is the human resources, isn't it? The human beings that work in the factory where you're producing. Without human beings, can you work? So you need labor. So that's why it's a factor of production. Capital is the money and those little things that you need, those assets. Without money and without machines, can you work? So you see that capital is a factor of production. Then lastly, entrepreneur. Well, who are the entrepreneurs? The managers, isn't it? The people that bring out the money and everything. The people that tell you this is how you have to do, this is what you have to do, this is the number of labor you need in this factory for us to make gain. You see the factors of production? Yes. So when you bring them together, the quantity of commodity that you are able to produce, when you bring them together, the quantity of commodity that you are able to produce, when you bring all these factors of production, which are what? Land, labor, capital, and what? Entrepreneur. When you bring these quantity factors together, the quantity of the commodity that you are able to produce at a particular point in time is what we call what? Total productivity. Exactly. If you produce high, 1,000, that means your productivity is high. Or if you produce very little, 10, that means your productivity is what? Low. Productivity is the output that you can give at every particular point in time, having brought the factors of production together. Is that clear? And it's given by the formula average productivity times labor. That's how you get it. So Jamb might give you a calculation like this. They will say if 40 men were employed in a farm and they produce an average of 20 tons of cassava per person, calculate the total productivity. Very simple. Total productivity is given as what? Average productivity times what? Labor. So what is the average productivity of the 40 men? 20 tons. That's what all of them produce on the average, 20 tons. So average productivity times what? Labor. How many people? 40 men, isn't it? 40. So 20 times 40 gives you what? 800 tons. That's the total productivity. Is that clear? Now we look at what we call average productivity. Average productivity. What is average productivity? Average productivity is the output per person. What one person can do. Is that clear? If you people are 50 here, and you people, 50 of you produce 100 tons. How many tons can one person do? If 50 people did 100 tons, how many tons do you think that one person can do? 50 people produce 100 tons. If you people were 50 and you were able to produce 100 tons of cassava, then if you're one person, how many tons can one person produce? Huh? No. One person can do 2 tons, isn't it? If one person do 2, 50 of them will give 50 times 2, which is 100. You understand? So the average is what? 2. And that is what we want to learn here. Average productivity. Average productivity is the output per unit of the variable factor. And the variable factor is normally level, isn't it? Or capital, employed. So AP is normally total productivity, TP, all over what? Number of what? Level. So let's say they told you that the total productivity of a group of people, say 40 people, 40 men, is 800. What is average productivity is what? Total productivity all over what? Number of level or number of capital, is it not? That's what the formula here says. Now they told you that the total productivity is what? 800 tons. And that 800 was done by how many people? 40 men, which is levels. So what would be the average productivity? 800 over 40. Cancel here. 20, isn't it? Can you see that it has resulted to this back to 20? Which is the average productivity here. You see that? So this formula and this formula relate. AP is equal to TP over L. It's the same thing as saying TP is equal to AP times L. Is it not? In your mathematics, you know that if you make AP the subject, this one will go over here and it will be under. So it will now be what? TP all over what? Level equal to what? AP. This formula and this formula are the same thing. You just made AP the subject of the formula. Isn't it? So now we are going to look at another example. We are going to look at another example, and it says, if 3,000 tons of cassava were produced, they are harvested by 60 men on daily basis. Calculate their average output. Example, if 6,000 tons of cassava was harvested by 30 men daily, what is the average productivity? You can solve that for me. Very simple. Solve it. Solve this problem for me before we enter marginal productivity. You can solve that one for me. You can solve that one for me. You can solve this. What's the average distance? The average productivity MP is equal to what? Total what? Productivity all over what? Level or what? Capital, isn't it? So we have total productivity is what? 6,000 all over. Level, not capital this time, is what? Cancel here, 200, isn't it? So the average productivity in a day is 200 what? Tons, isn't it? Now, marginal productivity is the addition to the total productivity. When you have the total productivity, say 60,000. You understand? In a farm, you have 40 people producing 60,000 every day. Tons. You understand? All of a sudden, you add extra person, like 2 people more. You see that it will no longer be 60,000 that they will produce because of those extra 2 men you added. So that small increase, let's say that they are producing 60,200. That small 200 is what we call what? Marginal what? Productivity. That extra addition production. You understand? So we say that marginal productivity is the addition to the total productivity or output brought about as a result of what? Employment of an additional unit of what? A variable factor. And I told us that the variable factors of production are labor and what? Capital. So if you add extra labor, let's say 2 men, or you add extra capital, let's say 20,000 naira to the money you use in the daily work, you see that you produce more. You understand? So that's more that is added to your total output is what we call what? Marginal productivity. And the formula to calculate it is change in total productivity all over or change in variable factors. So let's say that when you had 40 men, you were producing how many? How many tons? 60,000 tons. Now instead of having 40 men, you added 3 more men, 3 more 50 men. So you now have what? 40 what? 43 men. And because you added this, you are now able to get 60,100 what? Tons. So calculate the marginal productivity for me. Can you calculate the marginal productivity? Marginal productivity is simply change in TP. So what is the change in total productivity? It will be what? 61 all over minus what? 6,000. That's the change. Because it was 6,000 before, now it's 6,100. So the change, the small change is how many? 100, isn't it? Change in the variable factor. What's the variable factor? 43 minus what? 40. So what's the change in total productivity? What's the change? 100, isn't it? And what's the change in the variable factor? 3. So what is the variable distance? It will be what? 33.333 something. 100 over 3 is what? That's the answer. So write this, write it exactly the way I've written it so that you understand it when you read it. Thank you.
Right? There will be increase in kinetic energy.
Everybody pay attention. Stop writing.
That's the energy that is required for movements.
Hello class, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at population. We are going to be looking at what? Population. Population. What is population? Population is the total number of people living in a given geographical area at a particular time. Is that clear? The total number of people living in a given geographical area at a particular time. This geographical area could be country, it could be continent, it could be what? State. So you can be talking about the population of the whole of Africa, that is continent, is it not? Population of the whole of Nigeria, that is what? Country. Population of the whole of Anambra or Imo or Adamawa, that is what? Population of a what? State. Population of total number of people in Lokoja, that is town, isn't it? A city. So whenever you ask their population, you're asking us the what? The total number of people in that particular state or country or local government at a particular what? Time. Why is it at a particular time? Because the population of Nigeria in 2000 is not the same as the population of Nigeria now. In 2000, the population of Nigeria is 1,117,000,000 plus. But now they are telling us that population in Nigeria is up to 140 to 160 million, is it not? Why? Because people continue to give birth to young people, is it not? So population continues to do what? Grow. Is that clear? Is that clear? So population is the total number of people living in a geographical area at a particular time. And as at 2000, as at the year 2000, it is believed that the population of the whole world is 6.25 billion. 6.25 billion. And the country with the highest population is the country known as what? China. And China has a population of what? 1.3 billion. Out of the 6 point something, only China has 1.3 billion, not million, billion. Then after China, we have a country known as what? India. India has a population of what? 1 billion. After India, we have what? USA. USA, the population does not reach 1 billion, but it's in the regions of what? Million. But this is how many? 276 million, 276. 261 million. Then Indonesia is 219,267 million. The most populated country in Africa is what? Nigeria, with a population of what? 117 million. Is that clear? So Jamb will ask you, which of the following country has the highest population? Which one? China. Which of the following country is the most populous country in Africa? What? So if we have a rough sketch of the world, here is where we have the word Africa. And here is why we have the North America and what? South America. We have China and the other Asia. Is it not? So we find out that the Asia that has China and India, they have the highest what? Population. But the two of them, their combined population is almost half of the population of the world. You understand? The population of only China and India is almost half of the population of the rest of the world. That's why in China, their government gave them instruction that everybody must be having how many kids? 1. Their population is so big that they ask them to be bearing only one child. Just one. You understand? They will force you to have only one child, don't have plenty. So that's what I heard, that they told them to be having only one child. One child. Please complete this. Yes.
In South America is Brazil national.
South America, we have Brazil, we have Argentina, we have what about Belgium? There are plenty there. They have Chile, they have Ecuador, they have Paraguay, they have Uruguay. All of them are in South America. Is that clear? So copy it down. Yes.
Madagascar is.
Yeah, Madagascar is somewhere here in Africa. You understand? Madagascar. No, don't say that thing in our class. Okay. Can I clean up? Please write so that I can clean up. You've written it down. Now we are going to look at another thing known as population census.
Known as what?
Population census.
Do you know what they call population census?
Yes.
What is it?
Head-to-head
Count, ba?
Yes.
For you to know the population, you must have what we call population what? Census. That's how you know the population. When you count, is it not? When you count. So what is population census class? Population what? Census. It is the head count of all nationals of a country. It is the what?
Head count.
Head
All
count
nationals.
of all national. What do you mean by national? Indigenous or people that are staying in that country, right?
Yes.
All nationals of a what? Country, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
At a particular what?
At a particular point in time.
Good. The census we have in 2000, the result that it will produce, is it the same result that the one we have in 2010 will produce?
No, sir.
Some vary, right?
Yes, sir.
So that is where we are going to start population census head count in the next class. Census always happens after 10 years. Is that clear? Take note. Census happens after what?
10 years.
Every what? 10 years. Happens after. So let's stop there. To count another one. Well, I don't have that information, but if I verify it, I'll let you know. Is that clear?
Yes.
Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at characteristics of good census. We said that census is the actual numerical count of the number of people or the number of nationals that are residing in a given country. When you go to any country, you have people that are living there. So when you take the head count, you count them one by one to know the total number. Like in Nigeria here, we believe that we are, from the last estimation, we are about 140 million. By now, it should be around 180 million. So when you do the actual head count to know the actual number, not estimation, then you're doing what we call census. So what are the characteristics of good census? How do you know that this census is done the right way? And people can say that this census is credible. They can accept the number. If they say it's 200 million, we say yes, it's actually 200 million. It's not an overcount, it's not an undercount. How do you know a good census? Number one, it must be conducted by the government of the place where the census is taken. If you're talking about census of Nigeria, it has to be organized by the government of Nigeria. When monitored, it's not going to be arranged by some government of some place. It has to be Nigeria conducting the census of Nigeria. We are talking about census of Ghana. It has to be the Ghanaian government conducting it. Now, it must be conducted at the same time, simultaneously throughout the country. Census has to be conducted at the same time, simultaneously throughout the country. You're not going to be conducting the census of Kano on Sunday and you're doing that of Lagos on Thursday. It doesn't work that way. If you're taking census of the whole country, do it simultaneously. You're starting on Monday in Kano as well as in Lagos, in Anambra, in Port Harcourt, in River State, everywhere at the same time. It must be done at a regular interval. 10 years in Nigeria we had, it must be done at a regular interval. You do census normally after every 10 years. Census is normally conducted after every 10 years. That should allow for proper preparation and good results. It must involve physical counting of people rather than by proxy. It must involve physical counting of people rather than by proxy. You cannot go to a house to take the head count for the people in the house and you say you're counting Ada, Obi, and they will not tell you that Richard had gone to work. No. Richard has to be there. Take the counting for the people that are physically there. It has to be physical. It doesn't have to be by proxy. Somebody doesn't have to represent somebody. Take the physical count. It must involve experts who are of high integrity. Whenever you're doing census, you have to get the services of experts, people that understand what it means to get census, people that know how to do the work. people that know what is expected of census, people that will pick the right information. Census data can be used in national planning and in many other things, in budgeting. So it has to be done by people that really understand what census is all about. So these are the characteristics of good census. Every census has to be done on physical individuals. You don't go and overcount. Do it the right way. It has to be done by experts. It has to be done after every maybe 10 years interval, mostly. It has to be conducted by the government of the place, and it has to be done genuinely. So when this is done, then you know that you're having a good census. Thank you. We're gonna stop here, continue much later. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at national income. National income. Whenever you hear the word national income, it simply means the income of a nation. National income. Nigeria's income, Turkey's income, USA income, Ghana's income, national income, the income of a nation. How do you measure this national income? This national income is actually the total monetary value of all the goods and services produced by that very nation over a period of time, say a year. And it is comprising of the income of individuals, plus the income of business organizations, plus the income of the government. So when you add up these three income, you have what we call the national income. So the national income is simply the total income earned, and it's actually the income of individuals, plus income of business organizations, plus income of government. So this national income accounting is the way of computing the money value of the total volume of goods and services, all the goods and services produced, or the total income earned in a given country over a period of time, say a year. So whenever you calculate this total income earned by all the individuals, all the business organizations, and the government of a particular country over a year, call it national income. There are many ways you can measure this national income, and you can use what we call the gross domestic product, GDP, gross domestic. Whenever you hear that word domestic, gross domestic, simply means all the money earned in the country without the money earned by the citizens of the country abroad, just the one earned in the country. So it is actually the total monetary value of all the goods and services produced over a year in the country, excluding the one earned by the citizens of the country abroad. That is gross domestic product. All the goods and services produced in a country over a year, excluding the one done by its citizens abroad. Then another way of measuring is the gross national product, which is the monetary or the money value of all the goods and services produced by the citizens of a country, both in that country and the one the citizens were able to do abroad. So you can see that GNP is actually GDP plus net income from abroad. So gross national product, GNP, is gross domestic product plus the income of the citizens of the country that they made abroad. And this GDP is actually used to measure the rate of growth of the economy. If you want to measure the rate of growth of the economy, say the Nigerian economy, you need to calculate our GDP. So in subsequent classes, we are going to be learning how to calculate the GDP, how to calculate the gross national product in order to estimate our national income. So these are the ways we can use in estimating national income, by checking the gross domestic product, GDP, or the gross national product. So these are the major national income concepts. So for you to check the national income, you can actually compute the GDP or the GNP. We also look at per capita income and other ones. So thank you. If you like this video, click on the subscribe button, like and share this our video. Thank you. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at other ways of measuring the national income. In the previous classes, we looked at the GDP, the gross domestic product, which is actually the money value of the total goods and services produced in a country by the citizen inside the country, excluding the one that is done by the citizen outside the country, citizens outside the country. And we looked at gross national product, which is actually the money value of the total volume of production of goods and services done by the citizens of the country, both inside the country and abroad. So today we're going to be looking at per capita income, national income, personal income, and other things. So let's start with per capita income. Per capita income is simply the average income of individuals in a country, and you can actually compute it by saying the national income
Divided by the population.
divided by the population of the country. So we say that the per capita income is the average income of individuals in a given period of time. Usually it is calculated, within a year, it is calculated by saying national income for the year, let's say year 2000, all over population for the year 2000. So that is how you calculate the per capita income. It simply shows you the amount of money that the individuals or citizens of a country are getting. Now, personal income is the amount of money received by individuals or households over a period of time. Personal income, like the money that your dad earns in the house, is his personal income. So that personal income of your dad could also be interpreted as the personal income of the whole household if your dad is the only person working. So personal income is the amount of money received by individual or household over a period of time. Now we talk about national income. I've already said before, that was the first one we said, is the money value of the total volume of goods and services, or the total income earned in a given country over a period of time, say a year. And we also have what we call the net national product, NNP. National income is NI. Net national product, NNP, is the money value of the total volume of production. So net national product is always talking about production, and it is calculated when you've already taken care of the depreciation in the gross national product. Now, per capita income is simply NI, which is national income for a particular year all over the total population for that year. Now, we also look at the real income. What is the real income? Whenever you calculate the amount of money earned by individuals in terms of what it can buy, in terms of price, we call it real income. Whereas disposable income is the amount of money left to an individual or household for spending and savings after deduction of personal income tax. So once you deduct the personal income tax from the personal income, you have what we call the disposable income that you can use now in buying things, because you have to pay your tax after you've earned. Then what is left, you can use it for your personal expenses and expenditures. Exactly. So if you like this video, please click on the subscribe button, like, share our videos, follow us on YouTube and Twitter. Thanks for your support. Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at a very important economics course known as market structures. Market structures. What is a market? A market is a point of contact or a place or any means of communication whereby buyers and sellers meet to exchange goods and services at prices that is determined by the market forces. So market is any place or any point or any means of communication. It mustn't be a place like Gobalada market or Wuse market or Gariki market. All those places are markets. But market can also be through phone. When you call somebody, you understand. It can also be through internet, like people that buy things through Konga and through Konga,
Jumia.
through Jumia, through Gigi.com, through OLX. You understand? All those things are marketplaces. It could be in the internet, it could be anywhere. What is important is that there must be a buyer and there must be a what? Seller. You understand? And two of them must be exchanging what? Goods and what? Services. When you go to Gobalada market or Wuse market, You go there, you see buyers, you see sellers. You understand? The buyers, they pay money to the sellers and get goods and goods, isn't it? They can pay somebody, a truck pusher, for their services, isn't it? To carry something from one place to the other. So you pay for goods and services in a market. And this market can be classified based on three things. You can classify markets based on the type of commodity that is being sold there. In this case, you have what we call money markets, where you can borrow short-term loan. You have capital market, where you can borrow or give out long-term loans. You have foreign exchange market, where you can buy currencies. You have
labor market,
where you can buy people to work for you, where you can get people that work for you. You have stock exchange, where you can buy shares. Also, you can classify market based on the channel of distribution of the goods, where you have retail, people that are selling in small quantities. Then we have what we call wholesale, people that are selling in large quantities for few products. For retail people, they sell in small quantities, but they have a variety of products. Then also you can classify market based on the price, where you have what we call perfect and what imperfect market. So that brings us to the note. A market is a point of contact, place, or any means of communication whereby sellers and buyers can communicate with one another to exchange goods and services at prices determined by the word market forces. Whenever you hear this word market forces simply mean the forces of demand and what? Supply. If I have only this shirt, I have this shirt just like only 10 in Gariki market, and plenty people are demanding for it. Because of the large demand and the supply is limited at 10, I can decide to increase the price. If I was selling 2K, I can decide to be selling 5K. So the prices are determined by the market forces, which is demand, and depending on the demand and the supply of such commodities. So types of market, you can classify market based on the commodities that is being sold in the market, or based on the channel of distribution, or based on the prices. If you're classifying based on prices, we have perfect and imperfect market. If you're classifying based on the channel of distribution, we have wholesale and retail market. But if you are classifying based on commodity, the type, what is being sold, what is the item that is sold, you have money market. And money market is where you have something, you can borrow money, you can get money for your finance, but it's short term. Unlike capital, you can get a huge amount of money, over $1 million term range. Then you have consumer goods, where you buy clothes, like popular market, that's consumer goods. You have primary product market, where you buy raw materials that you can use in making finished goods. You have factor market, where you buy factors of production. You have foreign exchange market, where you buy foreign currencies and the rest. You have labor market, where you can get people that work for you. Then you have stock exchange market, where you can buy shares. So this is a brief treatment of market structures. In subsequent classes, we'll be looking critically at market, imperfect market and imperfect market. Please, if you like this our video, click on the subscribe button, like our video, share it, support us in any way that you can. Thank you and God bless you. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be looking at the different classifications of markets based on prices, based on who determines the price, based on whether buyers and sellers can determine the prices of commodities. Now, we have what we call perfect and imperfect markets. In a perfect market, buyers and sellers, they don't have influence on the price of the commodity. But in an imperfect market, the buyers and sellers influence the price of the commodity. Now, what are those conditions that are necessary for you to have a perfect market where buyers and sellers cannot influence the price? Number one, there has to be what we call free entry and free exit from the market, so that there will be enough buyers and enough sellers. So if there are enough buyers or enough sellers, a buyer or a seller cannot say, I must sell this thing 2,000. If you say you're selling it 2,000, I'll go to the next shop and buy for 500. You understand? So the prices will just be determined by the normal forces of demand and supply, normal market force, and not by the buyer or the seller. Another condition is that there should be large number of buyers and what sellers. When you go to market and plenty people are selling this book, you can buy from anybody. So a seller cannot tell you that since I'm selling this, my own is so special, I'm selling it so high. He cannot determine the price because there are plenty buyers and sellers. When the goods are portable, very, very important, it's easier to transfer. People can easily sell it. People can be in the business. Because once many people are in the business, then buyers and sellers cannot easily determine the price. The price will always be determined by the normal market forces of demand and supply. So now we have conditions necessary for perfect market. First of all, a perfect market is a market in which buyers or sellers cannot influence the prices of goods and services. It is also called a competitive market or perfect competition. The conditions that are necessary for us to have a perfect market are: one, homogeneous goods. When you have the same goods, everybody is selling fish. You can buy from anybody, so the sellers cannot determine the price. Homogeneous goods, free entry and exit from the market. People can easily get into the market, so there is enough product. Large number of buyers and sellers. Nobody will tell you that price must be this. No preferential treatment. If it's an open market, no preferential treatment. Perfect knowledge of the market. When people have perfect knowledge of the market, you cannot easily tell them that you must pay 10,000. Because they have knowledge, they will say there is another place I know about that I can get it for 5,000. Common price, when the prices are the same, so nobody can fix the price. If everybody knows that the price of a 60-leaf booklet is 14 naira, nobody will come and tell you that he's selling it, because you know that it has a common price. Portable goods makes it easy for people to work in the market, to do business with. Easy transfers of factors of production. So all these are conditions necessary for perfect market. Now, imperfect market is a market in which prices of goods and services can easily be influenced. Here, the prices of goods and services can easily be influenced by sellers or buyers. It is also called imperfect competition. And the conditions necessary for an imperfect market is just the opposite of the one that are necessary for a perfect market. So what are the conditions necessary for imperfect market? Number one, non-homogeneous goods, or you say heterogeneous goods. Non-free entry and free exit. None or small number of buyers and sellers. Preferential treatment. None or no perfect knowledge of the market. No common price for the goods. Non-portable goods. No easy transfer of factors of production. So the opposite of all these conditions are the conditions for imperfect market. Now, what are the types of imperfect markets? The imperfect markets that we have where the seller or the buyer determines the price of commodities. The example is what we call monopoly. Another example is monopolistic competition. We also have what we call duopoly, and we have oligopoly and monopoly. Now we're going to take the definitions of all these imperfect markets one by one. When you talk about monopoly, you're talking about an imperfect market where there is only one seller of a commodity. So that one seller, since I'm the only person selling wristwatch, I can wake up one day and decide that the price of wristwatch is 20,000, 30,000, and nobody will, because it's only me that is selling it. So such thing we call it monopoly. Monopoly is not encouraged because it makes people will just start doing anyhow they want. Now we have what we call monopolistic competition. Monopolistic competition, here there are different sellers or producers of a commodity. Different sellers or producers of different commodities. They are plenty, they are producing, but they are producing different things. So one person's product is not a substitute for the other person. So it's almost like a monopoly, because there are many producers or many sellers, but they are selling different things, not the same thing. So we call it monopolistic competition. Now what there's duopoly. Duopoly is when there are just two producers or sellers of a commodity. You know, since they are just two, they can easily inflate the price of it. Then we have what we call oligopoly. Oligopoly is when there are few. They are not one, they are not two, but they are few, maybe like 5 producers of a particular commodity. Now, monopsony is when there is only one buyer. Yeah, we're talking about sellers and producers, but in monopsony, we're talking about the what? Buyer. Only one buyer of a commodity. So that buyer, since he's the only person that can buy from you, he can decide to reduce the price to the price minimum because he thinks that no other person can buy from him. The only person that can, so better reduce the price for him. So he will start doing something that might not be good for the seller. So monopsony is bad as much as monopoly is bad. So imperfect market is always good to discourage imperfect market. It's always good to have perfect market so that the prices will be minimal and be very good. Thank you. If you like this our lecture, click on the subscribe button, like our video, share it, support us in any way that you can. Thank you and God bless.
Hello, welcome. Today we're going to be looking at natural resources in Nigeria. Today we're going to be looking at what? Natural resources in Nigeria. What are natural resources? Natural resources are those materials, you understand, that are deposited on the natural forms of maybe the rocks, the sea, you understand, that are of economic importance, that are of economic what? Importance. Example of natural resources is the crude oil or petroleum. The crude oil or petroleum is the main natural resources that is of big economic importance to Nigeria. Nigeria derives most of its revenue from petroleum. Is that clear? But petroleum is not the only natural resources. So Jamb is going to ask you, which of the following is not a natural resources that is of economic importance to Nigeria? They will write petroleum, they will write coal, they will write limestone, and they will write uranium. What is the answer? Uranium. Because apart from petroleum, there are other natural resources in Nigeria. And they are what? Coal, iron ore, limestone, tin and columbite, lead and zinc. Is that clear? If you go to Enugu, you see very large deposit of coal. You can use coal for energy supply. Is that clear? So these are other natural resources. Now, very importantly, we are supposed to look at the historical development of petroleum industry in Nigeria. Historical development of what? Petroleum industry in Nigeria. How was petroleum discovered in Nigeria? Where is the state that the first oil was discovered in Nigeria? And here we have that the first attempt made towards oil exploration was in 1908 by a German company called Botman Corporation. This was closely followed by in 1937 by Shell de Harry, an Anglo-Dutch company. By 1956, very important, take note of 1956, take note of what? 1956. Shell BP, also take note of Shell BP, take note of what? Shell BP economically produced petroleum in Niger Delta in a place known as what? Known as where? Oloibiri, in the modern River State. Is that clear? So whenever you're talking about the exploration or the starting of exploration of petroleum in Nigeria, you must make mention of Oloibiri. Is that clear? Jamb will ask you, which of the following towns is where oil was discovered in Nigeria? What's the name of the town? What is the name of the town? What year? 1956. By which company? You understand? Those are just the facts that you're supposed to know, and those are what will come out in Jamb. Those are what will do what? They are going to give you options, Oloibiri. They are going to give you Okene. They are going to give you Kanu, and they are going to give you Umuahia. So what will be the answer? Oloibiri. They are going to give you 1935, 1956, and 1987. What would be the answer? They are going to give you Chevron, Ajib, AP, and they're going to give you Shell BP. What would be the answer? So with that, you can be able to answer every question from this in Jamb, isn't it? Now we look at the positive contribution of petroleum to the economy of Nigeria. What and what are we using petroleum to enjoy? Because we have petrol. Most of the money that Nigeria is having that they are using to pay salary, they do everything, is because we are selling our petroleum products to countries like the USA, Britain, Germany, and other countries. Is that clear? That's how we generate our internal revenue, our revenue actually. So number one is that it's a source of government revenue. It's a source of government what? Revenue is another word I use for income on a large scale. Is that clear? If it is for you, they will say your income. But if it's for government, they will say government's what? Revenue. They will say government's what? Revenue means the total money that they are getting, so that they can use it to solve their problem. Now, generation of employment. Generation of what? Employment. People are working in NNPCs, you know, and they are getting paid. People are working in our ports where our oil is being transported from, is it not? And they are getting paid. So because of our petroleum, there is job. Whenever you hear employment, employment simply means job, is it not? Now, infrastructural development, if you go to where all these oil companies are, you see that their roads are very well done. They even build schools and build other things. Source of foreign exchange. How do we make our foreign exchange? By selling our oil. We get dollars, we get any currency that we want, is it not? Oil related industries. Anywhere there is oil, you see industries like plastic or plastic companies, you understand? Because those things that they use in doing plastics, they are gotten from oil, is that clear? Byproducts of oil production. Standard, it improves the standard of living. If you go to countries like Saudi Arabia, have you heard about Saudi Arabia? Have you heard about Qatar? These people have plenty oil and they are managing their economy very well. So everybody there is very comfortable. Unlike in Nigeria, we have oil, but we are most of us are suffering. You know the reason why? Osa, tell me the reason why we have oil and we are still suffering in Nigeria. Huh?
Government.
Bad governance, bad governance. That's why we are suffering. Source of energy. Petroleum products gives us energy. You can use either petrol. You can use it in gas plants to produce energy. Have you written subheading and have you mentioned all these natural subheading other natural resources in Nigeria? Number one is what? Coal. Number two is what? Iron ore. Number three is what? Limestone. Number four is what? Tin and columbite. Number five is what? Lead and zinc. Please give me cleaner. Now let's look at the negative contributions. Let's look at what? Let's look at what? Class, let's look at what? Negative contributions of oil exploration. We've looked at the positive contribution, isn't it? But do you know that oil has negative contribution? Kosa, please be careful. Kosa, do you know that oil and gas has negative contribution to our environment? Give me one example. Environmental what? Environmental what? Pollution, as well as disaster too, you understand? Have you heard about oil spillage? Have you heard about oil spillage?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
You've heard about oil spillage? So when oil spills, it destroys the fishes. If it spills into water, you understand? It destroys the aquatic life. If it spills into our sand will not be productive. Very important. Number two, rural urban migration. Kosa, tell me what rural urban migration is. It's very simple.
Village people moving to the cities.
Many people moving to the what?
Cities.
good. Many people moving to the what? Cities. Everybody wants to go to where the oil is, so that because they know that the oil workers are paid very well. You understand? They leave the village. Nobody will be cultivating our farms there. So we are having problem because of that. So they migrate from the village to the what? Urban areas. Number 3, modern economy. Because of our oil gives Nigeria large amount of money. Everybody wants to be in the oil sector. Nigeria is only fighting to develop the oil sector and leaving the other sectors like agriculture that can give us more employment. Increase social vices or increase things like corruption. Because of the huge amount of money we are getting from oil, you see our politicians stealing our money. You see our politicians doing what? Stealing our money. Is that clear? So those are the things you can find. Now, who can tell me the major companies that are involved in management of our petroleum in Nigeria? What is the major company that is involved in management of our petroleum resources? NN what? NN what? Very, very important. NNPC is the major company that is involved. Who can tell me the full meaning of NNPC? What?
Nigeria National Petroleum
Nigeria
Company.
National Petroleum. Is it company or corporation? Is it company or corporation?
Company.
Corporation. That is NNPC. You understand? They are the people that are in charge in managing our petroleum resources and helping us to make a whole lot of money from it. Isn't it? Isn't it? This NNPC was established in 1977. NNPC was established when? 1977. And they are the people that are in charge of our what? Petroleum. They are the people that are in charge of our what? Petroleum resources. And I say that NNPC simply means what? Nigeria National Petroleum Corporation. Is that clear? Now there is another body that is in charge of petroleum in the world. I mean in some states in Africa. What is that company? What is that one? OPEC. And the full meaning is what? Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. Organization of Petroleum Exporting what? Write it. Very, very important. You need to get it down. Those two companies are very important. Those two corporations, NNPC and OPEC. Is that clear? And OPEC was found in 1960. OPEC was found in 1960. By which countries? Iraq, Iran, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Venezuela. So these 5 countries are the founding fathers of OPEC. Very important. So this OPEC is a block of oil producing countries that help themselves in fixing the price of oil and protecting the interest of the oil companies that are members. So who are the countries that are involved in OPEC? 5 of them. Mention them for me. the 5 founding fathers of OPEC. You understand? Jamb is going to ask you, which of the following countries is not part of the founding 5 that formed OPEC? And they are going to have Iraq, Iran, Nigeria, and Venezuela. What would be the answer? What would be the answer?
I will go and locate that this is the right land to build, is it not? So labor controls other factors of production. Then we'll look at, after looking at the characteristics, we'll look at importance of labor. We'll look at what? Importance of labor. What are the importance of labor? Number 1, labor provides personnel. Provision of what? Personnel is the labor that provides the human beings that work, is it not? It influences other factors of production. Labor controls and influences other factors of production. That's what it does. Labor controls and influences other factors of production. Production of goods and services. It is labor that do what? Do the actual production of goods and services. If you have your land and your materials, without labor there will be no production. Operation of machines. It is labor that do what? Operate the machines that you have. Is that clear? It's the labor that operates the machine. Now we look at the 3rd factor of production. And the 3rd factor of production is what? Capital. What is capital? What is capital? Capital is the 3rd factor of production. And is defined as the man-made assets. Capital is the man-made assets used in production. So capital is not just money, but all the assets. Capital is not just money, but all the man-made assets that are used in production. In other words, capital refers to man-made wealth. It is the man-made wealth and goods. So wealth now includes money and goods used to produce other goods and services. So you see that capital could also be said to be goods and wealth and money that you use in producing other goods and services. It may also be defined as the stock of previous wealth invested in order to produce future wealth. Example of capital include physical cash. Examples of capital includes what? Number 1, physical cash. What is physical cash? Money, is it not? Physical cash, which is money. But money is not the only capital that we have. We have money. We have cutlass. Things like cutlass. The cutlass you use in farming, the hoe, all of them are capital. Then we have what we call the machine. All those machines that you use in soap production, they are your capitals. Also the buildings. The building is not the land, it is the capital. Buildings, the building for your factory. Then the motor vehicle. The motor you drive to work is your capital. Raw material, semi-finished goods. Also we have raw material is also part of your capital. Not mineral resources, but other raw material you use in working. They are your capital. Semi-finished goods is also capital. Semi-finished goods is also a capital. Semi-finished goods. Then we'll talk about tools and other equipment. All the tools you use in work, tools. All the other equipment you use in working, all of them are classified under capital. So all of these things that you use in the what? Production of goods and services, they are known as what? Capital. And the reward for capital is interest. The reward for capital is what? Interest. Very, very important. The reward for capital is interest. Yes, welcome. Today we are going to be learning about the evolution of money. Evolution of money. How did the world start using money? How did the use of money come into play? When was it that we started using money instead of using trade by barter? Like I told us in the previous classes that in the olden days there was nothing like money, no paper money. There was nothing like paper money. Anything you needed, you don't need money to buy it. You need to give something else in order for you to get another thing. If you need gari and you have yam, you need to give out your gari to get yam. There was no money to buy stuffs. So when you give out something to get something else, like gari to get yam, it is called trade by barter. So how did we start using money? How did we start using money and not trade by barter? Evolution of money. Money originated because of the various difficulties in trade by barter. Like I told us that this trade by barter had many difficulties. So money now came into being. So in the olden days, there was no paper money or coin. The things that were used, commodities that were used as money were cattle, cowrie, shells, tobacco, salt, beads. So these commodities served as money in the olden days. Cowrie, cattle, shells and beads. Now, after some times, precious metals like silver and gold were used. So at a point in the development of money, gold and silver were used. Then later this gold and silver were measured out. Then the metals were cut into coins. You understand? That's how we started using coin. So you see the evolution from trade by barter to shells, coins, salt and tobacco, then to precious metals. Then later, those precious metals were being cut into coins. Now, the use of paper money, this paper money that we are using now, like naira or dollar, the use of paper money originated from the use of receipts. It's actually originated from the use of receipts that were issued by goldsmith people for deposits. So when you go to goldsmith person, somebody that molds smith gold, these goldsmith people that are into precious metal, when you go and give them your precious metal, they will write a receipt for you. So at a point now, people started using that receipt that they issue as a medium of exchange. So the receipts became banknotes and the goldsmith people became the what? Bankers. So the receipts issued by goldsmith people at a point in time was used as the medium of exchange. It became the banknote. Then later, people started accepting inconvertible paper money as medium of exchange. So from that goldsmith receipt, people now thought it would be very good to now accept a paper-like object as money, and that's what we are doing now. You see, the Central Bank of Nigeria, they are in charge of producing or minting the paper money that we are using. So that is a short or brief story about the evolution of money. So initially there was trade by barter. Then at some point, some commodities served as money. Those commodities are things like shell, cowrie, cattle, tobacco, salt and beads. They served as money at some time. Then later they started using precious metals, which were later cut into coins. Then the goldsmith receipt were used as notes, and then finally we started using the physical money. So that's a brief story about how money came into being. How money came into being. Now we are going to look at the functions of money. Functions of money. Functions of money. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be learning about forms or types of money. What are the forms of money that we have? What are the types of money that we have? You know, you have the coins, like the 50 kobo, 10 kobo coin. Then we have the normal paper money. So what are the other types of money that we have? Number one, we have what we call the legal tender. Legal tender is anything that the law says that, or any paper or any material that the law says that we can use in trading or in doing business. Example is the Dutch mark. So it is required to be accepted because the law says so. Then we have the coins, like you know, the 50 kobo, 25 kobo coin, 50 kobo coin. Then we have the banknotes, the 5 naira, 10 naira, 1,000 naira that we have. The form of money that it is called banknotes. Then we have partial money, which are things like vouchers and tickets. When you go to events, they will give you a ticket or a voucher that you can use and go and give in order to collect food or to have access to an event. So it is called partial money. Then we have commodity money. Commodity money are things like gold, diamond, cattle. There are some commodities that we can use as a medium of exchange. We call it commodity money. Example is gold, diamond, and cattle. Then we have token money, which is actually a money that has face value, like gold coins. We have deposit money, which are bank deposits that are got because that you can present from checks. Then we have fiat money, which is actually a money that is declared but not backed up by reserve. Government declares money, but it is not backed by reserve. It is paper money. Then we have what we call fiduciary money, which is a money that is issued to bank but not backed by gold, but actually by government securities. So these are the various forms of money type that we have in this topic. Thank you. Yes, welcome. Today we're going to be learning about the functions of money. Functions of money. What do we use money for? What are the functions of money? What are the things money do for us? Number one, money can be used as a medium of exchange. Money can be used as a medium of exchange. When you want to exchange something you don't need, you can sell it, get money, and use that money and buy another thing that you need. In that way, you've exchanged. It can be used as a medium of exchange. When you go to market to buy stuff, you go with your money, you exchange your money for the goods you need. Money can be used as a medium of exchange. Standard of deferred payment. If you're owing somebody, or you go for, or somebody renders the services, after some time you can use money to do the payment. Unit of account. You can use money as a unit of account. If you want to give account of what happened, you can say that so and so person brought such amount of money. In that way, you have a unit that you can use to quantify what somebody bring in and what the other person is taking out, or what has come into the account or has gone out. It can also be used as a store of value. You see, when they say the world richest man is worth $10 billion or something like that, you understand? We are gauging it with money. We want to know the value of that man. What is the value of his assets? We can talk about the assets, the houses that he has. You can convert it to the physical amount of money in order to compare to people. How rich are they? It's $10 and Alaji Dangote, who is richer? Check all the assets of the two. You check the monetary worth. So you can use it to store value. Anything you have, you can sell it, have the money. So the money is having the value of the stuff that you would have had in place of the money. A measure of value, you can use it to measure value. Like I said, you want to measure the value of the worth of Dangote as against $10. How do you measure the value of the money they have, or the value of their wealth? Then secondly, we look at the qualities of money. What are the characteristics that when you see in something, you say that this is money? How do you identify money when you see it? Number one, it has to be generally acceptable. If you're using a currency that is not acceptable in Nigeria, nobody will want it. It has to be acceptable. Money that we use here is Naira. Everybody that you give Naira doesn't reject it. They accept it because it is generally acceptable. Portability, it has to be portable. Like you see, my money, I can easily carry it along. It shouldn't be heavy. I can just count it, put it inside my pocket. It has to be portable, something that you can easily move around. There has to be relative scarcity. If there is money everywhere, then there is no money. If everybody has money, if it is easy to get money, then it will not be serving as this function. So there has to be scarcity, so that when you get one, you value it. So you cannot use it to exchange other things. Then number 4, durability. It has to be durable. It shouldn't be something that can easily spoil or tear. It has to be durable so that it can last. Now homogeneity, it has to be the same. Money has to be the same. If you are talking about 20 naira here, it should be 20 naira in Kano, it should be 20 naira in Lagos, it should be 20 naira everywhere, and it should look the same for one denomination. Then stability, it has to be stable. Divisibility, it has to be divisible. You can have 20 naira, you can have 10, you can have 5. Recognizability, it has to be something that is easy for you to recognize, so that once you see it, say, yeah, this is money. Then its consumption has no intrinsic value. So those are the qualities of money. Very important that we take note. Hello, welcome. Today we are going to be learning about money. Today we are going to be learning about money. Money. What is money? Whenever you go to a supermarket or to the normal market, you want to buy something, you must have money to be able to buy something. When you want to buy something, you must have money to buy something. Money is the thing that you use in exchange for the goods and services that you need. If you want to get Gary and you go to market, you must give money for you to get Gary. Is that clear? Now, if you have something that you don't need or something you have in excess, you can give it to somebody. The person will give you money so that you can use that money and get what you want. So money could be defined as a medium of exchange. And in general, we say that money is anything that is generally acceptable as a medium of exchange and in the settlement of debts. Money is anything that is generally accepted as a medium of what? Exchange and in the settlement of debts. Before you can call a thing money, it has to be generally accepted. Like in Nigeria, the generally accepted money that we use here is the Naira. If somebody brings another currency that we are not conversant with, or it's not generally accepted, it cannot be used as money for we here in Nigeria. Different countries have their own money. Like if you go to the United States, they use dollar. In the UK, they use pounds. In Nigeria here, we use Naira. So Naira is our money, and money is anything that is generally accepted as a medium of exchange and in settlement of debt. If you're owing somebody you want to pay, you can use money to settle the debt. It is a means of payment. Money is a means of payment. That's what you use in paying. If staffs are working for you, you want to pay them, you can use money to pay them. After working, after rendering their services, you use money to pay. So money is a means of payment. And it is actually what the law says that it is. In every country, their law states the money that they use. So money is actually what the law says that it is. Before the advent of money, exchange took place by means of barter. Before the advent of money, in the olden days, when there was no money, if you want to get something from somebody, you have to give the person another thing. Let's take, for instance, I'm a teacher and I need a marker. I've exhausted the marker that I have, so I need another marker in order for me to continue teaching. But what do I have? I have a paper. And you that I'm trying to do trade by barter with, you have a marker, but you're not using it. But me as a teacher, I need the marker to teach. But you need a paper to write something. You are writing. So you need a paper, me I need a marker. So what do? I will give you my paper, then you give me your marker, so that I can use the marker you give me for my work, which is which is teaching. Then you use the paper for whatsoever that you want to use it for. So that used to be the way of exchange. We call it trade by barter. Things that you are not using, you give it to somebody that needs it, whereas the person gives you other things that you need. Like I'm hungry, I want to eat rice, but I have only yam in my house. Then I go meet a friend that has rice. I pack some of my yam, give to the person gives me the rice because the person needs my yam. So that used to be the way trading or exchange was done before the advent of money. So what is trade by barter? Trade by barter is a form of trading. It's actually a form of trading in which goods and services are exchanged, or in which goods actually are exchanged directly for other goods without the use of money. Whenever there is an exchange of goods without the use of money, we call it trade by barter. Example is when you give Gary, you have Gary but you need beans, whereas your friend needs Gary, so you give him the Gary and collect the beans. That is trade by barter. There is no money involved. So what are the disadvantages of this trade by barter? You find out that this trade by barter has a disadvantage of a problem of double coincidence of wants. What does that mean? If you have Gary, I have rice, then I need your Gary, so I need to give you my rice for me to get your Gary. But let's say you don't even want my rice. So what am I going to do? I'm going to keep looking and searching until I see somebody that needs my rice for there to be exchanged. Because me and you must be in need of the commodities that are in play in the exchange. So anytime you need fish and you have yam, you have to go and look for somebody that has fish to give you. Another problem of this is that there is no fixed rate. Like now, you know that 5 naira can buy, if you know that 100 naira can buy a marker like this, that's the price of marker. Whenever you have 100 naira, you can simply go and buy whiteboard marker. But in trade by barter, I can give you just 1 tuber of yam if that is what you want, and I will demand for your whole bag of rice. So it's not fixed. The exchange is not at a fixed or equal proportion. So it's a very big problem. Now there is wastage of time and effort. You have to go about looking for somebody that needs what you have and somebody that has what you need. Wastage of time and effort. There is difficulty in wealth storage. If you have money, you can easily store your money. But in trade by barter, it's difficult to store your wealth, because how can you even gauge the amount of money you have? How can you gauge your wealth? Another disadvantage is it discourages borrowing and lending. Trade by barter discourages borrowing and lending. It does what? It discourages borrowing and lending. When you have money, you can easily borrow and lend. In trade by barter, there is no room for deferred payments, no room for deferred payments. You cannot pay later. You have to just present what you have immediately so that it can be exchanged. There is no room for deferred payment. It discourages large-scale production. This number 5, 6, and number 7, 8 discourages large scale production. It discourages large scale production. Now we're going to look at a different topic under money, known as the evolution of money. The evolution of money. How did the use of money come into being? How did we start the use of money? The evolution. How did we come about the use of money? We find out that the use of money originated because of the various difficulties in trade by barter. I told us that before the advent of money, before money came, we used to use what we call trade by barter. So, when people were using this trade by barter as a means of storage, because of those disadvantages that I've listed, that are the disadvantages of trade by barter, now people wanted to find out easier way of exchanging goods without trade by barter. Now in the olden days, different commodities served as money. In the olden days, different commodities served as money in the olden days. We find out that such commodities as cattle, because of the difficulty in trade by barter, later people started using things like cattle, salt as money. Now we look at the characteristics of capital. How do you recognize capital when you see one? Number one, capital is man-made. Is always man-made. It's not like the free gift of nature. We say that land is the free gift of nature, isn't it? Land is what God gave us, like the forest, the rivers, all of them are classified under land. But anything that you see that man made it, like the building, where you build your factory, is it not? All are known as capital. Capital is durable. Capital is durable. What do we mean when we say that something is durable? It will last for long without spoiling, isn't it? That's the meaning of durability. Capital exists in different forms. Capital exists in different forms. Just like say it can exist in terms of money, physical money. It can be in terms of equipment that you're using to work. Capital is subject to depreciation. Capital is subject to what? Depreciation. Do you know what depreciation is? What is it? Reduction of in quality of something. You understand? You buy these clothes today, small time it will start depreciating. You understand? Capital, all these things, like this thing I'm working is my capital. It's part of my capital. You understand? The way that this thing works today, is it the way it's going to work next week? The quality will reduce. It ensures large scale production. Capital ensures large scale what? Production. Your capital, when you have good ones, you can use it in producing in large scale. It also promotes division of labor. Number 6, it promotes division of labor. Is that clear? Capital promotes division of labor. Yes, today we are going to be learning production. When you create goods, like when you are making watches, you say that we are producing what, is it not? When you're making clothes, you can say that we are producing clothes, isn't it? When we are making eyeglasses like this one, you say we are producing eyeglasses. So production simply means the creation of goods and services. Is that clear? Creation of goods. Is that clear? So we say that production is the creation of utility. Utility simply means something that you derive satisfaction from. Exactly. Utility simply means derivation of satisfaction from goods and services. You can also say that production is the creation of goods and services which satisfy human wants. Which do what? Satisfy human wants. Those production, when you produce what, is it not because human being wants to have what? In order to keep time and be fashionable. Those are the two needs for what, isn't it? Keeping of time and what? Being what? Fashionable. You wear what because you want to look fine. Hey, I like this Rolex watch, it's shining. At the same time, you want to use it to know the time, isn't it? So those are the two purposes. So that the two human wants that it is satisfying. So you produce in order to satisfy human wants, isn't it? So all goods and services produced must possess utility. It must have a particular satisfaction that is given to human wants. That is utility. Is that clear? Now, which means that they must be capable of satisfying human wants. That is the meaning of utility. Is that clear? Being able to do what? Satisfy human wants. Anything you produce must be satisfying human wants. Let's say you're producing cars. Does car have utility? Does it satisfy human wants? What kind of wants does it satisfy?
To reduce stress.
Reduce stress of traveling, isn't it? And what? It's faster. You understand? Ensure speed in traveling. Those are the two utilities that you can drive around driving a car. The production of bread. What utility does it have? Bread. For eating, you need to eat and have energy, isn't it? So everything that you produce must have what? Utility. It must have what? Utility. It must satisfy human wants. So you say that production is the creation of goods and services which satisfy human wants. Is that clear? Now we look at factors of production. We look at what? Factors of production. Factors of production. What are the factors of production? What are those agents, components that you need for you to produce? Factors of production, these are agents, components, or resources. Is that clear? Which are combined together to do what? Produce goods and services. So that is what factors of production are. The factors of production are those things that you need to combine in order for you to produce goods. Those things that you need for you to produce goods. Is that clear? So these factors are 4 in number. Do you know them? Number 1 is what we call land. Number 2 is what we call labor. Number 3 is what we call capital. And number 4 is what we call entrepreneur. Is that clear? For you to produce sandal or shoe or watch, you need these 4 factors. You must have them. Number 1 is land. If you want to produce car, don't you need land? You need land now to build the factory, is it not? That is land. Labor is the people that work there. Is that clear? Here you talk about the land where you build the factory on. You understand? And some major things that you need there, river or all those things. They are classified on that land. Labor is the what? Human what? Human beings, the people that work in that land for you to produce. Let's say you want to produce soap. First of all, you need the land where you build the factory for the soap, is it not? You need the human being that will work there, is it not? Then you need what we call capital. Capital is what? The money. What the money you use in paying those human beings, the money you use in buying some things, isn't it? Then entrepreneur. What is entrepreneur? Entrepreneur is the management. You understand? That management that will be managing this human being, the money and the land, in order for you to produce the soul, in order to make profits. It's also human beings. You understand? So these are the factors of production. These are the agents of production. Those are the 4 things you need. You understand? Now, let's take these factors of production one by one. Let's take the factors of production one by one. Number 1 is the what? Land. What is land? Land is simply the free gift of nature. Is that clear? Land is the free gift of nature. That's what land is, the free gift of nature. It does not only include land surfaces of the earth, but also the free gifts of nature and natural resources like things that are included under land. Things that are included under the free gift of nature are forest. Forest is also regarded as land. Is that clear? Then what else? Minerals resources like crude oil. Nigeria mineral resources is also, like crude oil is also land. Is that clear? You have rivers. You need rivers to do many things. You also have what? Oceans. And we have also the what? Atmosphere. Atmosphere is also land. Is that clear? So in economics, when you say land, land does not mean only the surface that you're matching on. You understand? It includes forest, mineral resources, rivers, oceans, and what? Atmosphere. Is that clear? Is that clear? Unlike other factors of production, the supply of land is unlimited. You have to know that the supply of land is unlimited. Is that clear? You can always have land. The reward for land is rent. The reward for land is rent. Did you see the way I wrote it in capital letter? Jamb is going to ask you, what is the reward for land? The reward for land is what? Rent. The reward for labor is what? Wages and what? Salary. The reward for capital is what? Interest. The reward for entrepreneur is profit. Exactly. So every factor of production has what? Reward. So we have the factors and the what? Rewards. It's going to ask you. Jamb will ask you that. So you can write it. So write all of them. Have you written that? Factors and the rewards. Good. So note all the rewards. All the factors of production have reward. Now we're going to look at the characteristics of land. What are the characteristics of land? How do you know land when you see it? Whenever you see land, how do you know that this is land? Or whenever you see a factor of production, how can you classify that factor of production as land? When you see a factor of production, how can you classify that very factor of production as land? How? Is when you see some of these characteristics. Number one is that land is immobile. Land is immobile. What do you mean by land is immobile? It cannot be moved from one place to the other. Number 2 is that land is a free gift. Land is a what? Free gift. It's a free gift of nature. Number 3 is that the supply of land is fixed. Its supply is fixed. You cannot say that Nigeria has 10 kilometers of land. All of a sudden, next year you say that Nigeria has 20 kilometers. No, our land is constant. The magnitude is constant. Land is subject to diminishing returns. Number 3, it is subject to what? Diminishing returns. It is the characteristic, the reward is rent. You understand? In every land you collect rent. Land has no cost of production. It has no what? Cost of production. You don't need cost to produce it. Land is heterogeneous. Land is what? Do you know what you mean by heterogeneous? It varies. It's not the same. You understand? The kind of land you have here, you have different kind of lands, the forest and different things. Importance of land. Importance of what? Land. Importance of land. Importance of land. What and what can you use land for? Number 1, you can use it for what? Farming purposes. You can use land for farm, to fish, isn't it? You can use it for livestock purposes. For what? What is livestock purposes? Cattle and all those things. You can use land for what? Fishery purposes. Is that not true? What is fishery purposes? Fishing. You can use land for wildlife purposes. What else can you use land for?
As collateral security.
You can use land as a what? Collateral security. When you want to go and borrow money in bank and you have land, you can use it as collateral, isn't it? You can use land for construction purposes, to construct. You can use land for construction purposes. Number 7, what else? You can use it for social or what? Recreational purposes. Can you tell me what recreational purposes is? Recreational means where you go and relax. Like amusement, like a Wonderland. Have you been to Wonderland? Wonderland, that's a recreational place for recreational purposes. What else can you use it? You can use land for what? Residential buildings. You can use it to build. So these are some of the things you can use land for. To build houses. But these are not the only uses of land. What other uses of land? Source of minerals. You can use land as what? Source of what? Minerals. The crude oil that we have in Nigeria is got from the land. Then we can also use land for what? Transportation what? Purposes. How can you use land for transportational purposes?
We transport our land from one place to another. We transport our land.
Yeah, when we want to move from one place to the other, we use land, isn't it? Now we're going to move to another factor of production known as what? Labor. Right along, labor. This is defined as all forms of human effort. Labor are all forms of human effort put into or utilized in production. So that your effort you are putting in production is simply called labor. It also refers to man's mental and physical exertion in the process of production. It is the man's mental, your brain, mental and what? Physical assertions towards production. You understand? All your mental, your ability to solve the mathematics and get things done. The reward for labor is wages and salary. The reward for labor is wages and salary. That's what I said. Wages and salaries are the rewards for labor. When you work, you get rewarded, isn't it? If you work and people are not paying you salary, will you be happy? You will not be happy. So you must get your wages and salaries. That is the only thing that will make you to be happy. So all forms of human effort, any effort that you put towards production, that is what labor is. Is that clear? Is it clear? Did you understand what labor is very well? Your effort, the effort me and you are putting into production. Types of labor. There are two types of labor that we have. We have number one, known as unskilled labor, and we have number two, known as what? Skilled labor. Who can give me the different types, these two types of labor? Can you differentiate it?
Unskilled labor are labor like people that move cement.
Good. People that are molding cement and block, unskilled.
Unskilled labor are lawyers.
Lawyers, people that went to school to get their skills, is it not?
Yes.
This is uneducated.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Or informal. Whereas these ones are what? Educated. So here you have people like barbers, bricklayers, isn't it? Whereas here you have people like lawyers, doctors, isn't it? So if you have your skill or you're giving labor from what you've done to formal education to acquire, then you're doing what we call skilled labor. Whereas those that are doing without formal education, we'll talk about unskilled labor. Characteristics or features of labor. How do you know labor when you see it? Characteristics or features of labor. How do you know labor when you see it? Number one, labor is mobile. What do you mean by labor is mobile?
Labor, they can carry it, like someone can go from one place to another.
To work, isn't it? But we say that land is immobile. Can you carry your land in the village and say, hey, I want to come and start farming in Abuja. Let me go to the village and carry my land and come here. Is it possible? But you can go and carry your brother that knows how to farm and come. You understand? So labor, work, human beings are mobile. Labor has feelings. Labor has what? Feelings. How can you describe that labor has feelings? Human beings. Labor is all about human beings, is it not? So they have feelings. You cannot work somebody until he dies. Labor is skillful. Labor is what? Skillful. So you can actually develop the skills of your labor. Labor is a human factor. Labor is a human factor. That's another feature. It has to do with human beings. Labor requires motivation. Labor does what? Requires motivation. What is motivation? Somebody that is working for you, you need to bet the person. Is that clear? You need to provide some certain things, maybe transportation. You need to talk to the person where you need to train him so that he will do better work. You understand? You understand? Those things are called motivation. Labor is not predictable. Labor is not predictable. Labor is not fixed. Just like land. Land is fixed, but labor is not fixed. Can move. Labor is perishable. 8. Labor is perishable. If you don't take care of your labor, labor has initiative. Labor has initiative. Labor has initiative. And finally, labor controls other factors of production. Finally, labor does what? It controls other factors. Is it not labor that will?
When is it closing?
Types of capital. What are the types of capital that we have? Number 1 is that we have what we call fixed capital. Number 2, we have what we call circulatory or working capital. Number 3 is what we call current or liquid capital. And number 4 is what we call social capital. Is that clear? These are the types of capital that we have. Is that clear? The fixed capital, are you looking? Go back to this one. The fixed capital are the assets, fixed assets that you have. Like building where you are working. And big machines. You understand? Those are the fixed capital, exactly. You have the circulatory capital. You understand? Other things that you use in working. The liquid capital is the money. Is that clear? The money that you use in paying your staff and doing all those things. You understand? To buy small things. Social capital, things like road, electricity that you need. Is that clear? Right there. Building. Big machines. Money. Roads and electricity. Exactly. So those are the types of capital that we have. Now we look at the importance of capital. Importance of capital. What are the importance of capital? Number 1, you use capital to do what? Start what? Business. Is it not? You need capital to start business. Number 2, you need capital to acquire assets. You need capital to acquire assets. Number 3, you need capital to pay salaries and wages. You need capital to do what? Pay salaries and wages. Number 4, you need capital to buy raw materials. You need capital to do what? Buy raw materials. And number 5, you need capital to use as working capital, the one you use in buying and transporting yourself, basic things. And finally, number 6, we use capital to be used as a what? Collateral. You can use capital as a collateral to obtain loans and credits. So these are the importance of capital.
These are the importance of capital. You can use capital to start business, to acquire assets, to pay salaries, wages and salary. Is it not? Use it to pay your workers' wages and salary. Use it to buy raw material. If you need ink to make this, you need ink and plastic to make this. Use your capital to buy the raw material. Use it as a working capital to buy little things, transport yourself each day. Then you can use it as a collateral to obtain loans and what? Credit. Is that clear? Now we enter the last factor of production, which is what we are going to stop for today. The last factor of production, and it's known as what? Entrepreneur. That's the last factor of production. Entrepreneur. So what is an entrepreneur? It is the factor of production that coordinates, that very factor of production that coordinates and organizes other factors of production, which are land, labor, and capital. It is actually the entrepreneur that coordinates land, labor, and capital in order to produce goods and services. In order to produce goods and services. So you see, if you have land, you have labor, you have capital, but you don't have people that can manage it, people that can tell every worker, this is what I need you to do, type this, today, do this. Will you make profit? So you need those people that will manage. The entrepreneur bears the risk and takes measured decision of the business. He risks his capital in setting up the business with the aim of obtaining maximum profit. The entrepreneur is the person who coordinates, controls, and organizes the process of production in order to make maximum output at minimum cost, thereby making profit. The reward for entrepreneur is profit. The reward for entrepreneur is what? What is the reward? Profit. So it's the person that risks all the thing. You understand? The entrepreneur, when you come to an organization, the entrepreneur is the person that owns the business. You know Facebook? Facebook is known by an entrepreneur known as Mark Zuckerberg. And he has workers who are the labor that work for him in order to make profit. He has capital. He has his buildings and he has the computers and stuffs in the building where he works. And he has land where the building is situated. Coordinates, tells everybody these are I want my company to be in order for me to make money. He bears the whole risk. If you want to buy a new corporation, he does it with his money, knowing that if the corporation does not yield profit, he will bear the loss. So he bears all the risk. The entrepreneur bears all the risk in setting up a business. He's the person that brings out his money to set up the business. He's the person that takes the final decision on what happens in the company. The entrepreneur. Very, very important. So it's the person that does the risk bearing. The entrepreneur who does what? He bears the risk burden. He does what? He brings out the capital to establish the business. He takes the what? He takes the final decision.
So all these are done by the entrepreneur. The entrepreneur takes the final decision. The entrepreneur takes the final decision. So lastly for today, characteristics of the entrepreneur. Characteristics of the entrepreneur. So how do you know an entrepreneur when you see one? Number one, how you know the entrepreneur is the person that bears the risk. He is always the risk bearer. He is always the risk bearer. Number two, the entrepreneur is the people that does the organization of the company. Is the person that says this is the leader or the organization, the people that organizes the company on how it is. Decision making. The entrepreneur is the person that what takes the decision. And finally, the entrepreneur is always the person that do what controls other what factors of production. What are the other factors that the entrepreneur controls? Can you tell me the other factors?
Machines.
The other factors of production that we looked at today, what are they?
Okay, capital.
The capital, he controls the capital. Which one? The land and the what? And the labor. He controls other factors of production. Exactly. So that's where we end today. Yes, stop writing and pay attention. Today we are going to be looking at division of labor and specialization. What are what? Division of labor and what? Specialization. Those are the two things we are looking at. Now, what do you understand by division of labor? When you go to a tailor that is practicing division of labor in his tailoring company, you go and bring clothes that you want to sew, isn't it? When you bring the clothes you want to sew now, there is one tailor, the younger person working in the tailor shop, he will do the measurement, isn't it? Collect the measurement. Let's say that the tailor gets plenty clothes and he gets a contract to sew clothes for secondary school. You understand? One person, maybe the youngest person in the tailoring shop or the newest person, his own function is to do what? Take the measurement. After measuring, he will write out the measurement and give to the next person. You understand? That person will do what? Cutting. You know when they bring the clothes, they have to cut it first. Cutting. Then after the cutting, the person cuts to the measurement that has already been done. He hands the clothes to the next person. Then the next person starts doing what? Sewing. Exactly. After sewing, there is another person that is specializing. You know when you finish sewing, there is this thing they normally put in kaftan. What do they call it? The design. That design they normally put in the kaftan. There are special people that are specialized in doing it, isn't it? You give to that person. That is what we call division of labor. Unlike when you bring the clothes, one person does the measurement. After measuring, he will sew. After sewing, he will do the stitching. After doing the stitching, he will still put the design and do the final clothes and give you. Is that clear? Can you understand the difference? So the first instance is practicing what we call division of labor, whereas the other person is not practicing it. Is that clear? So whenever you divide the production line into bits, you are doing what we call division of labor. The production line of a cloth is that once you bring the clothes, you do what? You measure. After measuring, you do what? You cut. After cutting, you do what? You sew. After sewing, you then put the designs, isn't it? And then you give back to the owner. So instead of one person doing all that, that person decides to do what? Divide the production line into different units of what? Measurement, cutting, sewing, and putting the design. Giving it different people. Is that clear?
And that is how it is done when you go to any place where they are doing mass production. Is that clear? If you go to any place where they are doing mass production of jeans or all those things, it's not one person that finishes your trouser. Is that clear? One person does the cutting, the other person does the measurement, sewing, fixing the designs and the rest. Is that clear? So we say that division of labor is the breaking down of a production process into a number of separate operations. What are the separate operations in the tailoring that I just said now? Measurement, cutting, sewing, and whereby each operation is undertaken or performed by one person or group of persons. Is that clear? That is what we call division of labor. Something that should have been done by one person, you separate it for different people to do. It increases efficiency. Is that clear? When you know that your work is only to measure, will it be difficult for you? You see that you'll be measuring plenty things even within 1 hour. You just measure. Is that clear? So that's the essence of specialization, definition of labor. So when you divide labor, it will bring about specialization. It will bring about what? When you divide labor, it will bring about specialization. When I know that my work is just to measure, I will try to find out the best way to measure very easily. Is that not true? I know that my work every morning is to just measure. If I just employ you to come and teach, and somebody that has been teaching for long, who will teach better? Because he's been doing teaching every month. Is that clear? So if your only work is to cut the material for the sewing, once you get it, once you see the measurement, you cut very fast, isn't it? And that when you're doing work very well, we call it specialization. We call it specialization. So in common style, we say that specialization is defined as the concentration of productive effort of an individual or firm or a country in a given aspect. Is that clear? Concentration in a given aspect. So when there is division of labor, how do you now concentrate on the aspect you're doing? So what aspect do you concentrate on? Measurement. You're either concentrating in your measurement because that is what you do every morning, or you're concentrating on cutting. Is that not clear? Or you're concentrating on sewing. So when you do when you concentrate all your efforts on a given aspect of the economic activity, or on a particular line of economic activity, or on a particular line of production, it could be any of these three, in which it has greatest advantage over others. Is that clear? So if you can cut better than every other people, the person that is your manager, the entrepreneur, will put you inside on cutting. You'll be cutting because he knows that you can cut better than the other person. Then you give the other person to do measure, because he knows that the person can measure more than every other person. Then the experienced person that is good in sewing, you will give him which line? Sewing. Is that clear? Then you will keep some other person in public relation, the person that collects the clothes. When you go to MTN and all those people, or when you put a call, MTN line, you're calling customer care. You see people that will pick it, they have very good voice, is it not? They will talk to you very well. They will say, hello, please, how may we help you? Can they go and employ somebody in the village that doesn't know how to speak English to do that? You have to employ somebody that is good there. Does it mean that everybody working in MTN picks call and says hello? Does it mean that? They have other people in other special areas, is it not? There is what we call division of labor. Those people that are picking call, they are known as what? Customer care people, is it not? When you get to the bank, is everybody in the counter counting money? There is division of labor in the bank. If you lost your ATM, they will tell you to go to one place, isn't it? If you want to count money, they will tell you go to one place. If you want to count bulk money, they will tell you to enter inside. If you come, something is wrong with your account and nobody can do it, they will send you to the to the manager upstairs. So there is division of labor. Is that clear? So you do division of labor because you want people to specialize in that area they are there. Is that clear? You want them to be specialized in that area. So when there is division of labor, there is So what is specialization?
focusing on a particular line of production. That's in simple terms. Is that clear? Because you have what advantage over others. That's the area you know very well. Is that not clear? People that are in public relations or customer care are always people that know how to relate to people. People that are in the counter or the tellers are the people that know how to count money very fast. Is that not? People that are in the computer room are people that know how to fix ATM in case ATM has problem, isn't it? So you have this division. Is that clear? Is that clear? Is that very clear? So copy down the notes. Yeah, before we round up, there are types of what? Specializations. The specialization could be specialization by what? Process, by sex, by what? Product, or by what? Geography or territory. Is that clear? When you divide the processes into various aspects, then you're specializing by what? Process. You can specialize and say that these female people are going to be working here because this is female job. Is that clear? Whereas this is what? Male job. Then it could be by what? Product, the kind of product, the final product that each line produces. Then it could be by what? Geography and what? Territory. Nigeria is specialized in what? In exporting what kind of goods? Crude oil, isn't it? Nigeria is specialized in exporting crude oil. But we know we can export other things. But because we know that crude oil is the best one, we have it in large quantity. What do? We do what? We specialize in that area that we have comparative advantage over other countries. Let Ghana be concentrated in exporting gold. You understand? But now we know that the one we have comparative advantage over every other person is what? Crude oil. So that is specialization. So it could be by process, by sex, by product, or by what? Geography. Is that clear? Good. Yes, please stop writing and focus on the board. You will have time to write. Today we are going to be looking at retailing. We are going to be looking at what? Retailing. We said that trading is classified or divided into two types or two categories. What are the two categories of trading? Home trading and what? Foreign trading. We say that we are having home trade whenever you're trading in the same currency, isn't it? In one country. Is that clear? When you are conducting trading within a country, you are doing what? Home trade. But when one country is trading with another country, we are having what? Foreign trade. And we say that this home trade is divided into two: retailing and what? Wholesaling. Retailing and what? Wholesaling. We say that wholesaling is when you buy from the producer and sell to the retailers in bulk. In what? Bulk. But when you buy in small quantity from the wholesaler and sell to the final consumer, you are doing what? Retailing. You are doing what? Retailing. So retail trade is a business activities. Is the business activities of selling goods and services to the final what? Consumer. So anybody that is selling to the final consumer is doing what we call retail trade. Is that clear? What are the functions of retailers? What do they do in the society that makes them to be good? Number one is that they sell in small quantity to the what? Final consumer. The final consumer does not have the much money to go to the wholesaler and buy in bulk. Is that clear? So he now buys in small quantity from the what? Retailer. Is that clear? He provides after sale services. Do you know what we call after sale services? Like somebody sells a phone to you, you go to a phone shop, you buy a phone, but you don't know how to remove the pack and put the battery and start the phone very well. Do that initial configuration. So when you go to buy, you see that mostly they will collect the phone from you, is it not? They will unpack it, they will place it for you, they will place the battery, they will on it, they will tell you put your SIM card, they will even put your SIM card for the first time for you and make you see the way it works and teach you how to do the initial operation, is it not? That is what we call what? That is what we call what? After sale service. Is that clear? So retailers, they do after sale services. He grants credit facility to the consumers. What is that? When you go to buy, sometimes you don't have money, is it not?
They will give you and say later because he knows you. The retailer knows where you're staying. He knows your house. But the wholesaler in the market, does he know your house? No. So it's easier for the retailer to grant you a credit facility. He stocks variety of goods. He stocks what? Variety of goods. When you go to a retailer shop, he's selling Maggi, he's selling tomato, he's selling plenty things. But you see that wholesalers, they normally sell one. You see big wholesalers selling only Indomie. Is it not? You see cartons of Indomie. But when you go to a retail shop, what kind of things do you see there? You see variety of goods. He sells at convenience location on what? Hours. All those people that you're seeing selling around along this location, they are mostly what? Retailers. Have you seen any wholesaler selling things around? It's easier to open a retail shop because with small money you can open, isn't it? And you can see them sell goods till up to 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the night, isn't it? But wholesalers, they don't do like that. Trends in retailing. What are the kind of things that you can do when you are doing retailing? Number one is branding. Branding simply means attaching a trade name to your product. You understand? You see, if you go to the east, there's what we call Ubuawa special. They use it for machine, motorcycles. You understand? You can put your name. You can bring something and put your name on it. Do you know? That is known as what?
So we have R in series. R is equal to what? R1.
You understand?
R2 plus 1.
You can tell some the people producing or the wholesalers as they are coming. You can have a sticker.
Constant.
A sticker that has your name. You understand? Tclassified.com. Anybody that uses it will know that it's from Tclassified.com. That's it. Brand simply means attaching a trade name to a what? Product. Number two, self-services. If you go to retail shop like which big retail shop do you know? Supermarket.
What do you mean? Which one is in parallel? This
You go to Amigo. Where? Good. If you enter there without somebody taking you around, I hope you know you can move around and go and pick things that you want. Is that not true? That's how you do in the supermarket, isn't it? So self-service is buying without a shop attendant. You don't need a shop attendant to be following you. You understand? You can go and pick all your things. Is that clear? When you go to places like ShopRite, is that not how you do? You go and pick your stuff. It's when you want to pay. That's when you go and meet them for payments, isn't it? So in retail shops like ShopRite and all those places, you can have what we call self-service. You're serving yourself, isn't it? Then finally, you have what we call vending machine. Vending what? Vending machine, which is simply where you have automatically the dispensing of prepackaged what? Items. When you have what? Automatic dispensing of what? Prepackaged what? Items, such as drinks. Is that clear? If you go to in America, there's a place that once you put your coin, you can. There's one advert in the telly. You put coin, Coke will just come out, isn't it? So that is called electronic vending machine. You understand? In Nigeria here, we don't know, we don't have it much. Is that clear? So those are the things that you can see in retailing. And that's where we'll stop for today.
You have people that
Yeah, stop writing and focus on the board. Stop writing. You have time to do that. So today we are going to look at trade. We are going to look at what? Trade. What is trade? The act of buying and selling what? Goods and what? Services. What is the difference between trade and commerce? Trade is the act of buying and selling goods and what? Services. What is the difference between trade and commerce? The difference is that while trade is just buying and selling of goods and services, commerce involves trade and what? Aids to trade. That's just the difference. That means that commerce involves buying and selling of what? Goods and services, as well as what? Aid to trade. What are the aid to trade? Banking, advertising, insurance, warehousing. You understand? All those other things are involved in what? Commerce. So you can actually say that trade is just a part of what? Trade is just a part of what?
commerce. Division of trade. There are two divisions of trade. You have what we call the what? Home trade and the what? Foreign trade. Home trade and what? Foreign trade. Whenever you're selling things and you're selling in one currency. In Nigeria, which currency do we trade on? Naira. If you want to sell apple or beans in the market, in Gogolada market, to somebody that comes to buy, what will you trade in? Naira, isn't it? So you trade in one currency. You trade in the same currency when you are doing what? Home trade. Is that clear? And it could be, home trade could be wholesaling or what? Wholesaling or what? Retailing. What do you call wholesale? When you sell, when you buy in bulk from the producer and you're selling to the people that do what? Retailing. That is called wholesaling. But when you buy from a wholesaler to sell to the final consumer, you're doing what?
When water flows.
You're doing what? To sell to the final consumer, what are you doing? You're doing what? Retailing. You're doing what? Retailing. So in wholesaling, you buy in bulk from the what? Producer to the what? Retailer. That is what? Wholesaling. But when you buy now from the wholesaler,
so let me explain what happens to
and you sell to the final consumer, you're doing what? Retailing. Is that clear? So there are two types of home trade. What are the two types of home trade? Wholesaling or what? Retailing. So as a wholesaler, as a home trader, you can be a wholesaler or a what? Retailer. Most people in Bawalada market, are they wholesalers or retailers? They are mostly retailers, is it not? Because final consumers go there to buy. You want to buy tomato, you just go and buy the one you want to cook. So all those people selling tomato in the market and all those things, they are all what? Retailers. But when you still get to Gogolada market, you see the people that are wholesalers, is it not? How do you know them when you see them? They have big shop, cartons. You understand? Those people that sell in cartons to the people that sell to you, they are known as the what? Wholesalers. Whereas the people that sell to the final consumer are the what? Retailers. Is that clear? Is that clear? So completely not.
Lenticels are found in the stems of dicotyledonous.
Yes, pay attention. We look at foreign trade. We look at what? Foreign trade. We divided trade, which is the exchange of goods and services, into home and what? Foreign trade. I will say that home trade is a trade within a given geographical area done in one currency. I will say there are two types of this home trade. We have retail or what? Wholesale. Retail and wholesale. Now we're going to look at foreign trade, which is actually the buying and selling of goods and services beyond the geographical boundaries of a country or between one country and the other. Between one country and the other. So whenever you're having a trade between one country and the other, you're having what you call what? Foreign trade. Example is the trade of crude oil between Nigeria and the United States of America. When Nigeria exports its crude oil to the US, we are doing what we call foreign trade, because one country is Nigeria and another country is what? The USA. It is called international, bilateral or what? Multinational trade. Foreign trade can be called international, bilateral or multinational or multilateral trade. It involves the use of different currencies. Is that clear? It involves the use of different currencies. If you are trading in Nigeria, how many currencies do you use? If you are trading from between me and you, one currency, which is what? Naira. And that is called home trade. But when you're doing foreign trade, you can use what? Different currencies. You can trade in dollars, isn't it? That's why those people going to China to buy things, they will first of all go and change their money, isn't it? Because foreign trade involves different currencies. It could be dollar, it could be yen, it could be any currency. Foreign trade is divided into three. It could be import,
It could be export or what? Intraport. It could be what? Import, export, or intraport. Import is when you are buying from another country into your country. Is that clear? Import is when you are buying from another country into your country. What are the things Nigeria imports? Cars. Do we do cars here? We import most of the cars. Television, do we do them here? Computer, do we produce computer here? We import most of these. What are the things Nigeria exports? Crude oil. That's the major export of Nigeria. Crude oil. Is that clear? Crude oil is the major export of Nigeria. That's the major thing we export. In the olden days, when we were still doing good in agriculture, we were exporting other things like cocoa. Like what? Cocoa, granite, and so on and so forth. But today, we cannot boast of what? Exporting those. The major thing we export, and that's why Nigeria is solely dependent on crude oil, and that is very bad. We need to export more things. So what are the divisions of foreign trade? We have export, import, and what? Intraport. So first of all, we look at export. What is export? Export, this is the sale of goods. Majorly what? Raw materials and finished goods to other what? Countries. It can be cocoa, like I told you, that was one of our major export products. And what? Palm oil. Or what? It could also be invisible goods, like what? Banking and what? Aviation. When you go to some countries, you see slug airlines owned by people like Carlo. You also see some banks, Nigerian banks in some places. Zenith Bank, you go to other places, you see them. Isn't it? Other countries, I mean. So you can actually export other things. Huh? Yes, now in Ghana and other places. You understand? What of import? What is import? Import is the buying of goods and services from other what? Countries. When you buy from other countries, you're doing what? Importing. You are importing. It could also be visible or what? Invisible goods. So who can give me an example of visible goods that we buy? From other countries. Car, electronics is the major one we buy, isn't it? Electronics and what? Cars. And cars are known as what? Automobiles. They are known as what? Automobiles. You understand? They are the major things we buy from other countries. There are other invisible things like intelligence and other things that will help the US help us to do. You understand? Because they have it better than us. Then we'll talk about the third division, known as what? Extraport. Known as what? Extraport. Intraport. Intraport. That's the third division. And this is importing. Importing. Whenever you import goods and services, whenever you import goods and services for re-exporting. Do you get the idea? When you import in order to do what? Export again to other countries. Then what do you call it? What do you call it? We call it intraport. Call it intraport. It can also be called what? Re-exporting. It can also be called what? Re-exporting. Intraport can also be called re-exporting. Is that clear? Intraport can also be called re-exporting. So entrepot simply means the importing of goods and services for re-exporting to other countries, or in order to do what? Re-export to other countries. When you import in order to re-export to other countries, then you're doing what we call what? Entrepot. You are doing what we call entrepot.
A large amount is sale of internal resistance to those.
Yes, stop whatever you're writing.
Is sale
We discussed about two types of trade, isn't it? What are the two types of trade you have? Home and what? Foreign trade. We have home trade and we have foreign trade. What is the difference between home trade and foreign trade? Home trade is within a particular geographical area, and it's done using one currency. Home trade is done using one currency, whereas foreign trade is a trade between one country and the other, isn't it? Now we looked at home trade and we said that home trade is divided into two. What are the types of home trade? Retail and wholesale trade. Retail and wholesale trade. And we simply say that retail is when the trader buys from the wholesaler and sells in small quantity to the final what? Consumers. Whereas wholesale is a business activity which entails buying of goods in bulk. You see that? In bulk from the producer and selling it in small quantity to the what? Retailer and other merchants. Is that clear? That is what wholesale is. You buy in bulk from the what? Producer. You buy from the person that produces the goods. Unlike the retailer that buys from you, the wholesaler, and sells to the final consumer. The wholesaler does not sell to the final consumer. He sells to the what? Retailer and what? Other merchants. He sells to the what? Retailer and other merchants. He sells to the retailer and other merchants. That's what he does. And there are two types of wholesalers. What are they? The merchant wholesaler and the what? Agent middleman. The merchant wholesaler and the what? Agent middleman. There are some people that they call agents, isn't it? You come to Google, you say this is MTN agent. This is not actual MTN, but they are what? MTN what? Agent. That means that they are bringing the services that MTN would have brought to you in the same way, isn't it? But they are actually representing the what? MTN. Is that clear? Those are agents. But wholesaler is somebody that buys big products. He's not agent of any person. You understand? He has bought the whole product and he's selling it to the retailer. You see the difference? The retailer comes representing the owner, isn't it? Whereas the wholesaler is the owner of his business. He buys straight from the producer and sells. Is that clear? When you go to retail agents and they are not giving you the services you want, you may want to call the head office, isn't it? To explain to them, this your agent here is not doing the work. But a merchant wholesaler buys the product and he's selling, he's totally in control of what he's selling. Do you understand that? So here we have merchant wholesaler. This person buys and resells goods on their own what? Account. He has the whole business by himself. It's not like he's an agent representing MTN or representing anybody. You understand? He does his business on his own what? On his own what? Account. Taking title to the products they handle and convert the title directly to those they deal with. You understand? So when they make the money, they take it. It's totally theirs. You understand? Unlike agent middlemen who mostly engage in wholesaling rather than what? Retailing. They assist in negotiating sales and purchase or both on behalf of their what? Principal. So they represent their what? Principal. Is that clear? Just like when you have NTN in Abuja, inside Abuja main town. Then MTN have their agents here in Gogolada, is it not? You can easily walk into any of their agents' office and still do the same function that they would have done for you in town. So what are they doing? They are representing who? They are representing who? And who is the principal? The main MTN in town, isn't it? So you do work, they are not paid maybe on commission or based on what the services they render, isn't it? So these are the two major types of wholesaling. The merchant wholesale and the what? Middleman wholesale. Now we look at the functions of wholesaler to the manufacturer. The wholesaler performs two functions. Is that clear? The wholesaler performs two functions. He has a function that he performs to the manufacturer and also has a function he performs to the what? Retailer. Is that clear? He has how many functions? How many? Two functions. He has a function that he performs to the manufacturer. Functions of wholesaler to the manufacturer. Then we also have what? Functions of the wholesaler to the what? Retailer. So the wholesaler, you know, he's the middleman between the producer and the what? Retailer. So he does some work for the producer and also does some work for the retailer. So what are those functions he does for the manufacturer? Number one, he does what we call bulk breaking. Bulk what? Breaking. If the wholesaler is always, the producer is always interested in selling what he's producing in bulk. You understand? He's always interested in selling what he produces in bulk so that he can produce other ones. But the consumer and the retailer, can they buy in that bulk? They cannot. So he needs somebody that can buy in that big bulk and break it down so that the retailer and other people can buy. So who does that for him? The wholesaler does it. And that is the function of what? Bulk breaking. Number one is function of financing. Function of what? Financing. The wholesaler always have the money, bulk money. You understand? To present to the manufacturer so that he can continue producing. When you go to big companies like Dangote and stuff, you want to buy cement, you see that you have to pay for like 2 weeks before the cement comes out. I hope you know. But if you are selling to people that are final consumer, do they pay before they get their goods? They will just pay and carry their cement. You understand? So in such a way, the wholesaler helps to finance the what? Manufacturer. You understand? Bringing money before you get the product. Then you talk about information dissemination. Information what? Dissemination. Information dissemination. The wholesaler is the closest person to the manufacturer, is it not? The wholesaler and the retailer, and the final consumer, who is closer to the manufacturer? The wholesaler, because he buys from him, isn't it? So it's him that gets all the information, most of the information from the what? Manufacturer. When the price increases, the wholesaler comes, the manufacturer will say the price don't increase. You understand? Add more money. This is new product that we have. You understand? So what will the wholesaler do? He will not help him in what? Disseminating the what? The information to other people. Warehousing. What? Warehousing. How does it do this function? Who can explain this? Bulk and store. You understand? Most of the wholesalers, they have their own warehouse. You understand? So instead of the producer having to build plenty warehouse where he will be keeping, he will leave it because he knows that once he finishes production, the wholesaler will come and do what? Buy them and then store them in the warehouse. Is that clear? So the wholesaler does this warehousing function. Then another function is function of advertising. Function of what? Function of what? You see, most wholesalers, they advertise. You understand? Like me, I buy Jamb in bulk. So whenever I buy Jamb card, I'll go and advertise. You see all those adverts in front of my office. You see them, man? Come and register Jamb. Who are the producers of Jamb for? Jamb themselves. You understand? Then other people that sell, they will advertise. You can use the Jamb people coming here to advertise and say buy Jamb, come and register here. They don't do it. Is it? They don't do it. But we that are wholesalers and we that are involved, we do what? We advertise the product for them. So we do the function of what? Advertising. Then we have another function of what? Price what? Stability. We help to stabilize the price. And we have the function of what? Risk bearing. Risk bearing. The wholesalers, they bear most of the risk. You understand? They bear most of the risks. You understand? When you buy a product and you store it, are you not bearing risk? What if fire catches the warehouse? What happens? You lose a lot. So you bear the risk, plenty of the risk. Now, what are the functions of the wholesaler to the retailer? Number one is what? Provision of what? Variety of goods. You provide these goods for the retailer to buy and sell to the final consumer. Is it not? That's the basic function. Number two is what? Provision of credit facilities. Provision of what? Credit facilities. You see that most wholesalers, they sell on credit to their retailer, isn't it? They sell on credit. They give them goods to come and pay later, isn't it? Number three is what? To advise the retailer. The wholesalers advise the retailers, isn't it? Give them advice. The product is high now. You understand? There is much supply now. You can increase your price. This is the best product to sell for now. Number four, what? Transportation services. They do what? Transportation services. Transportation services. They transport their goods from the manufacturer. Even if the manufacturer is in the village or Kano, you understand? They will go there and bring the goods here in Abuja, so that retailers, they don't have to transport long. They will just go to their warehouse and do what? Buy and sell. Then lastly is what we call what? Price stability. They also help to stabilize the price. So those are the functions of the wholesaler. Is that clear? So now we look at foreign trade. Now we look at what? Foreign trade. We've finished looking at home trade. Now we look at foreign trade.
Right. Question. The resistance of a wire of length 100 centimeter. The resistance of a wire of length 100 centimeter. What this technique begins?
The form of this word, as I understand.
Yes, terms of trade. We are going to look at terms of trade. Terms of trade. What are terms of trade? What are those terms that you use when you want to trade? Understand? What are those terms that are very useful? We talk about discounts. What is discount? You go to buy something and they say, I'm giving you a discount. You understand? Instead of paying 100 naira, because you're paying immediately, pay 19 naira. Exactly. You go buy this shirt. Say today I'm going to give you a discount. Instead of since you're going to pay the 100 naira for this shirt immediately, just pay 90. I've discounted how much? 10 naira, isn't it? That's reduction. I've reduced it from the normal price of 100 to what? 90. Exactly. Or now you come to buy. You're not buying only one shirt, you're buying plenty. So instead of selling 100 naira, I'll sell 90 naira, is it not? So I'm discounting because of the what? Quantity you're buying. I can discount because you're paying me immediately. I can discount because of the quantity you're buying. Exactly. So discount simply means reduction. Discount is the reduction in the price of goods to encourage bulk purchase and what? Prompt payment. So these are the two reasons why you do what? Why you discount. To encourage bulk purchase. What is bulk purchase? To buy in plenty quantity. Or prompt payment, paying immediately. So there are types of what? Discount. The first one is what we call cash discount. And cash discount is the money given in order to encourage what? Prompt payment. You understand? You buy something of 100 naira, I collect only 19 naira. That means I'm giving you back how much? 10 naira. Why? Because I want you to pay immediately. Cash discount. Once you're paying cash, I give you a discount. Exactly. The second one is what we call quantity discount, which encourages what? Bulk purchase. Because you're buying plenty, I'll reduce the money for you, isn't it? That is what we call quantity discount. The discount type of discount that encourages what? Bulk purchase. Then we have what we call trade discount. Trade discount. Is that clear? If instead of selling to the final consumer, I use a middleman. Let me say I want to sell to Ibrahim and Gabele. You know I'm selling wristwatch to them. You understand? You come, you say, Oga, see if you give me this wristwatch to be selling to them, I will be selling it very fast. Even I will go and meet Ebuka and meet other people. So instead of selling that normal 880 naira that I'm selling the wristwatch, I will not give you at 60 naira. You understand? I will encourage you, the middleman, to help me in the trade. Call it what? Trade what? Discount. Is that clear? Now, terms of quoting price in international trade. How do we quote prices in international trade? There are some terms that you use in international trade when you want to quote price. When you say free on board, FOB, you know the meaning. It means that the price covers all costs up to ship, including other charges. You understand? So when I give you an FOB, free on board, it means that any price I'm writing for you, if I'm going to import, you understand? Those Chinese people give me what we call FOB. It means that that price they've given me, they put the cost of what? Shipping. The cost of the ship that will bring it to Nigeria, is all of it is included. So I don't have to pay for shipping again. Is that clear? Call it what? FOB, free on board. You understand? Then there's another one called CIF, which means cost, insurance, and what? Freight. If I write quotation and I include, I say that it has this cost, insurance, and what? Freight. CIF. It simply means that the price quoted on that quotation, is that clear, includes the cost of the goods. Is that clear? C, cost of the goods. Freight. Freight means the cost of shipping it, transporting it down here. Is that clear? And what? Insurance up to the what? Port of destination. We have Tinkan Island, that's the port in Nigeria, isn't it? So if a quotation contains CIF, it simply means that the prices of those goods now is including what? The cost of the goods, the cost of transporting it to Nigeria, and what? Insurance. Everything is included. I don't need to pay any other thing, except when I now go to the port and I pay other small things to get my goods. But the money for the goods is included in that money. The money for the freight, which is transporting it from China to here, is included. The money for insurance, do you know what is insurance? In case if anything happens to it, you understand, they will still take care of it. Because my quotation is reading what? CIF, cost, insurance, and what? Freight. Is that clear? So you need to understand what all these things means when you're doing international trade. FOB simply means what? Free on board. That means that they've taken care of what? Shipping the goods to me. I don't need to pay any extra charge. Is that clear? And CIF means what? Cost, insurance, and what? Freight. That means the money for the cost of the goods is there, the money for the insurance is there, and the money for freight, which is transporting it, is also what? Included. Yes, we are going to be continuing with some documents that are used in trading. Documents that are used in trading, in both home and foreign trade, isn't it? Most of the documents we've mentioned earlier are used in home trade, but these ones are in foreign trade, most of these new ones. Is that clear? Number one is what we call indent. Indent. What is indent? Indent is a document used in international what? Trade, and it serves as a what? As an order to buy goods conveyed by an importer to a potential what? Supplier. This indent is given by an importer. Let's say Austin Holdings, and I'm importing, isn't it, from China to Nigeria. There is a document that I need to give me as the importer. I need to give it to my potential what? Supplier from China, isn't it? So it's an order that tells him to supply some what? To convey some goods to me. Call it indent. It's used in international what? Trade. Another one is what we call consular what? Invoice. Consular invoice. Consular invoice is an invoice signed by the consul of the country to which is to be what? Consigned. To which to be consigned. Consul It's like a diplomatic house. A diplomatic house. Let's say Nigeria has a consul in China. Exactly. Or Nigeria has a consul in France. You understand? Now you want to do a trade with them. You understand? They get some paper to anybody that gets to our consul there to sign should be called a consular what? Invoice. Now we look at bill of landing. Bill of landing is a document of title giving the holder the right to take possession of goods to which it refers. You understand? Bill of landing. Bill of landing. It tells, once I issue you a bill of landing, it means that any good that lands that has those goods that has the name as the name on the bill of landing. You understand? Once you see the goods land, it means that you have the right to do what? Go and take possession of those goods, because you already have the what? Bill of landing. So when you go to port, you show them your bill of landing, showing them that you are the owner of the what? These goods that are just landed, isn't it? Bill of landing. It's a document of title giving the holder the right to do what? Take possession. Once you have that bill of landing, it means that you are entitled to those goods, because those goods are also written inside the what? Bill of landing that you have. Exactly. Now I have what to call certificate of origin. What is certificate of origin? It is a document signed by a custom officer of the exporting country to show the country from which the goods have been exported, or where the goods was originated from. If there is a shipment of goods from China to Nigeria, which country will write the certificate of origin? The custom officer of the what? Exporting country. So which country? China is exporting from their country to our country, isn't it? So their custom officer is supposed to what? Sign a certificate of origin that shows that those goods are coming from where? China. It's telling us the origin of those goods. And the origin is where? China. That's where they are coming from. Is that clear? Certificate of origin. All these documents are very important in international trade. Is that clear? Now we talk about consignment note. We talk about what? Consignment note. And consignment note is a document supplied to a carrier when goods are to be sent from one place to what? Another. Consignment goof. Consignment what? Note. You understand? So you send it to the carrier, so that they know that you're sending these goods from one country to the other. Is that not good? So consignment notes, the carriers, those people that are carrying it from one country to the other, you understand? You have to know whether it's via ship or through airways. Exactly. They need to know that you want to take these goods from one place to the other. And how do you show it? By using the word consignment notes. Exactly. Yes, we said that the two-way of settling payment is by what? Credit. The first way is by paying what? Cash. The first way is by paying what? Cash. When you buy a commodity or whenever a service is rendered to you, it is expected that you pay, isn't it? So you can either pay in cash immediately or you pay on what? Credit. Payment of cash simply means is an immediate payment, isn't it? Whereas payment on credit is deferred payment. You're paying in future. And we learned about ways you can pay immediately by giving the physical cash notes, the legal tender naira or coins, or by doing transfer, isn't it? Credit transfer. But now we look at the second method of payment known as what? Credit. And what is credit? This credit takes place when a seller grants permission to a buyer to take possession and enjoy a commodity with a promise of what? Paying in future. If you want to pay in future, then you know that the kind of payment you're using is by what? Credit. There are types of this credit. It could be by mortgage. Mortgage is whenever you want to buy a house. You buy properties like house, you understand? You can use mortgage to get a house. Loan and what? Overdraft. Like it's a businessman, me, I collect loans from time to time from bank. Exactly. I take loan. You take loan from bank, later you pay what's it called? You pay them interest. You understand? They might give you a loan now. You pay after 1 year or 2 years or 6 months. But by the time you finish paying, you find out that you paid interest. They do it as a business. They can also give you overdraft. Understand? If you have 1 million in bank, maybe you want to get like 1.5 million, they will give you. Since they know you are their customer, but you pay with profit. Is that clear? Or as you continue to bank with them, they will be removing those money that they borrowed you. Loan and what? Overdraft. Then we are going to call hire purchase. Do you know what hire purchase is? Something like all these people doing Okada. You understand? You are the owner of Okada. You buy like 5 Okada. You call this person, come drive this Okada. You pay me small. You understand? After some certain time, you take the Okada, isn't it? That is hire purchase. It happens a lot here in Nigeria. Then we are able to call deferred payment, paying in future. You understand? You come and buy something from me. You say, hey, Oga, you know, say me now your customer. I no get money. I will pay you later. Just wait next week. You understand? Deferred payment. Then you have what you call credit card. If you're banking with a bank, you understand, they know you're a customer. They can give you a credit card, you'll be using it to shop. You understand? After sometimes you'll be paying money into that account. Exactly. So those are the ways you can get towards credit. Credit is not only deferred payment like we normally see in every day. There are other ways like mortgage, loans and overdraft, hire purchase, deferred payments, credit card. Exactly. So it's not only banks that give you loan and overdraft. The companies, your customer, they can also decide to, you understand, loan you in special circumstances when they know that you can be trusted. Is that clear? Now we look at merits and advantages of credit sales. What are the advantages of selling on credit? If I find out that you can sell for me on credit now, you understand? Like this camera, you know the camera I was using before, it's not this one. So that one had fault. So if I find out that the person selling cameras can give me plenty on credit, I'll go and buy more, isn't it? So I'll buy more. So there is what we call increase in sales. He will be selling more because he's giving on credit. Number 2, there is reduction of problem of stocking. Instead of him going to buy a warehouse where he will keep in those goods, he will sell it on credit. You see that people will come and buy it off. So he will not have the problem of what? Stocking. Enjoyment of goods without payment. Me that is buying it, or you that is buying credit, you'll be enjoying the goods even when you've not paid, isn't it? There is another advantage. Increase in profit. Whenever you're selling on credit, and even you want to, the price of this marker would have been 100 naira. If I'm giving you on credit, I might say bring 120. You see, my profit has increased. And you know, since you're buying it on credit, you're not paying. You say, let me have it first. Let me go and use it and solve my problem. So you find out that the person will increase his profit and make more profit. Then what are the disadvantages of credit sale? There are plenty of disadvantages. Number 1, increase in price. Just like I explained, instead of me selling this thing 100 naira for you, if you were buying cash, I will not say 120 because you want to buy on credit. So I've increased the price. Number 2, overbuying by customers. Customers will continue buying what they don't need because they know it's on credit. Hey, say, hey, let me buy this. Hey, I need this one. I need Arabic book. Hey, I need chemistry book. Even though you are not studying chemistry, you want to buy all of them and keep in your house because you know it's on credit. So overbuying. Number 3, it involves a lot of record keeping. If I buy something from you on credit, you will write it somewhere, isn't it? If you don't write it, I might come tomorrow and deny, isn't it? People might continue denying that you sold something to them. So you have to keep proper record, isn't it? With dates and everything. So in record sales, in credit sales, you have to always keep record. Then finally, seller can repossess. What's the meaning of repossess? After selling this thing to you now, if I find out that you cannot pay, I can come and repossess it, carry it back to myself, isn't it? But if you pay me cash, can I repossess it? I cannot. So when somebody sells something on credit to you, if he does not live up to his own bidding, his own part of the contract by coming to pay, you can do what? Repossess your property, which is not obtainable in cash sales. Is that clear? So those are the methods of payments. Like I said, you must settle debts, isn't it? When you buy something, when you do transaction, and settling of debts or making payment could be done in 2 ways: by cash or by what? By cash or on credit. Is that clear? Thank you. Yes, welcome. Whenever there is a business transaction, there is this expectation that there should be payment. There should be what? Payment. If I come and ask you for your, maybe you have a car and I need a car, I want to buy your car. You understand? When you give me the car, it is expected that I make what? Payment. Is it not? When you go to people's shop to buy commodities that they sell, it is expected that when you buy, you make what? Payment, isn't it? You must pay. Because in modern times, we are no longer doing trade by barter, isn't it? When business transactions are made, there is expected to be what? Payment, you understand? When you give me something, I need to pay for it, isn't it? This payment could be in form of cash or by credit. It could be in form of what? Cash or by what? Credit. Cash is when you pay physically using a legal tender like the Nigerian naira. In Nigeria we use a currency, isn't it? What's the name of the currency? Naira. So when I buy a commodity from you and I pay you with naira or with a cash or with a coin, that is known as what? Cash payment. Is that clear? I can also wire the money for you from my phone. I can do transfer. You understand? Those ones are known as cash payment, immediate payment. Is that clear? Then on a second note, we have what we call credit payment, credit, buying on credit. In which case you sell your commodity to me and you expect me to pay you in future. You expect me to pay you in what? Future, not today, not immediately. So you see the two ways that we can make payments in transactions. So and that brings us to today's topic known as what? Terms of what? Payment. Terms of what? Payments. How payments are done. How payments are done. And I told you that it could be of two types. Again, isn't it? Cash or what? Cash or what? Credit. It could be by cash or by credit. So now we say that there are various means of payment or settlement for financial or business what? Transaction. There are various means you could use in doing it. And they can be what? Cash or what? Credit. They can be what? Cash or credit. Now we look at cash. What is payment by cash? In payment by cash, you can use what we call legal tender or the currency. Is that clear? In Nigeria, our legal tender is what? Naira. Our legal tender is what? In America, what is their legal tender? Dollar. In UK, what is their legal tender? Pound sterling, isn't it? That's what they use in payment. So now, legal tender is a form of payment by which a creditor is compelled by law to accept. You understand? Whenever you pay somebody in naira, by law you're supposed to accept it. You don't say, hey, I don't want naira, I want dollar. Why you are in Nigeria? Does it make sense? You have to accept because the law has said that you should do what? Accept it. So it's a form of payment by which a creditor is compelled by law to accept in settlement of debt. It could be coins or what? Notes. What kind of coins do we have in Nigeria? You have 50 kobo, isn't it? Then what kind of notes do we have? We have 10 naira, 5 naira, 20 naira, 1,000 naira. That's the highest denomination we have, isn't it? Now, payment through what? Bank, credit transfer. I told you that if you buy something, you mustn't necessarily pay me with. If you go to ShopRite, you want to buy, you buy plenty and you don't have cash to pay, you pay through what? Your ATM, through credit wiring, you understand? So that is also an immediate payment, is it not? You are not paying in future, you are paying immediately, but you are not using the coins or notes. So that one is known as what? Credit what? Transfer. So how is it done? Credit transfer is a method of payment whereby a customer's bank pays directly into the bank account of the what? Creditor. When you bring your ATM and slot in, you're paying from your bank to the person's or other person's what? Bank account, isn't it? So it's also immediate payment, isn't it? So now we look at the other type of payment that is known as what? That is known as what? Credit. These two are immediate payments. So we're going to look at payments on credit. Is that clear? We're going to look at payments on credit. We're going to look at payments on credit. Yes, so we're going to be looking at business units, business organizations, business units, business organizations, business organizations. The kind of business that is owned by The kind of business that is owned by, do you know Zenith Bank? Then you know those people that sell fish in the market. Those two businesses, are they the same? Is the only one person that owns Zenith Bank? But one person can open up a fish selling business, isn't it? The kind of business that one person owns is known as sole proprietorship. Is that clear? It's known as what? Sole proprietorship. That's the business by one single person. Is that clear? Then we have what we call limited liability company, business that is owned by plenty people. Is that clear? Businesses like the one owned by Zenith Bank, the one owned by Wando, the one owned by Total. It's not one person. Is that clear? That is limited liability company. Then you can also have partnership. Me and David, is it? You understand? We might come together and decide to own Tclassified.com. Maybe managing Tclassified.com starts giving me problems. Or maybe I don't have enough money anymore. And I found out that David is a rich boy. And he can help me out. Then I will now go and meet David and say, see, I want the both of us to go own Tclassified. Can you bring like 10 million? Let's use it and support Tclassified so that it will be stronger. Then our profits will be sharing. And that is what we call what? Partnership. Can you see the 3 categories of business units that are obtainable? Can you see them? So number 1 is what? Sole proprietorship, owned by one person. Number 2 is partnership, owned by 2 people, maybe friends. You understand? Then number 3 is a limited liability company, owned by what? Plenty people. Is that clear? Dave, is that clear? So these are the 3 kinds of business units that are, or 3 forms of ownership of business units available. Exactly. Now we concentrate on the first one, known as what? Sole proprietorship. What is sole proprietorship? Sole proprietorship is a form of business enterprise owned, financed, and managed by one person with the primary aim of what? Maximizing profit. That's what he wants to do. He owns it only himself. He's the only risk bearer. He takes all the risk and maximizes his profit. It is also called what? One-man business. So proprietorship is also called what? One-man business. It is the oldest and most common type of business. When you go to Wholesaler market, you find out that everybody there is a sole proprietorship, isn't it? All of them own their businesses by themselves. You can count the number of limited liability companies that we have, but you find it difficult to count the number of sole proprietorships because you find out that almost everybody is a businessman, isn't it? When you're selling recharge card, you're running your sole proprietorship business. But to get partnership and limited liability, there are some basic requirements. You understand? Basic number of people, registration, and other things you need to do. Now, what are the features or characteristics of sole proprietorship? How do you see a business and say that this business is a sole proprietorship business? Number 1, you find out that in ownership, it is only owned by what? One person. In objective, what is the aim of the business? It is always to do what? Make profit. And thirdly, what is the source of capital for a sole proprietorship business? What is the source of capital? If you're running a sole proprietorship business, you find it difficult to get bank loans. You understand? It's easier for bank to give loans to limited liability companies. Exactly. So you find it difficult getting what? Loan. So you find out that all the capital you'll be using for your business, you have to source it yourself. It has to be from you. Is that clear? So the owner must be the person that will provide the what? Capital for the business. Is that clear? Is that clear? So these are not only the characteristics of sole proprietorship. There are other characteristics of sole proprietorship which we'll take note. There are other characteristics. Number 4, liability. What is liability? If anything happens, if there is any loss,
was 18 years
who do we hold accountable? Who? The sole proprietor. The sole what? Proprietor. But if your money misses in Zenith Bank, you don't go and hold those bills shareholders. Exactly. There's a way that your problem can be sorted out. You cannot sue individuals in a business liability company. But as a sole proprietorship, when there is problem, you can be sued. Exactly. So you take care of every liability that is emanating from your what? Business. Then, in terms of legal entity, the sole proprietor is also the what? Legal what? Entity. Because he can be what? Sued. He can be what? He can be sued. He can be sued. Then another characteristic in terms of management. Who does the management for him? Who does the management? He does it himself. The sole proprietor does the management himself. He manages his business by himself. And finally, in terms of lifespan, you find out that businesses like Zenith Bank, even when who is the major shareholder in Zenith Bank? Jamb is the major shareholder. Exactly. What of UBA? Tony Elumedu. Even if Jamb or Tony Elumedu dies, you see that UBA will continue to be alive, isn't it? UBA will continue to be there. It's everlasting. People that started companies like Lever Brothers, and most of them are dead, but the businesses are still there, isn't it? So limited liability company, they can span for a very long time. But so proprietorship, you find out that immediately the owner dies, it's likely that the business will fold up, isn't it? So lifespan depends on the life of who? Depends on who? On the lifestyle of, on the lifespan of the owner. It depends on the owner. Exactly. You find out that the business may fold up. You understand? If the owner dies, the business could fold up. If the owner dies, the business could fold up. If the owner dies, exactly, the business could fold up. If the owner dies, the business could fold up. If the owner dies. Now we look at the sources of income, sources of capital for a sole proprietor. How does he get his capital? How can a sole proprietor get his capital? Number one, he can get his capital through personal savings. Through what? Personal savings. If you want to start a recharge card business and you start saving money, if your uncle dashes you money, you save. If your brother, your senior brother dashes you, you do what? You save. After some time, you can raise capital for a recharge card business. That's very good. Then number two is through loan from friends. Through what? Loans from friends. You can get loans from your friends. You understand? You have a friend that is a big boy, he has money, goes to China, comes back. You want to start a little business that costs 100,000, you can call him up and say, guy, have fun now. Please, you know, say you never helped your guy for a very long time. Please, this is what I want to do. Help me. You understand? Through loans from friends, you can get money to start up a business. Number three is what we call trade credit. What we call what? Trade credit. You know that Igbo people are always into commerce, trading, isn't it? They sell motor spare parts and all sorts of things. So majorly they go to Onitsha and Lagos to buy. That's the two places they go to buy. If you're staying in Aba, you're doing business in Aba, you're doing it in Nnewi or any other place. If you want to buy products, you go to where? Onitsha or what? Lagos. Those are the two major places where you can buy things. How do they do this? You go to market to Onitsha to your customer with 100,000, but you need goods of 200,000. Is that clear? And the person trusts you, and the person wants to sell. You understand? You say, oh yeah, carry these goods of 200,000. Please make sure that within 1 month or 2 weeks you bring back the 100,000. Is that clear? That's the way they do business. When I was young, my father was also trading motor spare parts. So I understood all this. You understand? All the goods in your shop might not be you that has it, is it? You buy some on credit, isn't it? As you're selling, you now do what? You pay back. That is what we call what? That is what we call what? Trade credit. You're not getting it from bank. It's not a loan from bank, but somebody like your fellow trader, you understand, who trusts you and believes that you return the money after sale. Trade credit. Now we have loan and overdraft from banks. Number 4 is what? Loan and what? Overdrafts from bank. As a sole proprietor, you need to be banking your money in the bank, isn't it? Then you go to Zenith Bank, you're keeping your money. Zenith Bank finds out that this man is making a lot of sales. In a day, he makes sales of almost 300,000 every day. You understand? They evaluate your business, they say this guy can make a whole lot of money. Let's give him loan so that he will be paying us profit. He would want to expand since he has many customers. You understand? Sometimes they will talk to you, they will be the people talking to you, or you'll be the person that will approach them. You understand? They will come and evaluate your business. Once they see that your business is making headway, they can give you overdraft. What is overdraft? You have 1 million, but you want to buy something of 1.2 million. They can give you the extra what? 0.2 million, which is 200,000, so that you can buy it. Since you're banking in their bank, once you're putting money, they are removing the money. Is that clear? Loans and overdraft. And finally, what is the last way? Grants and loans from government. Last way is what? Grants and what? Loans from government. You find out that this government is pro-agric. The current government is what? Pro-agric. Yes. It's investing in agriculture. So it's very, very easy for you to get loan from government now. If you're into agric, if you're farming. Is that clear? So even if you're a sole proprietorship, you can get what? Loan from government. Since government is supporting that kind of business. The government wants to grow surplus food for everybody so that people will not go hungry in the country. Is that clear? That's why the government is investing in agriculture, and the government is also trying to diversify the economy. Do you know that Nigeria is a mono-economic country? Nigeria is mono-economic in the sense that we depend hugely on the sales of our crude oil for us to survive. Without the crude oil, not much thing. The crude oil supplies almost 90% of our total income in Nigeria from foreign exchange, and that is wrong. So the government wants to encourage what? Agriculture. Wants to encourage what? Agriculture. So if you're a sole proprietorship and you're farming or you're doing agriculture, you can get loan from the what? You can get loan from the what? Exactly. Yes. What are the advantages of a sole proprietorship? Who can give me the advantages? What do you benefit from running a sole proprietorship business? All profit does what? Belongs to the what? Sole proprietor. All the profits, advantages.
The second caption.
Okay, I will draw the table.
When you get your money, so is it not only you that will eat it? You're the only person that provides the capital for the business. You're the only person that takes the risk. If anything happens to your shop, you're selling tomato, it's only you. Nobody will help you. So what happens when you make the profit? Only you, is it not? They call it eat alone and do what? Eat alone and die alone. Eat means when there is profit, isn't it? Die means what? When there is what? Loss. If there is loss, you take it. If there is profit, you do what? taking. Number one profit is the number one advantage that it involves small capital. It involves what? Small capital. Every sole proprietorship business involves small capital. If you want to start recharge car business, you need 1 million. If you want to start tomato business, you need 1 million. If you want to start selling fish, you need 1 million. It involves what? Small capital. Number two, it is easy to establish. It is easy to do what? Establish. You can easily establish it. Do you need to go and register with CAC for you to start tomato business? You wake up tomorrow, you start it. Once the money is there, you start. And you don't need to consult anybody. Yes, very easy to start. Number three, it allows for quick decision taking. If me and David we are running a partnership and we are running Tclassified, all of a sudden I decide to incorporate another business into Tclassified. Before I do it, I will need to do what? I need to consult him. He might not like it. He will say no. Maybe I want to open up a place where they are doing snooker and selling shisha. I talk to him, he say no, he doesn't like anything shisha, anything smoking. No, I don't want. You understand? Whereas that could be a business that is booming that will bring a lot of money. Him will say he's not interested. And because it's a partnership business, he has to be interested. He has to, is he not? He has to, both of us have to come together. If not, the two will not move. So before you take any decision, it takes long. I need to allow him to think over it and agree, isn't it? The same thing with limited liability company. Not one person wakes up and says there is something. But in sole proprietorship, you can wake up today and you decide to add up another thing to your business, isn't it? Nobody will talk to you. There is quick decision taking. Is that clear? Now, other things is that what you say that all profit does what? All profit belongs to the owner. All profits belongs to the owner. All profits from a business proprietorship belongs to the what? Owner. If it's one person that owns it, you get all the profit to yourself.
For 2 years.
It thrives in all business environments. Is that clear? You can own your business proprietorship in Kano, in Newi, in Lagos. No matter the kind of business environment there, you can always do business proprietorship. Is that clear? It's very easy sort of business.
Struggle to escape. You find that struggle to escape of the female animal. Then he was caught by the
There is privacy. You understand? You see that every year there is what we call annual general meeting of companies. Company will come and tell you their income, isn't it? Their profit and their loss and their activities. If it is a business proprietorship, will the person come and be telling you things about his company? You will not know his profit, you will not know anything. He keeps it to himself. That is what? Privacy. There is privacy. The proprietor enjoys personal rewards. He enjoys personal rewards from his business. He enjoys everything that comes out of his business. There is effective planning. Is that clear? There is effective planning. He knows that this is his business. So he has to do what? Plan it well, isn't it? He has to plan it well. You will not play with your business if it is your own alone. If it is government work, nothing concerns you. I can government, this is government work. You can come by 10 o'clock. You can come by 1 o'clock. You can leave the work and go to your village and do village meeting and come back. You do it in a private proprietorship owner business, you have problem, isn't it? It will affect. So there is effective planning and the rest of it. Can I clean up? So finally, for sole proprietorship business, which is where we are going to end for today. Finally, is the disadvantage or the disadvantages. Is that clear? Who can give me an example of a word? Give me an example of this disadvantage. He bears all the risk. He does what? Bears all the risk. If you wake up and you find out that there is bird flu, and bird flu don't kill all your birds, you cry. You go to church, you cry. You understand? All the loss is your own. Even your customer that have paid you for some bird will still come and hold you on your neck. Where is my bird? You must refund me my money. Is that clear? You bear all the words, risks. Eat alone and do what? Die alone. You bear all the risk. Nobody wants to hear that this one. You understand? You have problem, you move your shop from one place to the other. All your customers, they don't want to hear about the problem. You send some goods to come from China and there was a problem, or the custom held up the goods and stuff like that. Will they listen to you? They paid for the goods, you must do what? Provide them. You bear all the what? Risk. Both natural disaster, man-made, every problem you need to do what? Bear all the what? And that's why he takes all the profits. You see, there's no cheating. Is there any cheating? He bears all the risk and does what? Takes all the profits. So there's no problem. What's the number 2? Number 2 is there is problem of continuity. Problem of what? Continuity. I told you that if Jim Ovia or Tony Elumelu, if he dies, you understand? What will happen to UBA or Zenith Bank? They will continue. Zenith Bank will never stop, even if all their even if they are major shareholders, even if some of them they are no longer there, the bank still remains. But you find out that if it is a one-man business, if the person that owns it dies or is incapacitated in one way or the other, the business might just pack up. You understand? So there is no what? Continuity. There is a problem of what? Continuity. It doesn't continue like that. What other one? Number 3 is inadequate capital. Inadequate what? Capital. It's not easy for you to access loan from banks, commercial banks, if you are not a registered limited liability company. Is that clear? If you are coming as a sole proprietorship, before they will give you loan, they will ensure that you are a very big man, you're making a lot of money. Is that clear? They give very few people loan. It's easier for them to give a business, a limited liability company, a well-established company loan. So they have this problem of what? Inadequate what? Capital to do business. Inadequate capital. Number 4, it has unlimited liability. It has what? Unlimited liability. Once there is a problem, your customers will come after you. They will sue you to court. Is that clear? Unlike Zenith Bank, you cannot go and sue those people that own Zenith Bank to court. You sue Zenith Bank as a corporate entity. And you know what is involved in suing a corporate entity. It will take a lot of time. And the law absorbs them from that problem. So the individuals that own the company, they might not even pay anything in the end. There is a way they will solve the problem. It's the company that will face you, face the company. Jim Ovia will not even listen to you. He'll be going about his normal business. Tony Elumelu will be going about his normal business. But if it is a sole proprietorship, they will come and will do what? They will come and grab him. Sole proprietorship. Is that clear? Yes, we are going to look at the advantages of partnership. The advantages of partnership. Why would you want to do partnership instead of doing sole proprietorship, or instead of going for a limited liability company? Why? And what are the advantages of having a partnership business? Why would I have to go meet David for me and him to open a business together instead of opening me all by myself? Number one, there is what we call sufficient capital. You understand? If I'm going for a business of 3 million and I have only 1 million, and I find out that David has up to 10 million, he can actually bring the money. You understand? With my 1 million, I can walk up to David and try to explain to him, give him reasons to open up the business. Tell him that we are going to make a lot of money from the business. So if he buys the idea, he will do what? He will bring the 2 million that are remaining to set up the business, isn't it? Then me and him form what we call partnership, isn't it? So once there is partnership, there is what? Sufficient capital. You can raise capital for your business. Number two, increase in production. Once you have more money, you produce more, isn't it? If you have less money, you produce less things. If I have more money in this my business, I employ more workers, isn't it? I have more customers because when they come, they see workers. Joint decision making. Once we are two, we are no longer one. When we want to make decisions, it has to be 2 of us, isn't it? If we are 10 in the partnership, it has to be 10 of us. You understand? So if 10 people are bringing their heads together, there will be what we call better management, isn't it? There will be better management, and there will be what? Increased what? Efficiency, because more people are involved. There is privacy. Unlike public limited liability company, where you have annual general meeting where they tell us about their profit and everything. In partnership, you don't need to call a meeting and be telling them how much you're earning. Is that clear? It's just between the partners. They know how much they are making. Sharing of risks and what? Liabilities. If there is problem, both of you will share it. Understand? If you're importing from overseas and your ship falls inside the ocean, what happens? 2 of you will bear the risk. But if it's only you, only your money will go. Is that clear? So those are some of the advantages that you have when you have a what? Partnership business. Is that clear? Yes, so we are going to look at dissolution of partnership. Dissolution of partnership. When you hear the word dissolution, what does it mean? To dissolve. For something to stop existing. You understand? So anytime you want to pack up your partnership, I don't want to have David Austin Infrastructures again. I don't want David Austin Investments again. I just want to have Austin alone. I want to go my way. I want David to go his way. How does that happen? What are the reasons why a partnership will dissolve? What are the reasons why a partnership will cease to exist? Is that clear? There are several reasons why you can stop a partnership. You understand? So whenever you say dissolution of partnership, what do you mean by dissolution of partnership? The solution is the coming to an end of a what? Partnership agreement. It is a breakup of partnership business. So once there is a breakup of partnership business, once David does not want to do business anymore with Judith, then we'll know that what has occurred? Dissolution of partnership. That's what has occurred. Dissolution of partnership. So what are the reasons why a partnership business will end, will break up? What are some of those reasons? Number one is what we call expiration of agreement. We say that in the deed of partnership that there has to be the duration of the partnership, isn't it? If the business is going to last for 10 years. So what if it has lasted for 10 years? What happens? The partnership will dissolve, isn't it? It will break up. Number two, bankruptcy of the partners. Bankruptcy of a partner. Bankruptcy of one of the partner. If one of the partner doesn't have money, it can no longer provide capital or provide things that will run the business, will the other person be doing everything? No. So the partnership will cease to exist. It can end. Death of a partner, if one of the partner dies, you understand, most times the partnership will do what? Will be dissolved. Now, insanity of a partner, if one of the partners starts having mental problem or stuff like that, you understand, there's likelihood that the partnership will stop. Joint decision. Me and David, we can decide, hey, we don't want this partnership again, let's go our separate way. We decide by ourselves, we don't want again, so we can still break the partnership or dissolve it. Is that clear? Maybe I want to go and start staying in the United States of America. I want to further my education, do my PhD and settle there. And David loves the business here in Nigeria. So what will happen? We'll come together and say, let's dissolve this, you understand? Give me some money, let me go. I'll take my own part of the gains that we've made, isn't it? Now I'll travel to the United States and go and start up a new life. You understand? Joint decision, we can make the decision together. Insolvency of the business, when the business does not have money again. If there is no money again, is there any need to continue the business? No need. So it can stop immediately. Court verdict. If one of us goes to court, or if one of our customer goes to court and say, and we are having problem, and court says this business cannot go on. Court verdict. Notice of retirement by a partner. When it gets to like, I get to like 80 years, I'll meet David and say, see, I'm tired of managing this business, I want to retire. I'll write a notice and give you. You understand? Give me my own share of the business. I want to retire. That can also lead to the ending of a partnership business, isn't it? So all these are some of the reasons or factors that can lead to the word dissolution of a what? Partnership. Is that clear? Is that clear? Thank you. Next class we look at limited liability company. Yes, we are going to learn the formation of a partnership business. How is a partnership business formed? How? Is it that me and Toby will just come together and say we are having partnership? We open Austin Toby Infrastructures. We'll be building. We find out that sometimes when we make gain, maybe Toby is the person that is doing the actual work. Is the person that knows how to build. You understand? When we make maximum gain, we make something like 2 million. Me, I might. Toby does most of the work, isn't it? He's supposed to get bigger share. You understand? But because maybe I'm older than Toby, I will be like, Abba, you don't have family responsibility, I should take 1.2. Whereas the person doing the more work, you'll be expecting him to take 800,000. Is it reasonable? It's not reasonable. There is nothing like you're older than anybody in business. You understand? Once both of you are coming together, you're coming together based on partnership. You're supposed to have an agreement. And that agreement is known as what? Deed of partnership. That agreement is known as what? Deed of partnership. The agreement is known as what? Deed of partnership. Is that clear? So whenever you want to form a partnership, formation of what? Partnership. Whenever you want to form partnership, you have to prepare a document or an agreement document known as what? Deed of partnership. Is that clear? If anyone known as what? Deed of partnership. So inside this deed of partnership, there are some information that has to be there. There are some what? Information that has to be inside the deed of partnership. There are some information that has to be inside the what? Deed of partnership. And that is what we captioned here when we say items found in the deed of what? Partnership. That deed of partnership is the agreement letter or the agreement form or the agreement, you understand, that binds the two partners together or that binds the partners together. You know, it's not only two people. It could be up to how many? 20. You understand? So we say that there has to be what? Expression of what? Intention. Both of you have to express your intention to form partnership. Do you force people to form partnership? They have to come by themselves, you understand? So there has to be expression of what? intention in the what? Partnership agreement, known as what? Deed of partnership. So the partnership agreement is known as what? Deed of partnership. And Jamb is going to ask you which of the following documents is needed for partnership business to be formed. What is the answer? Deed of partnership. So this is a document drawn up to clarify the positions of the what? Partners in the business. So that when we make 10 million, we know how to share. If it is Toby that is doing most of the work, he might have to take up to 7 million and me 3 million, isn't it? So all those agreements, those things has to be stated in an agreement known as what? Deed of what? Partnership. So what kind of informations are contained in deed of partnership? What kind of information is there? Number one, sharing of what? Profit and what? Loss. You understand? So when we make 10 million, it has to be stated there. Toby gets 70%. Austin gets how many? 30%. Is that clear? It has to be there. When it is its loss too, Toby will still bear the most loss, isn't it? 70%. Austin will bear how many percent? 30%. It has to be there. Sharing of what? Profit and loss. How the profit and loss of the business is shared. Management of the business. You understand? It has to be written there. Toby is the general manager. Austin is the technical manager. Understand? And these are the people we are going to employ to help us manage this business. It has to be there. Duration of the business. If the business is going to last for 10 years, it has to be there. 20 years, you understand? It has to be there. Capital contribution. Since Toby wants to be taking more of the profit, he has to. When we want to start the business needs 3 million to start. You understand? So Toby should bring 2.1, whereas Austin brings 900,000 to form the business. Is that clear? It has to be stated in the deed of partnership. Admission of new partners. Are we still going to take more new partners, or are we going to leave it the way we are? You understand? If we are going to take more partners, how do we go about it? It has to be in the deed of partnership. Names of the partners: Engineer Austin, Engineer Toby, Mrs. What's her name? Mrs. Judith. Nature of the business. Are we into construction? Are we into service rendering? You understand? Are we into teaching? It has to be there. The nature, the kind of business we are doing. Name of business. What name are we going to call our partnership? Toby, Judith and Co. Company. You understand? It has to be there. So these are all the documents that has to be inside the what? Inside the what? Deed of partnership. And it is with this deed of partnership that will form the what? A partnership business. Is that clear? Thank you. Yes, welcome. The other day we looked at sole proprietorship. We looked at what? Sole proprietorship. And we said that sole proprietorship is a system whereby one man opens a business and runs it with the sole aim of making what? Profit, isn't it? He bears all the risks, he takes all the profits to himself. Today we are going to be looking at partnership. We are going to be looking at what? Partnership. Partnership is not only one person, you understand? Before you call a business organization or a business unit partnership, it has to involve at least 2 people, you understand? Maximum how many? 20. Maximum how many? 20. Once it's more than 20, then you're talking about what we call public limited liability company, isn't it? Is that clear? So partnership is between how many people? 2 to what? 20 people. Is that clear? So what is partnership? Partnership is a type of business unit in which 2 or 20, is that not what we said before? 2 or 20. 2 or 20 persons agree legally to set up and manage a business with the aim of making what? Profit. So just like the sole proprietor is aiming at making plenty profit, partners are also aiming to make what? Profit. They must be 2 or what? 20. They must be between 2 to what? 20. And they must legally agree. They must legally what? Agree. 2 of them have to do what? Agree legally to set up and manage their business. Is that clear? So whenever 2 people, 2 or more people, up to 20 people come together to form a business, they agree to manage them, to manage the business, then they are forming what we call what? Partnership. Is that clear? Now, what are the features of partnership? What are the features and characteristics of partnership? How do you know that a business is a partnership business? How do you know? Number one, in terms of ownership, how many people must own a partnership business? 2 to what? 20 persons. So any business that you see that is owned by between 2 to 20 persons, then you know that that business is a what? A partnership business. In terms of objective, what is the objective of a partnership business? To make profit. The objective is to what? Make profit. Ownership owned by 2 or to 20 what? Persons. Objective to make profit. To make what? Profit. What is the source of capital for a partnership business? The partners provide their what? Capital. If it is me and you, we are partnering, I will provide some money, you provide. Based on the legal agreement that we had. Based on what? Legal agreement. If we agree that in this business you are going to contribute 80%, because me I have lesser money, I will contribute 20%. When the profit comes, you also take 80% of the profit, isn't it? And I'll contribute, I'll take also 20%. So based on our agreement, that's how we supply the capital for the business. Liability. Liability simply means loss or any problem that occurs in the business. Is that clear? Whenever you're talking about liability, for the partners have unlimited liability, because partnership business is not a legal entity on its own. Just like sole proprietorship, whenever you have problem, those people will come and hold you down and you pay for everything that you've cost. Is that clear? It's different from limited liability company. So here your liability is what? Unlimited. Your ability is what? Unlimited. Both for sole proprietorship and for partnership business, two of them have what? Unlimited liability. Two of them have what? Unlimited liability. Legal entity. Partners are not separate from their business, just like a sole proprietor. If you want to sue the business, you're also suing the sole proprietor. That one man, you're suing him. In that same way, if you're suing a partnership business, you're also suing the partners, those people that are involved. It's not separate from the business. But if it is a public business liability company, if you're suing the company is separate from the owners. Is that clear? Here, there is no separation. You understand? The partnership is not a legal entity, because the partners are not what? Separated from the business. Management. Who manages the business for partnership business? The partners, they manage it by themselves. Is that clear? So those are the what? Those are the features. Those are the characteristics. Those are the things you see in a business before you can say that that business is a what? Partnership business. We are going to look at formation of a limited liability company. How do you form a limited liability company? What are the documents that you need to get together for you to have a limited liability company? We say that in order for us to have a sole proprietorship business, what document is needed? No document. You can sleep today, come out tomorrow, you decide to own your what? Sole proprietorship. Now, if you want to have a partnership business, you need one document, and the name of that document is what? Deed of partnership. The name of that document is what? Deed of partnership. Inside the deed of partnership, you're supposed to have the names of the partners, the nature of the business, the capital contribution by the partners, the way the losses and profits can be shared by the partners. Exactly. Now, if you want to form limited liability company, what are the things you need? You need to take some steps. Number one step is that the promoter or promoters will devise a scheme of what? Capitalization. They are going to devise how to what? Get the money to start business. How to do what? Get the money. So let's say we are talking about Dangote PLC. We are talking about what? Dangote. What happened? Who is the promoter of Dangote PLC? Dangote himself comes. He has business ideas, but he doesn't have enough money to do what? Start the business. He wants to open a cement factory in Obajana. You understand? And the cement factory will take 2 billion, but he has 1 billion already. So how does he get about the other money? He's going to do what? Devise a scheme to get that money. He will not decide, I will meet article, or I will sell my shares. You understand? So that individuals from countries can do what? Buy from it. When they are buying the shares, they are becoming part owners of the company. That means when I start Dangote, it's not only me Dangote that will own it. Everybody that has shares will own. So if you want to get the part of the owner, you bring 10,000. This person bring 5,000. You understand? You're buying shares and becoming more shareholders. When all of you bring the money together, it will become up to what, 2 billion. So that we can now start what? Dangote factory. Is that clear? So they are going to come about a way of what? Raising the capital, capitalization. Bearing in mind the cost of formation. Before you start raising capital, you must know the cost now of setting up the factory, isn't it? So you bear in mind the cost of formation, the assets that needs to be bought. You need to buy land, isn't it? Buy the equipment, and the working capital. Working capital is the capital that you use in paying the staff. You understand? Buying some mineral resources that you need to start up. So the promoter does what? Devises way of what? Raising capital. That's the first thing, is it not? Having done that, step 2, the promoter is required to secure the services of a solicitor. What's another one for solicitor? Another word for solicitor. Another word for solicitor. Lawyer. Another word for solicitor is what? Lawyer.
Without assignments.
So he needs to what? Engage the services of a what? Solicitor. To prepare certain documents to be filed to the what? Registrar. What are those documents? The documents are how many? 3. Number 1 is what we call the memorandum of what? Association. That manages the external affairs of the what? Company. Number 2 is what we call the what? Article of what? Association. That manages the what? Internal affairs of the what? Company. The rights, duties of every member of the shareholder of the company. Is that not clear? That's the article of association. Then the last document is what? Statement of what? Nominal capital. So the solicitor will help these promoters to arrange these 3 documents. Is that clear? That is in step what? 2. Is that clear? The step 3 is that these documents has to be stamped and taken to the what? Registrar. Has to be stamped and taken to the what? Registrar. After preparing this document, you stamp it and take it to the what? Registrar. And I told us that in Nigeria, the people that are in charge of registering company are what? The people that are in charge of registering company are what? CAC. Corporate Affairs Commission. Corporate Affairs what? Commission. When the solicitor of Dangote must have gotten all these 3 documents, the memorandum of association, the article of association, and statement of what? Nominal capital, stamped. Understand? When arranged, you take it to the what? Registrar. In this case, the what? Corporate Affairs what? Commission. They will look at it and see that this is genuine and all the information contained therein are correct. Then what will it do? It will now register the company and issue Dangote with the certificate of what? Incorporation. Certificate of what? Certificate of incorporation. Is that clear? Yes, once you have these certificates of incorporation, it means that you are now ready to do what? Commence business. You are now ready to do what? Commence business as a what? Limited liability company. Is that clear? Is that clear? Are we clear? Thank you. Today we are going to be looking at limited liability company. Today we are going to be looking at limited liability company. Limited liability company. We say there are 3 forms of business ownership. In commerce or in economics, we have how many forms of business ownership? 3 forms. We have sole proprietorship, which is another name for what? One-man business, which is a form of business ownership by one person. Then we'll have what we call partnership business, which is when 2 or more people, between 2 to 20 people, come together to own a business partnership. Then we have the 3rd form of business ownership known as what? Limited liability what? Company. Limited liability company. And what is limited liability company? Limited liability company is a legal entity created by the association of a number of people when some people come together in accordance with the law for the purpose of a what? Defined objective. They must have a defined objective. Maybe they want to come together and go into banking. They want to open banks, just like Zenith Bank. So it must be a number of people coming together. Is that clear? Example of limited liability company is Guinness PLC, Nestle Food. Do you know the company called Nestle Food? You know Nestle now, they produce biscuits and some other things. They produce beverages. You know the company called Guinness? They produce small stout and Guinness, you understand? So any company that you see their name ending in PLC or limited, yes, such company is known as a what? Limited liability company. Such company is known as a what? Limited liability company. Now, what are the features or characteristics of limited liability company? How do you know a limited liability company when you see one? Number one, you know them by their ownership. How many people own this limited liability company? You have shareholders between 2 to what? 50. If you want to start a business liability company, you must have how many people? Between 2 to 50 people. Is that clear? Number two, what is the objective? You find out that all the three forms of ownership, their objective are the same thing, which is to do what? To make profit. Whenever you're setting up a business, you're setting up a business in order to do what? Make profit. Now, what are the sources of capital? How do they get the capital to start the business? How? They do it by what? Contribution from their shareholders. Jamb will bring some certain amount of money. This person will bring. They come together and form what? Zenith Bank. To form Dangote. Dangote is the major shareholder, is it not? If they needed 1 million naira to set up Dangote, he will bring like 900,000. Maybe Atiku Abubakar will bring 50,000. This other person will bring. Me and you will go buy shares from Dangote. You understand? All of us come together and we are called what? All of us coming together are called what? Shareholders. All the owners of the limited liability company, all of them are known as what? Shareholders. Is that clear? Because you have a share. Shareholders. You are holding a share of the company. Is that clear? Now we look at liability. I told us that the liability of a limited liability company is what? Is what? Is the only person that has a limited liability. So proprietorship has what kind of liability? Unlimited. Partnership has what kind of liability? Unlimited. Is that clear? It's only a limited liability company that has a what? Limited liability. Legal entity. It is a separate legal entity from the word owner. The business is separate from the word owner. If you sue the business to court, the owner will be free. He might be going, having picnics, being just or being a Budukato ranch, enjoying himself while you're suing his company. His lawyer will go and trash out the case with you. Is that clear? Because he himself is very separate from the word business. Unlike a sole proprietorship or a partnership, once you're suing the person has to be there to take care of the problem. Is that clear? Now, the management of a business limited liability company is always done by the board of directors. Always done by the what? Board of directors. Unlike the sole proprietorship, who does the management of a sole proprietorship business? The owner by himself. Who does the management of partnership business? The partners by themselves. You understand? This one, the board of what? Directors. The board of what? Directors. Is that clear? Is that very clear?